Thursday, if there's any happiness left. Welcome to Fat Man Beyond. I'm Kevin Smith.
I'm Marc Bernardin.
Hey!
Oh,
kids, we have so much to talk about, so much to cover, and a very special guest that has me and Mark turgid. You heard us talk about the food that built America. Like me and Mark happened across it separately, and then as we were talking on the show one day, I was like, I've been watching this show, and he knew it too. Ralph Garman over at Hollywood Babylon knows. Everybody of a fucking certain age knows the show. I did a live pinball stream, and while I was sitting there on the pinball show, I was like, they're like, "What you up to?" I was like, "I've been watching this show, The Food That Built America," and all the people in chat are like, "Fuck pinball. Where's that show on?" Like, it's one of the most addictive programs on the planet. We've been talking about it for a minute now. Because we talked about it on the show, people reached out to me who I worked with like over the years on Comic Book Men particularly. And they were like, bro, we heard you guys blowing the fucking show. Like, that's our show. I was like, get out of here, man. And they're like, we know everybody. I was like, can you get us Richmond? They're like, oh, Richmond, north of Richmond? Fuck yeah, we could get him for you. And so tonight, ladies and gentlemen,
Richmond Foreman?
Yes, you're going to watch the richest man we fucking know, Adam Richman, who is the face of the That Built franchise. I learned the term of art. There's a few of them. There's the food that built America, the mega brands that built America, how Disney built America, the toys that built America, the machines that built America. There's one that's like the frontiersman that built America, like Daniel Boone and all that shit. History Channel does it, but since Disney owns everything now, you can see it on Disney Plus. You can also watch it on Hulu. Honestly, I watched the Titans that built America, one they also did in that run. There's a whole, it's called That Built, the That Built-averse. It's like Marvel for history and shit. And it is like Marvel because they introduce names you've heard your whole life and then do their secret origins. And since we know, just like when you sit in a Marvel movie and you're like, well, sooner or later, fucking the Titanic's going to hit the iceberg. I know what's going to happen here. Like sooner or later, he's going to get bit by a radioactive spider. When they're doing like, his name is Milton Hershey. That's Campbell Scott. You'll be like, oh, I fucking know. He eventually makes chocolate. So as they get to the moments where he's just like, I don't know, maybe chocolate. You're like, oh, it's like Captain America picking up Thor's hammer. This is fucking nuts. It is fantastic. The whole franchise is utterly fucking watchable. Adam is the face of the franchise. He is the person who's interviewed the most across almost all of them. And he gives such good host, bro. He keeps you fucking like, let's be honest, it's history. So for some people, it could be, and when I say some people, I mean me. It could be like this fucking history. This is boring. Where are the fucking superheroes? Adam's storytelling is part of the reason I find it so fucking gripping. And the man comes across like an expert on everything. Like they started with food, which makes sense because Adam comes from the world of food. But they got him talking on like the toys and shit. I was like, this guy fucking knows his shit, man. Like, this is a guy I can fucking hang with. So my buddies who work at both Comic Book Men and then wound up working on the That Built series were like, we can hook you up. And I was like, oh shit. So tonight we're going to talk about it. The Food That Built America season 6 is happening right now. And there's an episode coming up this Sunday, I think it is. This weekend it airs, but I'm pretty sure it's Sunday they drop. That's all about mall food. So it's like, I think they introduce the pretzel, like Auntie Anne's. Then they also do Cinnabon, which had a fucking crazy history and shit. And
Orange Julius.
They don't do that yet, but they did mention him at one point. Like at one point, that was at the World's Fair, man. They introduced it. It was like the drink of the century or some shit of one year at the World's Fair. No, Panda Express. Fascinating fucking story. And since you know all these brands deeply, like whether you've patronized them or, they're part of the American landscape, every one of the fucking stories is fascinating. Because how often do you ever sit around and go like, was there really an Auntie Anne? And then it turns out like, it's not an Auntie Anne, but there's a person who fucking made pretzels at some food stand who was like, these could sell. Show's fucking phenomenal. And I would say if Campbell Scott's the voice of the franchise, because he's the guy that's always like, his name is Henry Ford. And he's good for cars, but bad for everyone else because he's a tech. If he's the voice, Adam is absolutely the fucking face, man. When you see him pop up, you lean forward a little bit, your fucking heart lifts because you're like, this guy knows his shit. And he presents it entertainingly. Like, I don't know what it is. There are many titles for the things that people who talk about things do. If we chose one and said a presenter, hands down, one of the best presenters I've ever seen in my entire fucking life. So much so that I'll follow him to shit that I normally wouldn't fucking care about. But I'm like, all right, I'll fucking learn about this. It's great. So we're going to get to talk to Adam and blow him for a while and shit, get some inside dope on this amazing fucking series, which seems to be in the ether. How did you find it?
I mean, I found it because I like food and it's a show about the food I like. So, but I've been fucking with Adam since Man v Food, man. I've been rolling with him for at this point and being concerned about him, frankly. Like that show very much like, are we trying to kill this poor man?
You're right. Well, it's got the V in the title. It's,
yeah, somebody's gonna lose.
Somebody got a V.
Sometimes it's man. But yeah, I mean, it's every now and again I'll come across a real life story. I'm like, you know what? I bet you that could be a movie. Like, there's enough drama in that. Like, and then you watch like the food that built America. Like, each one of those could be a fucking movie. Each one of those has enough suspense. Each one of those has enough drama and character shit and peril and all of it and innovation to justify like, hey, Greg Kinnear could star as any one of these dudes, and just trying to make. He made shelf-stable peanut butter. Like, yeah, fucking give me 2 hours of shelf-stable, man, just all day.
It is, I'm telling you, man, like, in terms of watchability, there's a concept, we've talked about it, like, on this show, in terms of the world that me and Mark go out and pitch in sometimes. A concept, a term of art now, that's called second screen. When you go pitch a thing, they're like, we need this to be a second screen program. Second screen means your program has to be interesting enough for them to tune in, but not interesting enough that they'll put their phones down, because people like to watch TV while going through their fucking phone. So it's crazy, but you will get questions like, can you make it less complex so that people could second screen it? Which is, slippery slope. But this show is so fucking good, you don't second screen, bro. I don't pick up my phone when I watch the food that built America, or the fucking mega brands that built America. And none of them, because it's just the storytelling's so crisp. Like you said, every one of them is fucking a mini movie. Like, they found the writing is top fucking notch, because they find a way throughout the history of these products to find two people making similar products who made each other better by hating the fuck out of each other and competing and stuff like that. It's also patriotic as hell, because a lot of this shit begins with like, it is the end of the Second World War, and there's this period of like 10 or 20 years that we missed in the 50s and 60s where everything good happened. And America, like, everything that we ate was built and happened and shit like that. Learning like stupid shit where you're like, there was a guy named, like, I think his name was Art Bell. Like, Taco Bell's named after a dude. And like, he was like just a dude who wasn't even like from south of the border. He was a dude that was like, I like this salsa stuff. And like pursues an entire business without really knowing the food, just knowing that he likes it and shit. The other thing about the show is how spellbinding, like, basically America takes any recipe that came from any part of the world and then pours sugar on it and makes it their own. Like, that's it. So much sugar. Well, they do these flashbacks, they always show people trying stuff. They're like, what do you think? And like, needs more sugar. And then you realize that's what America runs on. Fucking sugar, for God's sake.
Yeah. I mean, it's also, on the one hand, like, it is taking place, as you say, like post-World War II is a lot of it. And like, the food stories are great. The American story, not awesome for everybody.
Yeah, true. Very true.
But a lot of these foods are like immigrant foods. A lot of these foods are from people who came from all over the world, more often than not Europe, brought that shit with them back to the States and found ways to take what was the old world and make it new. And that shit is awesome. It is also like, the white guys who built America. And
very much so.
Two ladies one of which is named Sarah Lee.
my wife was like at the edge of her seat watching the Auntie Anne one because she's like, finally, the second woman ever. And I was like, it's not like women didn't do stuff. Let's be honest. Like, this is at a time, whatever the fuck. But the what I walk away watching, because I'm like, why am I so fucking dialed in? Because, you know, shit's good. There are lots of good things, but you don't obsess over it. You don't like, it is our happy place. This is the place all right, we've got an hour. Let's watch the food that built. And then you run out and then you start watching them again and shit. But what I love about it, particularly right now, is this is not the story they try to tell, because they've been doing the show for 6 seasons now, but it is the story. But so it's not them trying to comment on the times, but in the times we live in, immigrants are being demonized. This show is all about how like everything you love about this country comes from people who weren't here at first. And it's what makes it fucking America. So at the same time as you're watching it, you're like, look at all the innovation that perhaps we're missing out on right now. But I don't, you know, again, I'm making it political, but it makes me feel patriotic. Fuck politics. It just makes me feel like proud. And I wasn't even involved. You know, the only connection I have is I ate some of this food and stuff. But like knowing that, like, wow, man, like an entrepreneur has an idea and follows it all the way through to the place that it goes nationwide. Everybody knows it. Simple concepts that like I hadn't thought about, like, you know, fucking getting food from one end of the country to the other, shit like that. History Channel is nothing I really fuck with. I know a lot of people love World War II and shit like that, but I don't really go for stuff like that. They hooked me. They found a way in where I was like, I do care about all this stuff in a weird way. Not like I'm Joe Corporate and shit, but like I have partaken of all these fucking brands. It's fascinating to know the backstory and entertainingly put forward. Like in a world of many things to stream, zillions of choices as people endlessly scroll, this is worth your time any night of the week, man. Like
it is. It's a story about the frontier. Like that is the American story. Yeah. And so to then position the frontier as a frontier of consumption and a frontier of possibility and innovation, and like a thing that didn't exist suddenly does. There's can we get Taco Bell into New York? Can we get White Castle west of the Mississippi? Can we get? Like that's the question that the show is asking. It's a question that all these inventors were asking. Can we do a thing? Because it's an open field. If we can monetize it and we can capitalize it and we can evangelize it, then we can bring it to people. And I think that's the American story is a story for the frontier. And this is just a frontier in food. And I do kind of love it.
And it's a frontier for us because when they do like frontiersman stories about like the rugged people that went out and fucking, you know, tamed America, I can't identify with that. But some guy going like, I had a Cinnabon and it was fucking awesome. Maybe we should make that. Like I could totally identify with that. That's their way in for me. It is, kids, I know we're overblowing it and shit, and we're going to talk to Adam for a long time, so we'll talk more about it and stuff. But this Sunday's episode, they're full of wow. They call them wow facts, like where they just hit you with something where you're like, get the fuck out of here. For example, the chocolate chip cookie is invented after the Oreo. Wouldn't you have thought like the chocolate chip cookie was with us since like the pharaohs and shit? No, it happens like after the Oreo. And it happens like because Ruth Wakefield is like, they ran out of bacon chocolate, but I got a bar of Nestle's. I'll just chip some of this chocolate away. Like until that moment, there had never been a chocolate chip. They had to create a term for it and shit. And then a whole industry is born from it. Like the Nestle reaches out to this lady because her chocolate chip cookie recipe is like sweeping the Eastern Seaboard. And Nestle's like, so much so that they're like, we've got a spike in chocolate sales. And they're like, why? And they're like, some lady came up with a recipe. So they reach out to her like, can we put your recipe like on our packages and shit? And she's like, all right. The restaurant that she made her cookies in, what do you think it's called?
I don't know.
Chocolate chip cookies?
Mm.
In the words of Campbell Scott, the Toll House. And you're like, no,
like
history happened. And like, and it happened within not so much our lifetime, but in the last like fucking 100 years. Somebody was like, I know the chocolate chip cookie. Shit you never fucking think about, man. But this week, the one that blew my mind was the wow fact, if you will, is when they do Panda Express, orange chicken, like never existed until Panda Express, and now is a dish that is served in every Chinese food joint because of Panda Express alone. Like, what? Like, you would have, I thought it was like maybe General Tso's went way back. Recent recipe is crazy. Like, imagine creating something that enters the fucking mainstream and becomes indelible, so much so that everyone assumes it's been there forever. Like, that's the genius of invention as well. Like, and his story is no joke. Like, that dude like really put his time and effort into figuring out, he had a Chinese food joint which was called like Panda Inn or something like that. So the mall satellite was called Panda Express because it's like, they were hoping to attract people to their real restaurant stuff. But my man says, he's like, I'm going into a mall. And again, like, this, people go into mall food courts now all the time. You're talking about the pioneers. The first people were like, could I try this there? And it's not like most, food courts like burgers, fries back in the day. This guy's like, I'm going to bring Chinese cuisine into the food court. So he has to figure out a way to how to make it fast. Otherwise, people ain't going to sit around for like 25 minutes waiting for their food. You watch this whole story unfold and you realize like the ingenuity it takes just to get to a point where it becomes so well known and national that it becomes one more option that you either choose or fucking ignore. It starts like as a dream and a vision. Oh, I could do hours on this shit. I'm telling you, man. It's like, I know, here, let me just put it in terms of this audience. If you love comic books, there's no way you won't love this series, man, because it's all Secret Origin. It's the secret origin of everything you've ever heard about or cared about, popped up on your radar and stuff. Shit you put in your body, bro. Here, I'll pitch it this way. You should know what you're putting in your body. And this show literally tells you how it got there. Oh, I love it so much. But we're going to dive into that and so much more without him. First, we got to pay our bills. Who's up first?
Good folks at Chubbies.
Kids. Chubbies, man. When you think later on when you're going to bed and you're like, oh my God, fucking that Richman dude, he rocked and shit. Don't thank us. You thank the good folks at Chubbies, kids, because the good folks at Chubbies is our first sponsor this evening on Fat Man Beyond, man. First, before we even start, follow along, kids. Whether you're getting dressed for your workday or a workout or a weekend getaway, Chubbies has you covered. For a limited time, Chubbies is giving our viewers 20% off your order with our code BEYOND, all one word, at chubbiesshorts.com. CHUBBIESSHORTS.com. That code is BEYOND at chubbiesshorts.com. Support our show and tell them we sent you, man. Don't blend in with the crowd. Stand out with Chubbies. I just like to get everyone on the same page before we dive in. Kids, Chubbies, man. Do I have to sell it? If so, I'll turn to Marc Bernardin. Sell it, Mark.
Listen, gang, spring is almost here, right? So it's time to shake off those heavy layers and bust out those beautiful thighs, gentlemen. Whether you're on spring break, heading to a backyard barbecue, playing around the golf, or delivering a podcast ad read, Chubbies has the styles for any spring occasion. With a variety of bright and comfortable polos and high-quality thigh-exposing shorts, Chubbies has the style to fit whatever spring vibe you're looking for. Taking that well-deserved spring vacation? Fucking Chubbies has you. Ultimate training shorts, man. Looking for more casual, comfortable fit for an outdoor brunch or a walk in the park? Chubbies original shorts give you that classic feel with a modern look. Get this. They even got everywhere shorts, designed for performance and casual vibes at the same time. Man, maybe miracles are possible. And listen, you deserve a wardrobe upgrade for springtime, so sweeten the deal. For a limited time, Chubbies is giving our listeners 20% off your order with our exclusive code BEYOND, chubbiesshorts.com.
I'm sorry, I fell into watching the ad. I rarely watch the show because I'm in the show. But like, do you know we run visual commercials with this?
Really? It's not just us?
No, there's a bunch of shirtless dudes rolling around in the fucking feed, man. Like,
it's not just theater of the mind. We're not just.
I gotta tell you, some of them are jumping off cliffs, jumping out of planes, all of them with their shirts off.
Wow.
Just like you, me, and the rest of our audience, man. It's like looking in a mirror, for heaven's sake. Chubbies, folks. We love the good folks at Chubbies. Please love them with us, man. As I said before, go to chubbiesshorts.com, chubbiesshorts.com. With the code word BEYOND, you're going to get yourself 20% off your order, man. Support our show Tell them we sent you. Don't blend in with the crowd, kids. Stand out at Chubbies. And we thank the good folks at Chubbies, man, for diving in and sponsoring us and for sending the commercial. Like, I had no idea we were that advanced and stuff. But I'll tell you another thing. A lot of dudes with their shirts off, Mark. And I'm okay with that. I'm not uncomfortable about that. But I will say this. I watched the most recent episode of Reacher.
Mm-hmm.
And spoilers, Reacher gets a little intimate this week.
Really?
Oh, yeah. And one of the first things he does after making out, like they make out, and then he don't push her away, but he separates from her, and he does this shit and takes his shirt off. I'm 54. I've never done that in my life. Now, I turned to my wife, and I was like, it's bullshit, right? And she's like, shouldn't be. And she was literally, I was like, excuse me? She's like, just give me a minute. She was looking at Alan Richman all ripped and shit like that. And she was like, it's very rare that they give women eye candy that they really want to see on TV. Do you doff your shirt when you, like, is that a move? Is that like your opening salvo? Like, that's what I see in movies. And I realize maybe that's a thing. And I've been ignoring that move for years. You take your shirt off.
No, it's more like, reach for the light switch.
Yes.
And then on the comeback, maybe the shirt comes off.
I close the curtains. I close a secondary set of curtains that cover our actual bed. She'll light a candle. I blow it out because I'm like, you don't want to see any of this. Feel it.
The blast shields.
Go with the vibe, but you don't want to look. It's crazy though, man. Like he just fucking, again, he didn't push her back like, fuck you. But for a half second, I was like, oh, I guess he don't want to do it. Like maybe he's having second thoughts. He's conflicted. No, he just did the step back so he could rip his shirt off.
Well, it's because first we eat with our eyes. So
Is that it?
He's setting the table for either, and I'm not caught up in this episode, but it's either the French lady who works in the bad guy's house, or it's the weird, like, pseudo Boston detective lady.
I'll never tell.
I appreciate you being a vault of secrecy about who gets lucky enough to graze their cheeks on Richard's cheeks.
Hey man, speaking of, I know we got news and we got reviews and shit, but like, how about we do one more ad and then dive into Adam so we can talk about
man.
that
And
build.
before that, man, how are you doing?
I'm good. I had, yeah, you know what? I
just want to check in, man. Just want to say hey.
I'm above ground and that's a good place, but I feel like the movie we have been working on and speeding toward just hit a massive wall. Looks like it's gonna fall apart. Now, don't cry for me, Argentina. Everything is fine. I'll find something else to do, and this is not one of those things that one should ever expect in life. That like, oh, they'll give me money and I'll make a movie. The older I get, the more I'm like, I can't believe they ever give me fucking money. It's just in moments when things fall apart, and this one was out of my control and has more to do with the state of the world, which compounds part of the injury, where it's just like, I see. So these the tariff war is going to affect this as well. And of course it will, rightfully so. In those moments, there's naturally, because every artist is a overgrown child, right? You want to blame, like, and you want to be like, well, they're not letting me do what I want, like a child would. But I think, at age 54, I process differently now. And really, I just get mad at myself. Like if something falls apart, I'm just like, this is your fault. Because if you were more successful and, wealthier, you wouldn't need anybody's help. You wouldn't be out there with your hat in your hand looking for money to make a movie. So you can't be upset with anybody but you that this is where you are right now. Just like, when it works, you're happy and you feel like, oh my God, look how clever I am. But if it doesn't work, that has a lot to do with the fact that you're out there doing a thing you wouldn't have to do if you took all this seriously for 30 years and worked much harder, produced results instead of just producing shit that made you happy as an artist, and played the game and was successful enough to write your own ticket and shit like that. So, there's a moment when things fall apart and the center cannot hold, and other aspects of the widening jar, that there's two deaths, right? The death of like, oh my God, it's not going to happen, the death of the dream, the death of hope. But then there's a little bit of I wouldn't call it death, but like, there's a second bullet that follows, which is the bullet I send my own way, going like, you have nobody to blame but yourself. Be more successful. Like, the road. I'm not saying everything. I know the road, the recipe for success, and if I just followed it, I would be successful. But I do know how to set up as much as I possibly can to go down paths like that. But I never choose to. It's not my first instinct. So then I arrive back at the point of like, well, then what are you complaining about? Like, how to get there, but you're unwilling to go that route. So if it doesn't pan out, if you had money that was coming, but then that's changed because of the world has changed, that's on you, and you'll figure out something else to do. So with the demise of, a dream, back in the day as a kid, it used to be like, oh, now it's more, you're more like, huh. And you don't get mad. And if like I said, I don't get mad at others. If anything, I kind of punch internally and shit like that. So it's a bummer that it's not happening on the time schedule that we thought it was, or if at all, and stuff. We'll see what happens in the future. I've got, a busy year coming up. So it's not like, oh, I'm going to sit with my thumb up my ass. Like, there's a bunch of stuff to do and a bunch of fun fucking things to do. But yeah, it was a tough day. There's been a few tough days. But again, not like in the nut house, Mark, they told us not to qualify your trauma. And unfortunately, that's the way I'm built, where I just want to be like, it's nothing bad. It's nothing. And it is nothing bad, but doesn't mean it don't sting. Doesn't mean it don't hurt. Doesn't mean that, things could have went better, but still above ground. My kid's happy and healthy. My wife's happy and healthy. My dog's happy and healthy. We're going to talk to fucking Adam Richman and shit. Like, life's good. No complaints. How about you?
Not quite in the same boat, but there's been some body blows. And it seems as if the experience is less avoiding the body blows and more absorbing the body blows. Right? Like, there's some things you can dance out of the way of. I'm not Muhammad Ali. I am George Foreman, and I'm just going to eat this shot to the face. And I just have to figure out how to do that and keep on doing that. And yeah, there's to your point, there's always going to be, the things that you want to go well that go well, and then the things that just sort of slide through your fingers. And like, you just you don't give up, because that's I'm not good at anything else. Like, I tell stories for a living, and I have helped other people tell stories for a long time, and now I get to tell my own stories, and that's great. But it is, I remember hearing a quote from Lin Miranda, who was like, I come into the world to write songs. Anything else I get to do is a joy, but this is how I do what I do. And it's like, yeah, I just make shit up for money. And I'd like to have more money to make shit up, but sometimes it doesn't happen. So yeah, I'm a little bit there with you, and I'm less, and it's less about me. It is more like, here's a great band of people that we put together to make a thing, and now, and I'm not saying we're not getting to make that thing, right? And I'm not saying that we don't have that band of people, but time has a way of forcing necessity, and like, some people just don't get to play in the band anymore. Some people will be like, this other band is about to hit the road, I gotta go do that, or this other outfit is about to play Vegas and I gotta go there. So it is just balancing expectation versus reality, and it is all a fucking gift. That's why they call it the present. So
I spent a lot of insurance money to learn that lesson. Saved a bunch of money if you just had told me that a couple years ago.
Where were you 2.5 years ago?
Yeah, what the fuck? I should have asked you. Kids, this is look who's here. It's Bam Man, here to lighten the conversation.
I can lighten that conversation a little.
Yeah, I was gonna say, me and Mark talking about sorrow, but Banff Man himself has some joyous news. Tell him.
I have a beautiful little 3-week-old baby inside.
Oh,
so that's why I was not here last time. We named her Heidi Jean, like Jean Grey. Mm-hmm. Heidi Jean Reifenberg. Very German for whatever reason.
Yeah, that's like shit, man.
Yeah.
It don't get less German than Heidi Jean Reifenberg.
But yeah, so that was good news.
That is awesome. How's it been? How's it different? JC, for those that don't follow, Banff Man is the father of one, but is now the father of two. How's Jenny? She did all the hard work. Fuck you.
She's good. It was not the way we planned. The baby was supposed to come last Tuesday. Came 3 weeks early due to some health issues with mom, blood pressure stuff. So we were in and out of the hospital for 2 weeks, and then they were like, hey, we're doing a blood test. If it comes back positive, you're having the baby now. If it comes back negative, you're having the baby in 72 hours. And we were like, oh, okay. So it's dealing with a lot of that like expectation versus what you get, because now I'm on the phone with my mother-in-law being like, get on a plane. Because like you said, I have a 4-year-old at home who can't live by herself quite yet. While we spend a couple weeks in the hospital. So the baby came early and her lungs weren't developed yet. So she went straight to NICU while Jen got wheeled to recovery because it was a C-section. And so there was a lot of that same type of feeling where it was like, we were supposed to, like Jocelyn, my older daughter, was supposed to come and meet her baby sister in the hospital. That doesn't get to happen now. And Jen didn't get to hold the baby for 2 or 3 days because she's recovering from a cesarean section and the baby's in an incubator. So I was sitting down there holding my baby's hand through a tunnel, feeling sorry about all the things I didn't get to do. But then I looked around at all the other babies who were born at 25 weeks instead of 37 weeks. And I was like, oh, I'm the luckiest dad on this floor. Hands down the luckiest dad on this floor. Because my baby just needs a little bit of help for the next 5 days. And then I get to go home. So there's some perspective to it, right? Where it's like, it's not what you wanted, but, you know, like the Rolling Stones, you're going to get what you need in the end. So, but yeah, I have a little baby girl, Heidi Jean.
Look at that, man. Proof that Banff Man can and has gotten laid.
At least twice.
At least twice. What is Jenny home now?
She's home. Yeah, we've been home we were in the hospital for a week. In and out of the hospital for 2 weeks before, and then for her blood pressure, and then we were there for a week, and then the baby was ready to go home before she was, which was weird. And then her blood pressure, she has a bit of white coat syndrome, which is anxiety around doctors.
Oh.
So her blood pressure would be fine, and then the doctor would come in and be like, let's take your blood pressure, and it'd go through they'd be like, you can't go home yet. So, but yeah, we've been home for a couple weeks. It's good.
You just set up you just set up your own succession, bro. Like sooner or later, these two kids are going to fight for that bar.
I know.
And you gotta pick which one you're going to give the bar to.
It's Scum versus Villainy.
Yeah. Yes. There's news in the future that I can't say yet, but it's looking good that maybe I won't have to make that Sophie's choice.
Look, I know this is a little late in the game because like you picked names for the kids, one 4 years ago and one recently, but Mark just hit something good. You could have named those kids Scum and Villainy, and that would have been pretty awesome.
Yeah, I mean,
Scum Riefenberg, Villainy Riefenberg. Come on, these are big names. These are kind of names that cure cancer. These are kind of names that Campbell Scott would be like, his name.
Every little girl is like all the moms and dads out there who are like naming their kid Anakin and Leia, Harley Quinn. And then every little girl wants to go to school. It's like, Scum? Is Scum here today?
Take it back. You can take back Scum. Make it a cool thing. Her name is Villainy Riefenberg, and she will invent a $1 billion empire. But for now, that is awesome. We're so happy for you. We missed you. Will Wilkins was as Banff man as he could possibly be. Will Wilkins, speaking of birthdays, today is Will Wilkins' birthday.
92 years old today.
Can you believe it? Looks so young. He dyes his hair at 92. We wish Will a very happy birthday. Kids, if you want to give Will a gift, send him cash. But if you don't have cash to send, because none of us do right now, check out Netheads, Will's podcast.
Or check out Ridge Wallets.
Yes.
Ridge Wallets.
Thank you. Oh my God. I'm sorry. Are you talking about the Ridge wallet?
Look at that sexy.
Kids, we welcome a new sponsor to the show. I was about to read from the book I wrote. I was about to read about my heart attack. Ridge kids, Ridge, look at this. This is the Ridge wallet. Let's all get on the same page, man. I'm going to start with the call to action. Right now, Ridge is having their once-a-year anniversary sale. Get up to 40% off at ridge.com/fatman, all one word, FATMAN. Just head to ridge.com/fatman to see their biggest sale of the year. After you purchase, they will ask you where you heard about them. Please support our show and tell them we sent them to you, man. Let me tell you something. You still carrying around the same bulky, overstuffed, and let's be honest, crusty leather wallet? Let me show you mine. It's thick as a book. This is the Ridge, kids. Puts it all right there, man. And look at this engineering. You can stick so many in, and it spreads because it's got this little band on it. It is tight. You put anything in there, it ain't getting out, man. It can't. You can put a stamp in there. Why anyone would at this day and age, I don't know. But like, it ain't going nowhere, man. You can trust it with precious materials. Tell them, Mark.
I mean, listen, it's time for an upgrade. So meet Ridge Wallet, the sleek, minimalist wallet that's changing the game. Ridge wallets are extremely thin, yet can securely hold up to 12 cards plus cash without adding unnecessary bulk. Made from premium, high-performance materials like carbon fiber, titanium, and stainless steel, Ridge wallets are built to last. In fact, they come with a lifetime warranty, meaning this is the last wallet you're ever going to need to buy. It's not just about looks, son. Sitting on a bulky wallet tilts your pelvis, misaligns your spine. Ooh, that shit rhymes. And can lead to lower back pain. A slimmer Ridge wallet, it helps keep your posture balanced and your back pain free. Plus, every Ridge wallet comes with RFID blocking technology to prevent you from digital pickpockets. That's right, man. Scammers can now just slide into your pocket digitally and steal your credit card info wirelessly. Ridge has you covered. For a limited time, Ridge is having a crazy ass sale. Get up to 40% off your order by going to ridge.com/fatman. That's ridge.com/fatman for up to 40% off.
They also do the keychain as well. Look at this shit. It comes with a screwdriver.
What?
Like how many wallets you get come with a screwdriver, man? This is the future, kids. This is what you want in your pocket. What'd be nice is to have more money in it, but that's up to you. But Ridge has that money covered, man. Go right now, kids. To Ridge is having their once-a-year anniversary sale. Get up to 40% off at ridge.com/fatman, FATMAN. Just head to ridge.com/fatman to see their biggest sale of the year. After you purchase, they will ask you where you heard about them. Please support our show and tell them our show sent you, man. Ridge. They'll protect your credit cards and protect your money, and you look badass. This shit looks like a Blade Runner wallet. This is the future. Yeah. Ridge is the future.
Get on the grid. Get a Ridge wallet.
Ooh, well done. All right, man. Let's bring him in. Please. Ladies and gentlemen, the face of the franchise that built. The man who is he's either fighting food or singing food's praises. Please welcome to the stage a guy who's been forced to listen to us talk about him for a long time now, and now he's going to be forced to fucking listen to us talk about him right to his face. Adam Richman. Adam!
Such an honor, guys. That was the best. I feel I should like take my shirt off like Reacher.
Yes, just like Reacher. That's how it begins.
Yeah, I'm like Reacher is a melting candle.
Adam, if it is season 6, so you've been doing these for 6 years, that built series, is that correct?
Just about. So they had done The Men That Built America before I ever got to the network. And it was the very first time, because you're right, like for years, History Channel was recipes of the SS. They made a joke on SNL once. They were like, Pardon my Reich, the story of Hitler's waiters, next on History Channel. And I think there was this profound revitalization. So they did that. And then I think Leonardo DiCaprio produced Titans. And then I joined the thing and they realized that there may be something in these food stories and investing. I mean, it's very hard you were talking about losing funding, that broadcast is a difficult medium, especially basic cable, right? And
Yeah.
to invest in a highly cinematic standard of the recreation, and to also decide we're not going to whitewash. So I always think about that scene in season one when Dr. Kellogg is speaking to his younger brother while taking a shit. And that
Yes.
really happened. Like his brother talked about the indignation of being at the Battle Creek Sanitarium, and his brother would dictate, and he's, dropping a deuce, and he's like, and they had I couldn't believe they showed the scene. And
Yeah.
it's like, could I please talk to you about this later? And he's like, no, 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 it's fine. This is normal. It's like, no, this is anything but fucking normal.
They did so the first season they did of The Food That Built America, as Adam said, was like this 3-parter that focuses on a couple people like Kellogg, Hershey, somebody else.
Yeah,
But
they did a few. They did, I think it was it an 8 episode first season or something like that? It was like, but you're right, it was all the big ones. It was
but it was
Mars.
at least as presented now, it was just a 3-parter.
Oh,
And then what
word?
they did was season 2, they reused pieces of it, like they'll do an episode, a deeper dive on Milton Hershey versus something else. So it feels like after season 1, they were like, hey, we got something good here. Let's go deeper on like not just these guys, but we could probably turn this into like a series. And so some characters get reused and they recast the same people. Sometimes they used footage from season 1, and then sometimes they shot new storylines. Like with Ray Kroc, they keep going back to the same guy playing Ray Kroc. The only other guy other than Michael Keaton who played Ray Kroc, and he's had more time doing it, so he is better by virtue of the fact that 10,000 hours will make you better at anything or good at
Like the
anything.
guy who looks like Dan Hidaya's brother a little bit.
Yes, yes.
Yeah,
But you can see that they were like, this could keep going, man. Or maybe the feedback they got was like, I like that food stuff. But your addition to it, like, and I'm not just saying it because you're, I'm telling you, bro, like my wife don't give a fuck about this show, never watches it. But when she heard you were going to be on, she's like, I'm going to come watch over your shoulder tonight. I was like, you could literally watch it on your own laptop upstairs. She's like, then that's what I'll do. You make it really compelling. And like, there's something to be said for that. That's not just like me saying it because you're here. Like a great presenter, you suck everybody in, man. And it feels like you're in the room with you and you're telling us the story as we all sit around. It almost feels like we could ask you questions. Like that's how familial the delivery is. You've been acting since you were a kid, is that it?
yeah, this is surreal to me. And we mentioned this briefly, we were getting set up, but like my buddy Jason Barron, I like had seen like we're early supporters of yours. So the fact that on any level you appreciate anything I've done is kind of mind-boggling. Yeah, if you go to YouTube and type in my name, and before Child's Play was a story of the My Buddy doll gone possessed, there was a show on CBS called Child's Play. It was a game show. Um, Bill Cullen hosted it,
Yes, I remember that show.
where little kids would define words and adults would guess them. I was on that. The breakout star, of course, was Jeff McCann, who changed his name to Jeff B. Cohen and went on to play Chunk in the Goonies. But he was on that show. Haley Finn was on that show. And I heard someone else, and I don't know why I'm drawing a blank. But yeah, it was Goodson Todman Productions. I own
Yeah.
I didn't even really understand the audition process. And yeah, I did that. Then I was told you're not allowed to be, you're a Jew from the Northeast, so you're becoming a doctor. And I went to performing arts camp and stuff with
how did you get the show? It's the
um I'm really lucky, man. Like I'd done enough food shows at that point and done some stuff with NBC and published some cookbooks, but I worked my first.
no, Child's Play.
Oh, word? Oh, my bad. So,
I was like, what?
sorry. At the
What an
end of the
accomplished kid you were.
show,
No wonder they grabbed you.
yeah, yeah, right. So at the end of the show, so before we were replaced by Press Your Luck, no whammies, no whammies, they used to have a card that said, if you know a child if you have or know a child that would be great for Child's Play. And my grandma submitted me, and my mom picked me up from school, and I went to a like Jewish day school, and they didn't know what to make of me, so you had to wear a tie, and somehow we all got away with wearing bolo ties in Brooklyn, but with a yarmulke, so you all look like Bucky Goldstein. You like show up, and then they were like, "Okay, what's this?" And I guess having a lawyer for a dad and a teacher for a mom, you have maybe a little bit of an advanced vocabulary for a little chubby kid who looks like Fred Savage. And they were like, oh. And so it was like a process. I didn't even understand that they were culling, because there was like a bunch of us and there were less of us. And then there was just me and this other girl. And then my mom picked me up from school one day and they said, we got a call from Goodson Todman Productions saying, hey, would Adam like to be on television? And I filmed, and then they added a segment called Turnabout, where Bill Cullen's stand would turn around, and the adults would define the words, and kids would guess. And that was my first time in like a real studio. It was at CBS. I'll never forget Norman Fell from Three's Company was
Mr.
walking,
Roper?
Mr. fucking Roper, the goat. And it couldn't have been more Hollywood. He pulls in front of CBS. Someone runs out, gets his Mercedes, huge Mercedes, like my grandpa, those like Sherman tank Mercedes. And he comes out tan, whatever. We recognize him. How you doing, kids? And it was just, that was a day they sent us on the Universal tour when they had Battlestar Galactica still, and yeah, it was fucking momentous.
So that
So
means
yeah, I did that as a little boy, and then I stopped.
you're a kid from back east, so they flew you out.
Yeah, what they did was, uh, what they told us was the children that got the highest viewer response, they would fly us out. And so they added this dimension because the show was doing well, where whichever adult had won in the first two rounds, um, they would fly us out, and then Bill Cullen's stand would quite literally turn about, and they would start. And then for everyone, it was like so funny. It was like for everything they got right, you got like $100 savings bond or something like that. I got like a milkshake maker, a disc camera, if you remember those.
I do. I remember the disc.
I had like a milkshake maker or some shit. But like for me, that was where I finally was able to like, because I was just chubby enough to be like, oh, okay, you're not quite annoying. You're like sort of like a curious like gnome, and I'll entertain your questions. So I could say, hey, what is a best boy? Like a grip? Like isn't that like a thing? Like it's a person? And that was for my very first introduction to like any of that.
It's nuts, man. And like as you're a kid on a game show, does it occur to you that like, oh, I'll do this for the rest of my life? Like I'm gonna be on TV. I'm gonna be in the public space.
I knew I wanted to, but it wasn't something that was like encouraged. Of course, you have that whole, oh, I want you to be happy, darling. But the other half of it is you're a Jew from a family in Northeast. I've been given opportunities. I have a family with lawyers and doctors and business people, and then all of a sudden you like want to have a career in the arts. Famously, my bar mitzvah theme was theater, and it didn't exactly do a whole lot to dispel my grandfather's suspicion that I might be gay. Like, and like my cousin, who was this? My cousin was like the Johnny in every 80s movie, handsome, athletic, blonde, very feathered hair, like very, very much often got confused for like Silver Spoon's era Ricky Schroeder. Because
Holy shit.
that was the jump off at that time.
That kid.
And there I was like going like doing Shakespeare book reports in fourth grade or whatever. And so yeah, my cousin's theme was like sports cars, and people were seated at Ferrari and Porsche and Lamborghini, and you know my bar mitzvah, people were like, I'm sitting on a chorus line. Where are you? I'm in Oklahoma. You're like, Mickey, what the fuck's wrong with your grandson?
And you're
Get
like,
him
and
your
I
baseball."
felt nothing. I'm feeling nothing.
Yeah, exactly.
So wait, did you grow up in the city? Were you a city kid?
Brooklyn. Yeah, grew up in Brooklyn.
And so what year were you born?
74.
So I'm 70, so I'm like
Yeah.
the guy. So that mean, and Mark is in the same area. We all grew up on the same television.
For sure.
100%.
For sure. Like I caught the last whiff of Adam 12, the last whiff of OG SWAT. But I
Mhm.
was just talking about this recently to someone like and referencing like Barnaby Jones or Barney Miller or Quincy, and it was just like I was speaking Klingon. Like there was no connection. Like I came across Barney Miller and I was like so jazzed. Like I love Barney Miller and Night Court and like things whatever. But I would reference these things and they would or I'm gonna a little bit of a deep cut. Explorers with John Eric Hexum.
Of
Oh yeah,
course,
the
man.
late
Yeah,
John
and
Eric.
Mino Palouse.
The late, yes, yes, yes. That's how I learned that you could actually get killed from a blank from blank.
Yeah, John Eric Exum. Yeah.
But yeah, no, so we definitely grew up on the same TV for sure.
So that means like, so as a Broadway kid, that means you knew all the commercials, the Sweeney Todd commercial, the Chorus Line commercial, the Avita
9.
commercial, which played endlessly.
Which one?
Avita.
Oh my God. I have a true story about that. This is 100% true. I was living in Brooklyn. I was house sitting for my stepmom in a much nicer area than I was able to afford to live at the time. And I'm walking from the N train, and there was a woman, a larger woman ahead of me. I could hear she's singing, and I could tell she's singing that commercial clip from
Yeah.
Anita. So I knew the Mandy Patinkin part only because of the commercial. And I'm behind her, picturing him in a, you were supposed to have been immortal. That's all they wanted. Not much to ask for. That was the thing he always did. There was that commercial, the Cats commercial.
Yes.
On forever.
Now and Forever at the Winter Garden Theater. 9, which was like really weird.
And I also remember Your Arms Too Short to Box with God. Like
Oh,
I
yeah.
saw that commercial off that. That was more regional theater. Little Shop of Horrors. Like
Oh man.
if you grew up in the New York area and you got the New York feeds, you saw commercials for Broadway shows that
Starlight
like
Express was my go-to, man.
Which?
Would be like, wait, are they on roller skates in the
Starlight
future?
Express.
Oh,
Oh, please. My friend Alana Black, that was her. That was like I think her bat mitzvah present. She was able to take a few of her friends to like Starlight Express.
so when were you able to convince the family that like what did you go into food and that led back to TV? How's it happen?
So I did that. I went to performing arts camp, um, and um, and it did a little bit of regional theater. But no, I mean, I was kind of told like you could do this as an avocation, but you can't do this, whatever. And I just I don't know. I just still loved it. And on a $5 bet my junior year of college, I auditioned for. I went to Emory in Atlanta, Georgia,
Mhm.
and may have already said that. And sorry, I'm a little nervous. And I yeah, I have $5 bet. This guy in my fraternity had seen me do something in a sketch, like a sketch or a skit or something, and he was like, we have a professional, like an Actors Equity professional theater company here at Emory. You should audition. And he made me a bet. He said, if you show up and I don't, I owe you $5. I was broke, so and I've never welched on a bet in my life.
Mhm.
So I auditioned, and I actually met just people that were a little more true to themselves and a lot of the sort of fraternity world that I was meeting. It was very Jersey, very Long Island. And I have no, I'm not shitting on any of it. It just, I was a little bit, maybe a little more creative and whatever, whatever. And, uh, and then I asked my folks, I got a fellowship and I got a research grant, like, and I acted in Ireland right after graduation. And I toured a show and I did some stuff there. And came back and I was like acting and working on an Indian reservation in North Carolina for quite a while. And so I was doing it and I asked my folks to like just at least give me a little bit of time to at least try it and to see if I'm willing to sacrifice. And so I started in the regional theater circuit in Atlanta, booked a commercial for Kroger. I saw it recently and I was fucking atrocious. I didn't realize, I mean, the camera is like right here. You could just think it. You don't have to do anything.
Right.
The vibration is there. And I was
You're giving it.
for a Jewish kid, quite ham-fisted. And yeah, and so I did that and I I was an apprentice at Actors Theater of Louisville, where the Humana Festival of New American Plays. So Speed the Plow started there. One Flea Spare started there. Um, I'm trying to.
Plow is the David Mamet play, kids, that Madonna was in way back.
Yes, with Joe Mantegna and Ron
Joe
Silva.
Mantegna, yeah.
Another great Broadway commercial.
Yes.
Yeah, man. So I did that, and I started working in kitchens when I was about 13 for a catering company in Brooklyn. And then, yeah, just was always supplementing my acting income with food because it's the only way you could audition. So sometimes it was Skeeter's Steakhouse in Atlanta or Alon's Bakery in Atlanta and catering the Peloponnesian War for, I think it was the History Channel when I first moved out to LA in the Antelope Valley, and doing whatever I could. So I always had an interest in food and I worked in restaurants. So I was able to at least do a little bit more than just bus tables.
Mm-hmm.
And, yeah, and then I was an apprentice at Actors Theater and my father died in 98. And I feel I could mention Freud because you hit me with the W.B. Yeats quote. You mentioned the second coming about turning and turning in the widening gyre. Yeah, I mean, Freud says that the year your dad dies is like the most formative year in a man's life. I don't know if that's necessarily the truth, but it was for me. And I auditioned for Yale Drama and I got waitlisted. And so it's like, okay, there may be something there. Hit New York, pounded the pavement, did some shows at a like backstage and shit, but like got like some off-Broadway credits. And then had to earn money to help my family, went into like advertising, media buying, just wasn't for me. And then had a medical thing, and I had to leave work. And while I was recovering, I said, "Well, when was the last time I was happy?" And I was like, "I was performing." And Yale still had my recommendations on file. And I auditioned and I got into Yale and I got my master's from Yale Drama in '03. And I got my agents. And it was like the very first time I was able to like, I was actually invited to the dance. Like that was the first time I felt like, okay, I've got the chops to be in the room and I've got agents to get me in that motherfucker. So like, let's roll. And I got lucky. I mean, I booked like big enough plays that like galvanized my relationship with my agent. And then, do you remember the show with Amber Tamblyn called Joan of Arcadia?
Yeah, of course. She was the little girl that talked to God, right?
I was one of the God people.
Are you serious?
Yeah, man. I auditioned with that was also fucking crazy. Like again, being on these lots, being in these studios was wild enough. Like I always used to do that. Like if I ever got on CBS Radford,
Mhm.
Warner, Sony down in Culver, I wouldn't go full Spielberg and try to work in the stock lab, but
Right.
oh, I remember like just walking around the set of Lemony Snicket and going, this is a Hollywood set, and looking at the lights and the grid, all that stuff. I mean, I still like my heart. Like I remember seeing the water tower. They have that sick mural of the of the fight in
The
Empire.
fight, yeah.
Mhm. Yeah,
Uh,
Fox.
that was like massive, and I was so upset my dad was gone, like because I couldn't share that with him. And then yeah, then I booked Joan of Arcadia. I was Butcher God was the role, and yeah, man, getting a dressing room and having Mary Steenburgen go, "Are you God?" and
Uh,
having a scene with Amber Tamblyn. And I grew up watching West Side Story, so I knew who her dad was, and I
Mm.
watched Twin Peaks, so I knew who her dad was. Um, so that was fucking trippy. Then then I was kind of on my way out. I was working for Madison Square Garden Television because I loved acting, but it just I wanted to make a living. And am I rambling? I don't
no,
know.
no.
This
What were you
shit's
doing at
interesting. I think I'm
MSG?
only a good storyteller when I'm talking about Taco Bell.
No way. You're a good storyteller. What were you doing at MSG?
I started as a logger. I started like literally watching the time code and Loman on the totem pole. So they had me logging the Westminster Dog Show, the New York Liberty, the Devil games when you guys had like Marty Brodeur um and Stan Fischler, the Maven, the hockey Maven
Oh,
was
yeah.
on the
Stan.
network. And I used to love the way he said Yaromir Yager. Yaromir Yager.
Yes.
Um, but yes, I was at MSG, worked my way up to an AP, and that again was very valuable experience. And and that was what I was doing when I got my audition for Man versus Food. So I had built a little bit of a kitchen resume, and the only way I got into the shit that I do on Food That Built is I had pirated cable, like go with the wires, and I had free Food Network, and Alton Brown had a culinary anthropologist on an episode of his show.
Mhm.
He went to the international market. I think it's a farmers market, international market in Atlanta, outside of Atlanta and Marietta. And I was like, fuck, I knew that place. And when this culinary anthropologist started like explaining an entire civilization based on the gourds they ate or the grains they ate, I was like, no fucking way.
Mhm.
And so I just moved, I was out of work actor collecting unemployment. So I would go to the main branch of the Brooklyn Public Library and read everything I could. And I've always been like a bit of a nerd, but like really dove into the shit. And yeah, and then I had done a couple of plays. I booked again, feel free to Google them. There's a Slim Fast commercial I was in, a Bank of America NASCAR Visa card commercial that I'm in. And then uh yeah, I got this audition through my commercial agents that I signed with out of Yale. And it was like a 6 round process. Um, and my last screen test was the day I was supposed to start at MSG, like, you know, miraculously passed my piss test. Because I mean, I heard the devil's cabbage and I called Kyle Carney, my boss at the time, and I was like, listen, I just had an audition and I had to eat a double Reuben, a full order of fries, and a cream soda and celery in 30 minutes or less. And I'm feeling all kinds of fucked up right now. Is it possible to start tomorrow? And he was like, all right, you know what? Gluttony's never been used as an excuse before. I'm gonna cut you a break. And I was doing that, and then it just sort of there were like interviews, check credentials, they wanted to see my restaurant experience. But the big linchpin was I started a food journal in 1995. Um, and I just began having this compendium of knowledge of places around the country, and the culinary anthropology allowed me to glue that shit together. And because this is so fucking awkward. I'm sure you must look at me sometime and go, "Oh, Adam, Harry Chess, 1974, he's my fucking demo." But like, I'm trying to like be chill about. I apologize if I'm doing
Not at all.
nervous yammering.
Not at all.
Truth of the matter is, uh, a girl named Stephanie, just from Jersey, from Westfield, broke my heart, and I bought those Moleskine books at our school bookstore, and I bought it to write like douchebag black turtleneck, clove smoking college breakup poetry.
Right.
And I can't I couldn't, oh, dear kitty, I couldn't do a diary thing. And so
Right.
I found this restaurant. I used to love just driving around Atlanta. I found this little random tiny restaurant, and I just started like writing like my reactions to the place, what they had on the menu. Um, Van Morrison's Astral Weeks was playing. They had an Indonesian salad called Gado Gado. And then in between all the food shit, my feelings were coming out. And it was this moment I was like, oh, it doesn't have to be a stand and start. It doesn't have to be dogmatic. It doesn't have to be a gram of this, a gram of this, a gram of this shit. I feel I've been talking for a very long time. Like an asshole.
Well, no,
Yeah, that
you're
was
almost
it.
there. You're almost there. You're landing us.
Well, anyway, the upshot was that when I auditioned, Barbara Barner was the casting director, and she was like, all right, tell me about some places you like to eat. And she's like, where in the US do you like to eat or whatever else? So I think you know this, having auditioned actors, you have to kind of walk that tightrope between cockiness and confidence.
Right.
And I was like, pick a region. She's like, well, you're from Brooklyn? She's like, tell me about the Midwest. And I was like when Rambo gets pissed and he comes in with the M6.
Right.
What did it say? Murdoch, I'm coming back for you. But yeah, it was like that moment. And then I got blessed. So I did that. And so Food That Built, which is obviously what I'm here for. And
Oh, but
it's not
slow down. I want to know about Man versus Food. Like, what was that? What was it? 3 seasons you were on that show?
so we shot 3 in 2 years.
Oh,
Um yeah. It was a weird time.
um,
For those unfamiliar, what was the premise of versus?
Man versus Food. I would go to a different American city, sample some iconic eateries, and take on sort of a locally iconic food challenge. Sometimes it was something large, sometimes it was something spicy, sometimes it had a ridiculous, unpredictable time clock or a physical challenge commensurate with it. And that was it. And it was on History Channel. It started December of 2008 with the Amarillo episode. We shot the pilot in Memphis, but fitting that I'm in Tennessee now. But yeah,
So they were like, we have an idea for a show. We got to find a guy,
I
and
think that's
that's how it happened.
hotel. Huh?
They had an idea for a show, and they wanted to find the guy for the.
Precisely.
I would have thought that you went to them and said, "This is what I want to do. I have an idea for a show," and they're like, "All right," but instead, they were going to build a show, and they were like, "This is the guy to head the show up."
So the truth is, I had heard that the show was initially meant for the host of a show that was on, you may remember, called Human Weapon, where the guy was like learning different fighting styles. In New York, you might remember if you came over the Manhattan Bridge, there was a huge billboard for it that had like an actual three-dimensional dude doing like a ki and like breaking the words of it apart. Right by that old, it used to be one of the doper kung fu theaters my dad and I would go to, right by the Manhattan Bridge, right at the very foot of Canal. But anyway, um, but I was this random X Factor. And my final screen test was, this is the truth. Final screen test was Valentine's Day of '08 at Katz's. And when I came out of Yale, I knew because there was no direct matriculation to acting success that I needed a fucking path. And I bought a book, me and these moleskins, right? But I put a 5-year plan in place. Like I'm gonna get my SAG card after because they were different, they were separate at that time. I'm gonna book a national commercial. I'm gonna book a Lort A theater. And I have very specific goals. And I got Man versus Food almost 5 years to the day. It was like crazy. Um, but yeah, I did a thing. And so this is the truth. We were at Katz's. And Katz's is pretty expensive. I mean, being honest with your
The deli?
yeah, yeah.
It's
Cats,
pricey.
cats
I
and
ate there
sandwiches.
once years ago, but like,
Oh, you haven't been?
once years ago, I ate at Katz's, if I remember.
Oh,
But I wouldn't remember the price. You're saying the food was pricey?
Still is.
Really?
And I went to do research because I heard that's where my screen test was. I bought a t-shirt. I interviewed everyone on my own. Like I just asked 1,000 questions, bought a t-shirt, and I took it home. I cut the collar out of it, and I spent like $5 laundering it to make it look old. And I wore a hoodie to my last screen test, and I rehearsed my read to camera, which would eventually become the format for the show. And in point of fact, people don't know this. Um, the show was supposed to be called Pig Out. And
Yeah.
like, I'm not really down to host a fucking show called Pig Out. Um, so it was Valentine's Day, and I said, this is Lower East Side. It's a new Valentine's Day massacre. And this is the battle of man versus food. And food, it ain't your day, that thing. And then I went on this whole rant about Katz's. And then I said, and if you think I'm reading this off a cue card or if I'm just a big fan, I went, this is my own t-shirt. Like, this is my own personal t-shirt. Big fan. So I found out at the end of season one, we had already been picked up for a second season, 3 episodes in. The vice president of Travel Channel told me, he's like, we weren't sure, but then when you showed us that t-shirt and your screen test, we're like, it's the fucking man. I was like, I'm that t-shirt. I got a story for you.
What was your like? I guess the damage that show did to you, like, because I watched that show. I like greasy spoon places. I like,
Right.
I'm a fucking, diner drive-ins and dives guy.
Hmm.
Like, so that always appealed to me. But just watching you do that thing of like, I gotta eat the hottest thing in the world, or I gotta eat, 12 feet of this or whatever. I'm like, what is this dude's life after that? Like, what's the rest of his week like? What's like, how much is he spending time in the gym? Like, what is
The first 10 episodes were like the baton death march. Those are the ones that I still look back and go, how did I make it? Because I was low man on the totem pole, boilerplate contract. Gratitude is the attitude. At least I now have something on IMDb, right? Like I got something. And because no one's going, oh, are you the were you in the episode State of Grace from Joan of Arcadia? Did you play Andy the delivery guy on All My Children? It's like, so I finally knew I had this credit, but there was no break. We don't have wardrobe on our show. I was wardrobe. We had makeup locally, but so I would have to do a challenge, go back to the hotel, pack all my shit while feeling miserable, and then get on an airplane like a highly pressurized environment and turbulence, land and go right into filming some more hyper indulgent food. And eventually, once the show became successful, and I was able to say, look, if you want the show to keep going, I need breaks. I need recovery days from these challenges, or I need a half day to prep for certain challenges. So, what it did to me, I mean, I'll tell you one thing for sure, like, it's crazy to think about it. I did a challenge in New Orleans where I ate 180 oysters once.
Mm.
And that messed me up with like seafood for a while, oysters in particular for like 3 years. Um, and yeah, like I'm a guy who's struggled with his weight, I suppose, all my life. So I think that it was like there was the real man versus food, right? Because I'm everything I'm eating is super delicious, but super indulgent and saturated fat, and this, that, and the other. Um, and I don't know. I mean, it's like my whole life at some point or another, someone was like taking a shot at me for my weight, and now I'm on television like the biggest fucking bullseye in the world. And it's not like, oh, I'm a heavy set guy who's a commentator on golf. I'm a heavy set guy who's like face fucking a 5 pound burrito, and you're like, oh, he doesn't look well. So I just kept trying to like work out. So I did. I worked out fairly consistently on the road. And people are like, oh, bullshit. It's like, if you think I'm fat now, can you imagine I didn't work out at all? Like, you have to shoot this thing in like CinemaScope. Like, this was tough. But I think about the fact that when Man vs. Food came out, prior to the pandemic, that was the worst time for independent restaurants.
Mhm.
And we brought like 100 to 300% more business to every single one of these restaurants. And that's very meaningful to me. And I've stayed in touch and stayed friends with the owners. We filmed in Pittsburgh at the place that's voted best breakfast in Pittsburgh. And the man that I was on camera with passed. And and everyone of their own volition were like sending flowers to the place and to the man's family and stuff. Like
Sweet.
good group and a nice mission to like I'm glad I don't have to fucking do it anymore.
Like, was you leaving the show a Adam call, or like, because from a pure viewer perspective, I was like, I hope he said I'm done.
Yes.
That's just trying to kill me.
Yes, but not for the reasons people think. Everyone thinks, oh, dude, he went to the doctor and they were like, oh, your blood type is ragu. Like, you need to fucking stop, homie. But no, I don't know. I think I'm a pretty smart guy. When I'm not on this podcast, I generally can be somewhat entertaining. And I felt I was looked at kind of like a junkyard goat. Like I felt that to an extent, people were just like the joke was he'll eat it, you can eat it, and that's all I was like the happy fun eating machine. And despite the fact that I would do, I was made into a producer, and despite the fact that you know there is someone knocking at my hotel door. This is so embarrassing. May I tell him to fuck off, please? Is that inappropriate?
Absolutely. We'll listen in. We'll make sure nothing bad happens.
Thank you.
Yeah. I'm gonna dial 9-1 and then leave the finger over the other one just in case.
While he's answering the door, let's do an ad, shall we?
Ooh, yeah, let's do it.
Kids, our final ad of the evening. Thanks for hanging out with us, man. Adam giving us that good man versus food history. Next up, the food that built America. Speaking of food, let me tell you something. The good folks at Graza. Oh my Lord, man. These folks, Graza, make olive oil that I legit use on a regular basis. I do a lot of grilling at home. We got a barbecue. So before I put anything on the barbecue, and it's all, I don't want to get into this, but they're vegan meats. I had a heart attack, so I went vegan and blah, blah, blah. But I just don't want to say like I use barbecue and everyone's like he eats meat. I haven't eaten meat in 7 years since the heart attack and shit. But I still cook things on the barbecue grill. So I use the Graza, man. I put it on a rag, fucking do the grill, and then turn that shit on, fire it up. Everything cooks amazingly, man. Good folks at Graza, kids. This episode of Fat Man Beyond is brought to you by the good folks at Graza. My new favorite olive oil, and that's true. I use it like crazy now all the time. It's fresh, it's never blended. You use it as well. I see it in Whole Foods. It's like all over the place. It's a real
with the green nozzle.
That's the one,
Yes.
man.
Comes sizzle and drizzle.
A symbol. That's right. Oh my God, you can do this ad. Comes with a single from a single type of olive, the picule. Do you know what that is, Adam?
What is it?
The picule, Picual.
Oh, the part of the olive.
Straight out of Jaén, Spain, where over half the world's olive oil is produced. It all comes from a single type of olive, their olive oil, Graza's. Other places, they took a bunch of olives, oil them and stuff, and that's what you get. These cats are like, we take one olive, that's it. We don't mix it with others, man. Single origin goodness. Only one olive from one region, no mysterious blends. That means a traceable, fresher product without mixing in any lower grade or unknown oils, man. Super fun. Squeeze and spray bottles. No more messy tins or drippy spouts. Just aim, squeeze, and go. As mentioned, 3 types for any task. We got the frizzle. That's a new one, man. With a higher 490 degrees Fahrenheit smoke point, perfect for frying, crisping, or grilling. The sizzle, 410 degrees, and everyday cooking oil for roasting, marinating, and sauteing. And the drizzle, a bold, punchy finishing oil you can sprinkle on salads, dip in bread, or even top off ice cream. I use this stuff, man. Like, I love anybody sends a free product and shit, but a free product that I actually use to cook. Like, I ingest this shit constantly, man, and it's good. I'm sure they're like, don't call it shit, but it's good, man. What you're gonna get, 10% off your first order on Graza's site. But I personally suggest grabbing the trio. That's all 3 squeezy bottles: the sizzle, the frizzle, and the drizzle. So you're set for every style of cooking, man. Head to Graza.com and use Fatman, Fatman, to get 10% off Trio, which includes the sizzle, the frizzle, and the drizzle, and get to cooking your next chef quality meal. Mark, do you want to add anything?
Just a quick little, it's graza.co, not .com.
.com, that's right. CO, my bad.
Yeah.
Oh,
I don't know, man. Internet's a funky place. But hey, get
we
some good olive oil.
We thank the good folks at Graza.co, man. Go check them out. Seriously, like they make a hell of a olive oil. It's tasty as hell. And I legit use it to cook all the time. Think of them all the time when I sit there and take the squeezy bottle on the rag, do this shit. Once, and they send a commercial too, like video ads.
Ooh, sexy.
Okay.
All right. The foods that built America.
What is it? Is it after Man v. Food that they're like, we love you? Can you jump into this?
Not directly. So, Man v. Food, I left in sort of 2010, early 2011. Then we did Man versus Food Nation, where I was like coaching locals to do it. Meh. And then I did Best Sandwich in America. Whatever. I did a bunch of other shit. And Food That Built America came along. I did a game show, a food game show on NBC, which helped, like, I guess maybe raise my profile. And I did a show on ITV in Britain. And that was a big thing too, was I didn't realize the following I had abroad. And so Man versus Food is now in 38 countries. And because I speak a few languages, so it's made things a little easier when I have to do the press stuff. Um, and yeah, it's which is bananas, but I've been able to have this whole other, like, currently I have a show on Food Network UK that's going into season 3. But anyway, so they saw that they would be able to sell my stuff elsewhere. And so yeah, 2019, I think it was, Lucky 8 Productions reached out. And I think it was because they realized, so I wrote 2 books, and the first book was kind of about this stuff. And I put in like the sort of culinary anthropology and the fun stories behind that I dork out on, that I figured other people would too, and I'm able to be like, hey, Haribo is called Haribo because the guy who created it was Hans Riegel from Bonn, Germany. And he did a portmanteau. They took the HA from Harry, the RI from Riegel, and the BO from Bonn, and Haribo. So I got into it, and so that's what they did. They did season 1, it did well, and that's when season 2, the idea was, okay, we'll do the icons, then we'll do the rivalries, then we'll do season 3 was going to be a contrast, like the ones that succeeded and the ones. So we'll do Mrs. Fields. You could tell your wife that was maybe the first woman that we profiled, Debbie Fields.
Yeah, whose
Brilliant.
fortune when her and her husband, like, they were the first people to be like, what if we had a computerized inventory?
I'm
And they
so
had
impressed by your knowledge of this, man.
oh, bro, I go hard on these shows. Like, they had an intranet so they could keep stock of how many cookies they were selling. And they sold that system to Burger King long before she ever sold Mrs. Fields for like a bunch of money. They were just able to sell the technology, and Burger King was like, we'll use this. Like, crazy stuff that you would have never thought of in a million years.
And it's also, like you say, people betting on themselves. That's the most inspirational part of this whole thing to me. I mean, she couldn't get a
100%.
loan.
100%. Like, it's a series of people who, like, take out small loans. What was the one that was it Subway? The guy was like, I'll give you $1,000 to open a sub shop.
The craziest thing with Subway was it was 2 scientists. It was literally a scientist and the son of the janitor. It's like Good Will Hunting almost.
Yes.
Son of the janitor who works in the lab where the scientists work. And he says, hey, could you give my son a look in? Could you give him an opportunity around, literally at a cookout? And he saw an ad, and they opened 2 Subways. At most places open one and then they open another, but they did 2 so that they could have they use scientific method, so they could have a test and a control, a test and a control. And that's how they figured out the formula for Subway.
It's nuts, man.
Crazy.
What like how long is an average day of shooting? Like, do you do multiple episodes in one day? And you know your shit. Like,
Thanks, man.
it seems to be that like you come in and I, you know what, it don't even seem to be. I know for a fact the cats at Lucky Eight were like, let me tell you something. Like he is fed no lines. He comes in over prepared for every subject. Like he knows his shit. Because I was like, they when I talked about it, they're like, you want to come do an interview? I was like, fuck yeah. So I interviewed for
I heard you're going to be on it, right?
I'm going to be on the mega brands. So I sat and I told them, I was like, I'll try to keep, I said, normally when I talk for long periods of time. I said, I'll try to keep it compact because I know I'm going to try. The gold standard is Adam Richman. I said, I'm going to keep it Adam Richman pithy. And they go, Adam doesn't keep it Adam Richman pithy. They're like, Adam talks.
You just unfortunately bore witness to it. And I'm sorry.
Well,
I apologize to all of your audience.
Not at all, man. That was all good shit. But they said that like you can exposit for long periods of time on the subject matter. They said you were absolute gold for them. And like one of the key components, if not key component, like aside from coming up with the topics and writing, it all has to be presented and sold. And not just like, hey, he's the face of the franchise, but you are, but you know your shit. Like you come to the day and you're like, oh, let me tell you about these two companies, these rival companies. That means you give a shit. You're paying attention. You're not just there to, cash a check and shit. You can tell on camera you're engaged and enthusiastic.
You know what it is? Like, I feel like it's those old gunfighter movies, like you bring your five best, I'll bring my five best, and I'll see you on the mesa kind of thing.
Mhm.
Because they clearly, right, they've already delineated which recreations they're doing. And you can tell the story of Coca-Cola 1,000 different ways, but they're like, we're telling this story. Here's the recreations. So they tell you what they're going to cover, and then I just go mad, like, because I want to have the dope shit that no one else has. So Pabst, a perfect example. When we did Pabst versus Schlitz season 2, and Pabst was a boat captain. His boat wrecked by Milwaukee. That's why he started making beer. That's why he settled in Milwaukee. And I went so deep, I found a stub for the tickets on his boat. I found the name of his boat. I found the type of boat he had. Shit that was never going to make the light of day. But I guess it sort of grounds me in that world. And look, you've worked with some of the best actors to ever fucking draw breath. And so I feel that there's something, an actorly sensibility about pushing narrative and raising stakes. And so I ask them to tell me, like, is this an act break? Is this a break to commercial?
Mm.
Is this a tease? Because that way I know you don't want to over egg the custard too much,
Right.
but also they give me latitude to say some fucked up things and they keep them in. And now, history's doing that show. I do that show with Dan Aykroyd called The Unbelievable, which is coming back for another season.
What is that? What's that?
Dude, that one's the sickest. That's the one that I like. To me, when I love this show that I'm on currently with you and have so much respect for you and Mark, that like that's the type of shit that your wheelhouse. So that's the one where like there are stories that are quite literally so insane that you can't believe that they are real. So they're anchored by Dan Aykroyd doing the sort of interstitials and the ins and outs. And then I did one with Danny Trejo. I think they called it Mysteries Unearthed. I think that's what they ultimately called it. It was called The Unexplained, but now they call it Unearthed. And then Henry Winkler is hosting one called Hazardous History that I just shot my first day on. But so the unbelievable is ones like, have you heard of Operation Habakkuk?
Mm-mm.
It's shortest thing. Okay, so Titanic is sunk by icebergs, very problematic. They say we can't afford to, the Cunard line has lots of politicians in their pocket. We can't afford to have these ice flows destroying these luxury liners. So they take their fleet out, their submarines and aircraft to try to destroy big icebergs. They suddenly realize icebergs are hard as shit to destroy. And someone in the War Department says, what if we built an aircraft carrier out of an iceberg? And they actually did it. And They shoot the shit out of it, whatever. Ultimately, FDR determines it's going to be too expensive, but it's still there to this day, and it's on the bottom of a lake in Canada, but it's a full aircraft carrier made of ice, sunk. Um, Spontaneous human combustion, and the story of Dorothy Reeser and how she was burnt completely. All they ever found was her foot, her left foot, in a shoe. The chair she was sitting on was completely gone. There was everything was burned, but nothing else in the apartment was touched. There was a stack of newspapers next to her, completely fine. There was smoke directly above. But for a human body to be completely immolated, it has to be about 4,000 degrees for about 3 hours. And so you're assuming that a 4,000 degree flame burned and she didn't wake up. Um, and so there's like all these different hypotheses about that. And again, that was one of those things I got real granular on and found out because like the doorknob was hot to the touch. A painter came and used his rag and opened the door, and there was this greasy pile of ash. And you can see the photos, and it's just her foot. It's just her foot and a black slipper on it. And they found what they so the belief was it was called the wicking effect, where her body fat was the fuel for this flame. She had taken a Seconal that night and she was smoking. And they think that her nightgown caught fire. But what doesn't make sense is how is a human body, how is a human being catch fire and not wake up on 1 second? And there was one guy who said he saw a ball of flame go in her window and he was sort of disappeared. So that's like unbelievable. It's
So,
fucking.
so are you the Mulder or the Scully in this? Because this all sounds very much, I mean, and it's an X-File, ultimately, right?
Mhm.
Or is it, are you like, do you do on that show what you do on the food that built America? Like, are
Talking
you the
head,
guy?
100%, 100%. Yeah. I mean, I think that it's how do you take it's you never want to be too inside baseball, but like I'll be honest with you, because you're kind of a hero of mine, right? Like I couldn't afford cable till I got on cable. And once I saw that there were that's not a soundbite, man. That's a
That's
fucking
good.
truth.
That's a good line, though.
Oh, merci bien. But the truth is, once I saw that there were 999 other channels that people could watch, I felt that there was a debt of like professionalism, like I had to fucking rise to. And I also felt you had to meet people where they were. And I think that Man versus Food worked because I wasn't getting into emulsions and protein structures of eggs and spumas and foams. Like there are better chefs than I that are much more qualified, but that speaks to a very specific, and I'd much rather be the people's champ. So I think like if I can grab you in with the stakes, I had a great mentor at Actors Theater who said an audience is not going to stay with you for a quarterfinal. They want a championship match. And so if I don't imbue the story of Toll House with life and death stakes, it's just factoids. I'm just spitting facts at you. Get there from a fucking Snapple cap. You don't need me.
Hmm.
But if I'm able to say to you, like, I don't know if you're aware, like Toll House, they had been robbed at gunpoint.
That's in the fucking episode. At one point, they show a scene where they're like, they're in the restaurant, and somebody comes in and fucking robs them.
And so they were on the balls of their ass. They had no money. And she was going to make these little chocolate cookies as a little addendum, like when they throw in the crackers with your soup. But the chocolate didn't melt. And she was like, ah. And that was this thing. I mean, so yeah, there's a few women. You could tell your wife, there's Debbie Fields, there is Margaret Rudkin from Pepperidge Farm.
Mhm.
Um, and in terms of I'm glad you touched on that, Mark, about the white men that built America, because I like that we don't have to hide from that. Did you see the Buffalo Wing episode?
No, I didn't
Yeah.
catch that one yet.
So John Young was the guy who's really, so everyone says it's the D'Alessandro family from the Anchor Bar in Buffalo, New York.
Hmm.
But there was a man named John Young, and Jefferson Street was sort of the Black Main Street in Buffalo.
Hmm.
There were terrible riots, race riots in the 70s, and he moved with his family to about, like, I think it was Schaumburg, um, where Herr Riefenberg is from. But he was the first one. He actually did like a DC mumbo sauce in Buffalo, but that was the first hot wing that was available there. But and the Delisandros famously ate there. So it was nice to be able to give him his flowers. By the same token, the Mrs. Fields episode, we contrast that one with Wally Amos from Famous Amos.
Yeah. That's a good
And
episode, man. And his story is also like movie worthy.
heartbreaking.
Yeah.
Heartbreaking.
Yeah.
I
I
mean,
mean, it's the thing that I always appreciate about watching you is that there's an authority that you bring to it, and that authority feels earned. And I think that the earning, and at least for me, comes from having been with you for as long as I've been with you. And so, like, bringing the gravity and the physical price that you paid for Man v Food, then to Foods That Built America. And then they like, here's a dude who did his research, who spent his time, who has, he's been in the stacks, he's learned some shit, and I was bringing it to an audience. And I think that authority is kind of what lets you then be funny and let you go deep and let you nerd out, because we all believe that you know this shit. And then you bring it to the unexplained. Whether or not I know that you know anything about, spontaneous human combustion doesn't quite matter, because you've already got the authority that you built here, that you originated there. And like, that's the story. You're a person who knows things, and I'm bringing you the things that I know. And an audience will always show up to learn a thing.
thank
And
you. Very
and
kind.
also it's one thing to know a thing, it's another thing to convey that thought. You're a raconteur, man. Like, you could literally hold forth on any subject. And for people who like work in the business of like, let's get a camera on that, someone like you is invaluable,
I'm
because
dying.
they ain't got to provide you with a script. They can just sit you up in front of a camera and be like, talk.
That said, though, I mean, I'm not like I do miss acting, and I think it's tough now, right? I think that the zeitgeist has pigeonholed me as host and presenter, and I love doing it. I'm very grateful. I've lived a life far beyond the dreams of a kid who was on unemployment from a single parent family in Brooklyn, New York. And but like I do miss it. And so I think that maybe there's a little bit of that performative outlet, but I miss it. Like I miss fucking learning lines, and I miss the rubric of playing an action and shit. Like, yeah, of course I do. But it's the coolest. I'm so dying for you guys to see Adam Eats the 80s now. And I felt like such a toolbox after your incredibly kind mention of the show that Jason Liebig, who's also on Food That Built, he's got the
Yeah,
porn-
he's on. He's on. Is that really how you pronounce his name? Like, for a month now, I've been saying to my wife, you can't. It can't be Liebig.
if I mispronounced the J, I apologize.
I think
it's
it is
Liebig.
though. I think it is. Like, there's, I was like, maybe it's Liebig or something like that, but it's spelled.
He's the one who sent me your clip.
Did he?
Yes, and he
I
knew
tell him I'm a
because
fan, dude. I've watched him talk about so much shit. Like,
same. And that was the thing. I met him at the season 6 premiere party, and I told him, I said, dude, I'm so starstruck meeting you. What the fuck are you talking about? It's like I collect like food packaging, and I'm a bit of like a nerd about food pack. I'm like, you're so good on the show, because I said you span that gap between the silly histrionic shit I do and the sort of very nerdy stodgy stuff, because you're able to sort of walk that line. He's fantastic. But I was telling him, so I shot this show. It's on that one, I think is on Disney Plus. It's called Adam Eats the 80s. And I thought about you a lot. I thought about this show that I'm on right now a lot during that one, because it was going to Rancho Obi-Wan in Petaluma and tracking down an unopened thing of the Pepperidge Farm uh, cookies and
the
drinking it with
Star
blue
Wars Pepperidge
milk.
Farm cookies.
Yeah. Oh my God. Those are like, this guy even had the molds. He had found. Have you never been to Rancho Obi-Wan?
Steve Sansweet's place.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. You see, you have. He's got the remnants of Qui-Gon Jinn, and he had all the things. He had the unopened packs of Star Wars cards and the waxy thing. And incidentally, we filmed that on Yom Kippur. And the first thing I ate was an old thing of gum that just sort of disintegrated in my mouth.
Way to break
Uh,
it fast.
But I love the references. See, that's the other thing too, is like the references that you guys make. they speak to me, and I feel that like if I can do that with food and talk about Glenn Bell from Taco Bell or and connect it, I don't know, you know, what was that? Was that in High Fidelity? John Cusack is
Mm.
talking about like how he seduced Lisa Bonet, and it's just because they like the same shit in pop culture.
I think so.
And he's like, I think it's like if I can get the story of orange juice to be less than shitty, which mega brands are they going to have you talk about? Do you know?
Yeah, I did. I don't know if I'm allowed to say. I mean, I guess they wouldn't care. It's for the season coming up. We did denim, so it was Levi Strauss versus Lee.
Mhm.
We did. Let's see. Scott towels, Kimberly Clark. So toilet paper,
Mhm.
the invention of toilet paper, which is fucking fascinating.
Right?
Tissues and Kotex, which existed first. This was the wow fact. Kotex came before the tissue. They're like a tissue is just a flattened Kotex, like shit like that. Where you're like, what? Why Kotex even came into being was also fucking fascinating. Um, there were one was Kodak and Polaroid, so that was fucking a blast. And also like personal because it's like without Kodak, I don't get to tell my story. Clerks shot on Kodak film. But then there were ones that I was like, oh, kids, I'm not going to be very useful. And I wound up going deep. One was cars. So like Ford, General Motors,
Minivan,
Chevy, and the minivan, eventually the
pony
minivan.
cars. Yep.
Yes, and pony cars. And then the other was tires, Goodyear and Firestone, which I told them, I was like, I don't know anything about cars, guys. But their point was like, we need people that don't know things about this to ease people like you into the subject matter. So I was like, all right, great, then that makes sense. And sometimes they go for a personal approach. If I'm not like, I don't know anything about Harvey Firestone, they'll just be like, what's your memory of tires in childhood? Like, and so you start in on an anecdote that they're like, we could pull that. It was a fascinating fucking process, but all of them, because they've all work to do, all of them had nothing but high praise for you.
Wow.
And every time I was like, when I would finish, they was like, that was good. I was like, but is it Adam Richman good?
Bullshit.
They're like, there's only
Did
one.
you do like a hot five on the Torch Song trilogy?
Harvey Firestein.
Stone.
Yes.
I was just doing John Lovett's impression of him from SNL from my mom the other day. I just want to be loved. Is that
so wrong?
Because he did a sketch. There was a sketch where Phil Hartman played Lee Iacocca.
Yeah. Buy a Chrysler.
In that episode. And at one point he said, if I were a gay bee, would you love me then? And he whispers in his ear, and Lee Iacocca's like, you'd have to buy a Ram van for that. But yeah, I mean, look, they had Jizza talking about they had RZA talking about peanut butter cups a couple seasons ago.
Yeah.
I think it's because, yeah, when we talk about toys that build, like that's what I was saying, like talking about He-Man and talking about G.I. Joe with the Kung Fu grip and Light Bright and Etch a Sketch and stuff. And for me, I fully admit, like, I love the nickel knowledge that I get to share. So my little cousins like popsicles, and I babysit, and I was like, hey, do you know that popsicles because it was Pop's icicle and his kids named it, or Spaghetti-O because one of the kids dropped it on his shirt, or even the fact that it's round because a guy saw spaghetti in a circle.
That blew my fucking mind, man, where he was just like, they were like, the year is 1956. Children don't eat spaghetti. And like, they just break it down where they're like, kids, you would never give a kid spaghetti. It's too fucking messy and hard to eat. But the Spaghetti-O allows a kid with a spoon to eat spaghetti without the help of an adult and shit. Changes the world. Nuts. Shit like that. And I know some people are like, hey man, this is like, who gives a shit about SpaghettiOs? It's crazy how much you will give a shit about SpaghettiOs when the storytelling is presented as grippingly as any feature or streaming show. Adam mentioned early on, they got a budget for their recreations, man. So it's like sometimes you're watching people talk about what's going on and talk about history, but then you're watching a recreation. They'll take it back. They'll do period pieces. Most of this stuff happens after World War I and after World War II. The origins begin. So they're shooting. There's like I've told the guys that this weekend, I was like, that Titans, man, that had money. And they're like, oh yeah, that was the beginning. We had lots of money. Then
yeah.
Then you have to figure out
Things are scaled back. Have you noticed that the recreation actors have less lines now?
Yeah.
I asked why it was, because we also did one called Icons That Built America, and there's an executive at History at A&E, and he's someone I respect very highly, a guy named Eli Learer, and he was very astute, and he was saying, I can't have the actors talk in the recreations on Icons That Built America because they're just going to do a Sylvester Stallone impression. They're just going to do a Bruce Lee impression. Right. So to know how much, because there were other ones, my favorite scene is where Pizza Hut tried to buy Domino's, and the actor who was playing Dan Carney, who founded, one of the founders of Pizza Hut, has this very like intense Vincent Kartheiser kind of energy, but like, I don't want to say ham-fisted, but it's very intense. It's very, very General Hospital. Yeah. There's the scene he asks the founder of Domino's, it's like, so you're not going to sell, huh? All right, that's fine. Just know we'll never stop coming for you.
He does get intense.
It's like, oh man, but I like that you guys talked about the regional pride. That really touched me that you did that on the time you mentioned that, because that's been the biggest feedback that I've gotten. I didn't expect that.
In terms of what? People going like, oh man, the food's from where I'm from kind of thing?
Like what you said about Campbell's soup the first time you guys mentioned it.
Yeah. It's like suddenly you feel like, oh my God, that's Jersey. That's my neck of the woods. Like that was happening where we live. And every time, like, because generally they'll do like, meanwhile, and they'll tell the story of one of the companies and then move to the other. So every time they move back to the Campbell factory, they use the font of the product and they'll write like, Camden, New Jersey. And I'm like, what? They know us. They see us. We're a part of history.
It's crazy to think though, like, yeah, it's red and white because of the Cornell uniform. And I can't see that can and not think of the Cornell uniform. Like that's, like I always thought Hydrox was a knockoff Oreo. I didn't realize it came first.
Same. That was one of the first things I shared with people after I watched the show. I was like, which came first, Hydrox or Oreo? And they're like, Oreo. I'm like, wrong. It was Hydrox. Shit like that. The show is fun, kids, because you walk away so fucking smart about shit that people care about. Sometimes you learn things in life. Let's say you're great at math. Not everyone gives a fuck. Everyone gives a fuck about SpaghettiOs. You can catch anyone's attention with the story of SpaghettiOs, man. So
that's the slogan. That's the new slogan.
Yeah, use that. History Channel called me. It's Sunday nights. Is that when it's on?
Sundays. Yeah, they marathon the thing out of it. And I also like what you said about it being like the as a comic fan myself, what I love about the origin story aspect of it. I like knowing that Marvin Gaye wrote Famous Amos a check and Helen Reddy wrote a check and that Wally Amos discovered Simon and Garfunkel.
Right. It's shit that you're like, what? Like it's like cocktail party science, but cocktail party anecdotes. Like, if you're ever like, boy, I don't know what to talk about in public, fucking watch this show. Because you can just stand at any moment, be like, did you know that fucking Goodyear and Firestone hated each other so much that they innovated to the point that we have better tires? Because it's just useful, fun, fucking information. Adam, you've mentioned you're a geek, so do you want to stick around while we talk about stuff that's not food?
I would be honored, and I promise to talk less.
Oh my God, you don't have to talk less. In the chat, everyone was just like, this guy's fucking great. And then there were a lot of people who were like, that's the Man v. Food guy.
He's alive? Yeah. Otherwise, people are going, Fred Savage looks terrible, but Jay Leno looks great.
Fred Savage looks terrible. Kids, let's talk about a lot of people in chat asking, would you talk about the State Farm commercial? Did everyone see the State Farm Batman/Bateman commercial?
Yes.
Adorable. Look, Jason Bateman would have to do something cataclysmic in order for me to not find him charming or watchable. And this you can imagine the pitch session with like Bateman, Batman, like, oh,
I get
and
it.
I'm sure they paid him a king's ransom, but it was worth it, man. Honestly, one of the truest depictions of Gotham City villains, like in any media I've ever seen. It's kind of nuts, right?
I mean, once you decide, all right, Jason Bateman's going to be Batman, then everything else has to be real.
It's good. It's a good spot. If you haven't seen it yet, kids, check it out. Meanwhile, let's give them what they want to know about. Let's talk about Daredevil. Adam, you watching Daredevil on Disney Plus by any chance?
I haven't seen the new one. Also, Mark, is that the Conan, the Thulsa Doom shirt you're wearing?
Yes. What is
Oh,
best?
it is. Okay. Sorry, I'm sorry. I could see the edge of it on the frame. Apologize.
It is either that or it's the Mumra staff, but I choose to believe it's Thulsa Doom.
Let's hear the lamentations of the women.
Yes.
Let us talk about Daredevil. Last episode, not last week, but last episode, we talked about 1 and 2, episodes 1 and 2, right?
Yes.
So 3 and 4 have happened.
Indeed.
And they're happening right now. You can go watch it at Disney Plus. It is we are 4 episodes into, what is it? Reported.
It's 9 episodes for this season and another 9 coming next year at some point. But I think it was an 18 episode order, all in.
This is a long story. We're on chapter 4. Great seeing all these characters back. Love seeing these actors play these characters. Like seeing the introduction of was the character's name Muse. But it still feels like there are scenes missing, and it you know what I'm saying? It feels like a bit choppy, not in a way where it's like I can't watch this, but it feels like the Netflix run had a vision and stuck with it, and it feels like this one, as we heard, they went back and reshot some stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I think the initial idea for this series was going to be a legal procedural, so that every episode is going to be a different case. And that's kind of what it was designed to be. It's like, let's make TV the way they make TV. Let's make Perry Mason, but with Matt Murdock. And then they steered away from that idea and then wanted to make it somewhat more serialized, but they had still shot a bunch of the show. Right. And so you start to get things like the White Tiger story felt like it was supposed to be just 1 episode, but then they kind of stretched it over 2 episodes and filled in some other stuff. You know, he's got a girlfriend, he's the Wilson Fisk and his wife stuff, like all of that feels like it was, you know, I'm not going to say filler, but it was sort of maneuvered in to fill some gaps. This episode, the 4th episode, which was like the law cases, guy who stole some desserts from a bodega, you know, who gets arrested for it and doesn't want to go to jail. And so Matt Murdock has to keep him out of jail. That's the legal story, which is like thin at best.
There was a whole scene where both the acting, Charlie Cox is wonderful, and whoever he was acting with in the scene did good. But like, it was him trying to cut a deal with the prosecutor.
Yeah.
And it really felt like I was like, oh, she's going to get killed by the end of the episode. You don't spend this much time with a character unless something bad is going to happen and she's just been introduced and stuff. But no, it was just him trying to get the guy's sentence down.
Yes.
And
at Murdoch lawyering.
Yeah. And so if that was the original incarnation of the show, I don't think they strayed too far from it. It does feel more like a legal procedure. And I understand part of the storyline is him not wanting to pull on the mask and do violence and stuff. But, you know, it is called Daredevil.
And apparently we don't get to see him in the suit for a little while longer.
Seriously?
Yeah.
I thought in this episode, there was moments where it looked like, you know, where it's like, oh, he's going to, I mean, he does look at the mask, spoilers. At one point, he's looking at the mask. So you're like, all right, suit up. Here we go. Because he hasn't suited up since the opening of the first episode.
Which itself was a reshoot because they didn't even have that in the original incarnation.
And honestly, one of the most compelling moments in the series so far. Like they, you know, if it was a reshoot, they certainly did so with good reason. Kick the series off with a bang where you're like, holy shit. and honestly felt very much like a comic book. And I don't mean this in any sort of condescending way. It felt comic booky in the best possible way. In a comic book, people go out to dinner and all of a sudden a guy in a fucking mask shows up, start fucking killing everybody, and the other guy puts his fucking mask on and starts fighting back. Like, it just really worked. But it feels like maybe Kevin Feige saw what they had done and kind of like us was like, is he ever going to put the suit on? How about you start with him in the suit, and that'll buy you some time to tell legal procedural. Again, no complaint, because I'll watch fucking Daredevil all day long, and Charlie Cox and Vincent D'Onofrio are absolutely wonderful, but there's some scenes that feel like, can we move on? Can we,
Yeah, it seems to be riding on the fact that once an episode, we're going to get some scene with somebody from the actual Daredevil show. Like, we're going to get a diner scene between, Kingpin and Daredevil, except it's Wilson Fisk and Matt Murdock. And it's going to be like the scene in Heat, where it's like, all right, but if you catch me, I'm going to do this. But if I catch you, I'm going to do that. Like, it's that scene, which is great because it's fucking Vincent D'Onofrio and Charlie Cox. In episode 4, you get Johnny Bernthal back as Frank Castle,
who is absolutely fucking wonderful. Not for nothing, but like, and everybody loves Bernthal. I've never seen people say like, fuck this guy, but like, what a treasure. Because this dude pops into something and he just owns a goddamn scene, and he brings everything to fucking life. He brings like a Robert De Niro like intensity to literally everything he does. But he's human and compelling. Like that scene in The Bear in the last season, like where he came in and did that whole episode where he hires what's her name?
Yeah.
Fucking fantastic. He's like so goddamn human, but at the same time, a dude who understands like humanity's boring, so I'm going to give it this in my delivery. Acting is a job of choices. Bernthal makes fucking strong choices. And seeing him come back as the Punisher was a cool thing, but didn't it feel very like, oh, here you are, by the way. Like, there was he didn't show up doing a thing. Like, Daredevil just kind of hunted him down. Then they had a conversation, and
or like he knew where he was. It felt like, Matt Murdock wasn't detecting much. He was just like, I'm going to go knock on Frank's door. He just happens to live in an access tunnel off of the fucking the 6 train, and like knocks on his door. It's like, oh, hey Frank, how are you? Tell me about this bullet. But you get a great scene between them, but it just feels just dropped into a show that probably didn't have that scene in it before. Because it doesn't really lead anywhere. It doesn't really tell you a thing we didn't already know. It was, oh, Matt believes that the cops killed the White Tiger because he found a bullet that had the Punisher's stencil on it. What does Frank think about it? It's not cool. And then we leave the scene. Like, that's the information that gets passed.
That actor was good, by the way. The White Tiger actor was really good.
Yeah. I mean, and I think that actor has since passed away.
In real life?
In real life, I think I think he had cancer or something. Don't at me about that. I'm not entirely sure, but yeah, he shot it in like 2022, and then in the intervening time between then and transmission, he passed away. But he's great. He's great. I like that story. Like, he's compelling, but it's not stitching into anything yet. Granted, we're 4 episodes into 9. Anything can happen, but it's a show that excels in pieces, but the aggregate doesn't quite feel like it's a thing yet.
Look, I will always take more Daredevil as opposed to no Daredevil or whatever. But yeah, it's I've couple Walt Flanagan texted me and was just like, "You watching Daredevil?" And I said, "Yeah." And he's going, "What do you think?" And I said, "Oh, I'm happy to see Daredevil come back and stuff." But he too was like, "Is anything going to happen?" And I think people seem to be feeling that. I don't have it. I'm not like it needs help or anything like that. I'm here for it. I'll watch it. But it feels like the Netflix version had a very clear agenda of storytelling and accomplished it more effectively in season 1 and stuff.
Yeah, but I mean, that first season of episode 4 is maybe the best of the Marvel, both Netflix and Marvel Studios TV shows. I mean, I think it knows exactly what it's doing. it delivers Matt Murdock and Daredevil in a way that I didn't think we were going to get. And it's deeply emotional and it's narratively compelling. And
There's
like
the scene, was it this week? The scene with the White Tiger's niece who came
yeah,
in. Like there are really like wonderful scenes, like excellent scenes where you're like, that was fucking good. That was fucking good. They just seem to be floating like islands as opposed to cohesively connecting. But at least it's not a series of scenes where you're like, oh my god. So
Can I
there are
ask you
some
guys a question?
fire away, Captain.
Do you think that like our standard of like these superhero stories is higher because of the cinematic standard? Like I was thinking about like, do you remember that movie Condor Man back in the
Yes,
day?
Disney. It was a Disney
Oh,
superhero movie.
it was a Disney.
yeah,
Condor Man. Yeah.
And like super camp, like in hindsight, or Wizards and Warriors and things like Swords and Sorcerers. That's what it was, I believe. No, Wizards and Warriors. But I just watched again that Lee Horsley one, The Sword and the Sorcerer, where he had those three bladed whatever.
oh, I love the three blades. Yes.
Yes, his character's I think was Talon.
Yes, his name was Talon. God, I love that movie. I haven't seen that movie in a while, man.
Yeah, like wow, he played that was Matt Houston. But clearly didn't date too much in high school. But my question was, do you think now, I mean, obviously you guys have written and created like characters for screen. Do you think that now like our barometer for what makes a good superhero thing is so much higher? Because like I don't remember like human emotion going into these, like you watch Ragnarok or you watch maybe like Guardians of the Galaxy or something where something is so like Rocket's story in the second Guardians of the Galaxy when they start playing Cat Stevens at the end, and I'm like, I'm not looking at anything. Like Bradley Cooper's not in that raccoon suit, and yet, so I'm just curious because you guys actually make the stuff yourselves. If you think our standards have gotten higher.
I don't make this stuff. I watch it just like you. But I will say you're absolutely right. It's like once you've seen how good it can be, suddenly it's not like everything else sucks, but it's like there's a standard where you're like, look, I know how good this can be. So, I think, and because comic books are um, tribal, right? Like people are just like, this is my team. I love these books and these stories mean something to me. Look, I saw it, and Mark saw it a little bit as well, but I think I was more the focus of it when we did Masters of the Universe at Netflix, man. Like there were some people that just hated it for hating it or whatever the fuck, but there were people who were like, I grew up with this shit. Like this was my religion as my childhood. I would come home after school and fucking watch this with my grandmother. Like, it's not just the show, there's an entire mythology connected with it. And then you let them down because you didn't do it the way they hoped that you were going to do it or the way they would have done it or something like that. So fandom is a double-edged sword and has been for a long time. The internet exacerbates it, of course, where when they love you, they fucking love you and they will raise you up and carry you, to acclaim for doing the right thing. Like in season 2 of Masters of the Universe, people were very, very happy. Season 1, though, there were people that let me know how unhappy they were. So it is, I've never been offered one of these movies, and I never will be. But even if I was, I would pass because man,
Really?
oh god, who wants that kind of pressure? That's like taking a Star Wars. Like I've loved Star Wars since I was a kid, but never like and one day I'll make one. I've just been a fan and shit. Just because I make movies don't mean I got to make that movie and shit. And if I had any interest in making a Star Wars movie, which I never did, it would have been killed by like watching JJ kind of go through it or watching Rian Johnson. Like you're playing with somebody else's toys. And, it's just like when we were kids, somebody comes over and starts playing with your Star Wars figures in a way you don't like, you will not hesitate to be like, stop that. That's not right. Or just not play with that person anymore. So it's I'm 54. So, and I've gone through ups and downs in a career and stuff, but I've always loved this stuff, the superhero storytelling. So I'm happy when they do it, even when it's not as good as something else. But, here we are. Like if you had told me 30 years ago, one day there's going to be 18 episodes of a Daredevil TV show. And believe it or not, you're going to whine that it's not moving fast enough for you. You know what I'm saying? And it's you wish that when you love something, you could be more rational and more logical and more grown up about it. But part of the passion is when you love a thing, particularly when you're an adult, you're loving it like you did when you were a kid, particularly when it's like, you know, things you had loved when you were a kid, these types of shows, or for other people's sports and stuff like that. You know, and you watch
Did Leia fly through space when Luke never fucking could? He had to train in a bunch of mud wearing the, you know, like,
that's true. Leia Poppins, very controversial.
yeah. Like he couldn't. He was training with the med. She just opens her eyes and yeah, Leia Poppins indeed.
I will, but I'll always have space for this stuff because at one point, like, this stuff was few and far between. Like, you got a Superman movie, and then the next one did good, and then the next one didn't do as good, and then the next one didn't do anything, and then they stopped for a while. So, you know, it wasn't like it was real feast or famine. Whereas now it's a never-ending feast, and people could be like picky, like, no, it's not. They're not doing it as well as I would like them to. And I think that's certainly more of a younger generation because they've grown up with this shit. But for those of us who grew up without this shit, like, even when they miss the mark, I'm like, I just can't believe we got that fucking movie. I can't believe they made a movie of that. Like, I didn't see Craven, and one day I will watch it, but like, I can't believe they made a fucking Craven movie. But at the same time, I'm part of the problem because I didn't go see the fucking Craven movie.
Yeah. I mean, I also think that, like, with rare exceptions, the people who made the superhero movies that we saw as kids didn't really like superheroes. You know, like, it was a job. Like, I think Richard Donner's incredibly talented. I'm not sure if he was like Mr. Superman. He made a good Superman movie because he's a good filmmaker.
Yeah.
But, you know, the dude who made 3 and 4, they took a gig that was offered to them by Warner Brothers and they made a movie. You know, like, they didn't grow up loving it. Yeah, James Gunn 100% loves this shit. So when he makes a Guardians movie, you know, when you know, when Taika gets his hands on Thor, it's like, these are people who love it, and they've raised the bar for us in terms of what they could be. And so, yeah, I am more discerning today than I might have been in 1983, because, as Kevin says, you only got one every couple of years, and the odds on that one being good was kind of slim, you know. But like, once you give me Andor, then like, yeah, I'm gonna be a bit, you know, touchy when you then give me Boba Fett, you know, because I've seen what it can be. I've seen what, when you marshal your resources, when you decide to make a good thing, and you can, when everything else is not, I'm not even gonna say it's good, but even like just fun, then I'm not gonna say I get touchy about it or I get shitty about it. I just go, I wonder why. You know, why can't they all feel or make me feel like I did when I was young, or even make me feel like this was worth the 10 hours I gave it? But yeah, it's perhaps unfair to the work for us to have somewhat stronger opinions about it and greater expectations for it. But it's like, hey man, if you're gonna make Endgame, yeah, you raised the bar. You made a great fucking movie, and I know you can. And then you're gonna give me Doctor Strange 2? Like, come on, y'all. I know what you can do when you want to.
Oh my God, you sound like every motherfucker after I made Yoga Hosers. Come on.
Come on, bro.
I know you can make Clerks, and you're making Yoga Hosers.
I saw Dogma. I know you got
exactly. Every artist loves and hates their previous work because you get measured against it constantly. It's what brings you to the world, but then forever, there's a ruler in my life, a measuring stick I'll forever be measured against, and it's the very first thing I made. But I'm lucky because the very first thing I made worked out, so I've been doing this shit, making pretend for 30 fucking years. No complaint.
Not for the real ones, Kev. Not for the real ones. There are those of us who still fuck with the Viewisk universe, my friend.
Thank you for that, Adam.
But,
somebody pointed out in the chat that Barenthal hosts a podcast called Real Ones. Is that right?
Yeah, it's a good podcast.
Have you listened to it?
I have, you know, and I've also listened to him as guests on other podcasts. And there's an episode of Conan O'Brien Needs a Friend that John Bernthal was on. that's just illuminating, because he is on the one hand, a deeply masculine guy, right? Like the vibe you get when you see Johnny Bernthal is a guy who works out, guy who does martial arts, guy who believes, guy who like he hunts.
A man. Like
he's the prototypical version of what men were in like 1973.
Yeah.
Probably rides a horse, maybe hunts with a bow. But then he talks about, like raising his sons to be like, yes, I want you to learn to do these things, but I also want you to play music. I want you to read poetry. I want you to be able to express yourself. I want you to be able to feel the way you feel. Like, you have to be in touch with your emotions. There is the masculine, which is important, but also the stereotypical softer side of what that means to be a man. And getting rid of the toxic masculinity that is so much a part of sort of 21st century life. He has a somewhat sage view of that stuff. And I'm not sure if it's a product of therapy, or if it's a product of reading a lot of books, or a product of just being who that dude is. But he seems surprisingly, or maybe not surprisingly, but wonderfully in touch with himself. And I do wonder, I'm not sure if we talked about it, but I'm like, I don't think Hollywood has given him the flowers that he deserves yet.
I agree, 100%. And I also feel he's going to win an Academy Award within the next 10 years.
He's so good, but he reminds me of like John Hamm, which is like a guy who was always great, but wouldn't pop until he got his thing. And his thing was Mad Men. And it came a little bit later in his career. Like, he was already in his mid-30s, already been banging around for a while. It's like Clooney and ER. Like, Clooney'd been fucking doing sitcoms for 20 years before he gets ER. And then he fucking blows up. And I just don't know if Bernthal has had his thing yet. He is always like the most valuable player in a story that has other players playing. It's like, yeah, he's great in The Bear. You get him one episode a season. Yeah. He's great in he got a season of Punisher, which is awesome. But like, that was a Marvel thing, not a Johnny Bernthal thing. Like, he'll pop up in The Accountant 2. He'll pop up in this. He'll pop up in that. And he's always great.
Walking Dead.
Yeah, Walking Dead. He's in it for 8 episodes.
Can't protect you, Rick.
Can't protect But like,
he also has that Moscow art theater training. People forget this isn't like a guy who is, at Yale drama, like their whole thing was American Stanislavski was their whole thing, right? But he has that Machat, that Moscow art theater. It's a very different way to approach a character and to approach a role. And I think that's where you get that almost like Patty Chayefsky grit under the fuck, like murder of a Chinese bookie, pawnbroker, like gritty shit with him, right? Like,
feels like he's always sweating. In every scene.
But it ain't flop sweat though. It's sweat because
it's just intensity.
Hard. Yeah, the intensity.
He's just vibrating at a frequency that just it's always up here. But I think he is at some point going to get that thing that just catapults him into the stratosphere. And I hope I'm here to see it.
Kev, would you ever do a comic that isn't maybe like as mainstream as Cape and Tight? Like, would you ever do an Ed Brubaker thing, like doing?
I could get I always thought like the short answer is like it would have to be something that like had no fucking magic to it whatsoever. Like, I love Matt Wagner's Mage, and for years, like back in the early days of my career, we flirted with like trying to bring it to the big screen and stuff. As much as I love that book, that needs to be in the hands of a visual stylist on the big screen that knows how to bring that shit to life. Most of the comic books I enjoy have some element of the magical or the supernatural to them and stuff. And that's like not really like in my wheelhouse. So if there was a comic book where people sat around and talked about other comic books, that's my speed. But I can't see myself. People have always asked, like, if you could do any comic book movie, what would it be? And I always tell them, like, I would never do a comic book movie. I'm not good at that sort of thing. But I think The Question, the DC character, would be like an amazing flick. And I have, like, at one point we were developing a TV version of it for Max and stuff. But I just don't. I love to watch that world. It doesn't make me go like, I want to do it too. You know what I'm saying? Like, when I see comedy, that makes me go like, oh, I want to do that too. When I see like a comic book movie, I'm just an audience member, and I don't remember or I don't conflate that with what I do. I know it's they're both movies, but like that's what I enjoy watching, but could never really do. Wouldn't feel comfortable doing and stuff. I did some CW shows, like I did some episodes of Flash and Supergirl, and I've talked about this before, but like that was where I really realized, like, you know, those shows shoot for like 9 days, or used to shoot for like 9 days. So you shoot for about 7.5, and then the last day and a half or the last day is some green screen stuff. So tight schedule, you know, all when 9 days you got a whole episode of a show where a girl flies or a guy runs real fast to solve his fucking problems. By day 6, invariably, I was always like, are we done yet? Like, are we still doing this? Like, how is this still going on? Like, it just felt long because I'm used to shooting dialogue where people are talking at each other and the movie's moving forward that way and stuff. Sometimes in these shows, it's just, you know, action sequences, and those are longer to shoot than people talking to each other. Dialogue scenes are fun, action's not. So I realized, like, I don't have the temperament or speed or patience for that kind of thing. Like, could you imagine working on Endgame in 2 years of your life telling the same story? And look at what it like. Thank God they did it, the Russo brothers, because it's a wonderful movie. But like, I couldn't imagine doing that, and not like that. I would do it if it was for me. Number one, I can't do it. I'm not good at that type of storytelling, visual storytelling. But number two, the idea of like spending 2 years just on one thing. Oof. Now that's the road to excellence. You know, like Chris Nolan, I'm sure will tell you, like 2 years on one thing is a walk in the park, and that's how you win an Oscar. But we all got different priorities, I guess. The older I get, the more I'm like, have I just been the grasshopper this whole time and not the ant? Like, I always thought for 30 years of my career I was the ant, working hard, fucking doing my thing. But now I'm like, have I been the grasshopper? Have I just been like fucking around when I really should have been preparing for the winter and stuff, taking this all more seriously than I ever did? But then it wouldn't have been my career. You know, like I never wanted to take this shit seriously because I love it so much. Because it's like, you know, I still get fucking starry eyed about the whole process. So truly treating it like it is my business and it is my vocation, but truly surrendering all the childhood joy that got me here in the first place to just be like a professional who could do a thing was never in the cards for me. I'm still always like, can't believe this is happening. Can't believe I'm here and stuff. And I've appreciated it. Like, one thing I know for a fact, regardless of whether I've wasted my time or not, I've appreciated every second of the career. I didn't have a plan beyond the first one. And so I've been making it up as I go along. And I've only pursued things that made me like kind of happy. And they weren't always profitable and they didn't always make sense. But I guess after 30 years, I was never comfortable saying this shit, but that's the life of an artist. Like, I never liked saying I was an artist because I thought people would be like, no, you're not, piece of shit. But I haven't been doing it for 3 decades. So whether I'm good at it or not is in the eye of the beholder, but I am an artist. And
I think you both spin gossamer. Literally, my backpack from flying is here, and I have my copy of Save the Cat literally right here. Like I'm obsessed with trying to learn screenwriting, and it's like I suffer from profound analysis paralysis, and the thing that makes me good on my shows is sucking shit when it comes to like sitting in front. It's like Billy Crystal and Throw Mama from the Train. I keep writing The Night Was.
I remember that.
Sultry. It was sultry.
What is it called? Analysis paralysis?
Yeah, I think that it's like, okay, so I have Save the Cat here. I got the Sid Field book at home. But ultimately, what I've heard from friends that are goodly enough to share, and I very much welcome your perspective on this, they're like, you need to read a bunch of scripts and you need to just write. You need to like not think you're not gonna churn out Juno first, your first movie. Like that's an anomaly that doesn't normally occur. But yeah, that's the thing. I think to hear you guys talk about yourselves as like still learning is sort of baffling to me when I look at you guys. As Stephen Dietz wrote the Audience Manifesto, and he says, if the artist trips, we know to jump. If the artist hits their head, we know to duck. And that's how I look at you guys, because you're not just some guys with an espresso talking a bunch of shit outside of New York Film Academy. Like
Oh, yes, we
you
are.
walk the walk, but you walk the walk. But
As I
listen,
drink
you
my
know,
Starbucks coffee drink.
but listen, I'm still the guy. Like I sat next to Brian. I fully admit I was filming in Arizona for Man versus Food, so that Brian Azzarello was going to be doing a signing. I went there. He recommended the Wintermen. We chopped it up. We ended up sitting next to each other on a flight, and I told him, I said, "This is for anyone who is as big a fan of 100 Bullets as I am." When I heard it had been optioned, I said, "I will commit to diet and exercise and getting into my own Marvel shape. If you cast me as Lano in 100 Bullets, I will do." I said I will even go ultra svelte to play Cole, but I think I'm much more of a Lano. But I
Adam, you are. Let me tell you something. Not that it means much, and again, my shit just fell apart. But when I get in front of a camera again, come act, come be in one of my fucking things, man.
Yeah, I bet you he'll give you lines and everything.
I will, but he's a presenter. He's not like you and shit. He knows how to talk. Mark's been in a bunch of my stuff, but I never let him speak. But oh my god, you got a SAG card, don't you? By this point,
yeah, I just can't believe what just fucking happened.
come on.
Sorry, I'm not trying to like schmaltz this up. That
No,
was when
by
I
all
was
means,
angling.
man. Like hearing like how much you fucking adore the craft and shit like that. Like I certainly know that you could deliver fucking dialogue. And you could talk with a camera in your face and shit. But how does a guy like you not fit into the shit I do? Trust me. Next time we roll cameras, you're gonna be there. Promise.
I'm just gonna shut the fuck up and nod.
Oh,
I don't want
you say that now. Trust me,
to.
being in a Kevin Smith movie does nothing good for your fucking career. But it'll be fun.
Honestly, but Brian Halloran and I spoke when I was working at Monmouth, when I was doing Shadowlawn. Obviously, he thinks the world of you.
Yeah, he's
And
wonderful. He's been fucking kicking ass on TV, man. He's on the floor and he's been winning like crazy.
oh, has he been?
Yeah.
What a sweet guy. Like, I think he's acutely aware that every hairy chested mouth breather born, in the Ford administration, like me, who used to have to flip that box to get the cable or put on
Yes.
three and go to, who, yeah, exactly. And I still like when we do Toys That Built America, I'm not like I have those 8.5 inch Star Trek figures and the transporter and the whole thing that I think he's acutely aware, like, oh, okay, I'm part of your zeitgeist. Like at some point in your life, you used to have Snoochie Boochies. At some point in your life,
Yeah.
you've done, would you like some Making Fuck Berserker? And it's the truth, right? And it must be weird for you to sort of, I don't know, I emceed the Men of the Year in advertising for the guys that created Spuds McKenzie and Real Men of Genius, those. And I said, is it weird to have so created like part of like, I don't know, like Guy Zeitgeist or like the youth zeitgeist? Because like, I don't know, it's got to be. I would think it's empowering. I mean, maybe you're unaware of it, but like,
It's you know what it's so like I think an artist is also like the audience to some degree, even with themselves, where it's like, yeah, that's nice, but what have you done for me lately? So like knowing that I've done stuff that has like made a dent in the culture, so to speak, feels nice, but like, it's you're what do they say? You're only as good as your last whatever the fuck. And so part of me, I would love to, and I have rested on laurels and stuff over years, is like I made Clarks, but we've now reached a window where that doesn't matter anymore. Like because a whole last generation of people has replaced a bunch of people and stuff, and so it becomes about, well, what are you doing next? So I get it. I get like I've done things and mercifully those things have stuck around and stuff. I've done some things that have been forgotten and whatnot. So I've tasted both. But now it's like I now the older I get, the need for relevancy becomes more acute than it ever had been throughout my entire career. And that's because it's a way more crowded world now. Like, back when I started, believe it or not, it was easier to break through than it is now because there's so many talented people out there in the world showing you what they can do, whether it be on like fucking TikTok or YouTube or, it's like it was, I think of it like this. My high school girlfriend, Kim Lochran, like thought I was very impressive. You know what I'm saying? Like that's why we went out in high school. She's like, there's nobody like Kevin. And then she went to college and she found a whole world of Kevin Smiths. Like maybe in that small neck of the woods, I was one of a kind. But when she went out into the real world, she found out there's a lot of this fucking guy. Same with, entertainment. Like, oh yeah, he did that, but there's a lot of this fucking talent out there. People doing way more interesting things, way fucking funnier, way more willing to go out on the edge and stuff. So as much as I'm like, yeah, I did a thing, man, and it worked, and I'm fucking relieved and stuff because that's why I'm here in the first place. There is more of a drive to like, but do something new. Like it's crazy. Some days you're just like, oh my god, it's been a minute since I've been part of the conversation. I better how do I get back into that conversation? And then there is a safety of like, well, I did do a bunch of things, so maybe they'll remember that. Or case in point, like this year we get to fucking eat out on Dogma again, something we did back in 1999, and now we're gonna get to kind of do it again and stuff. That's not me doing anything new. That's me doing a victory lap of something I did like 26 years ago at this point. So I feel some days where I'm like, yeah, I'm glad I did everything that I did. I'm absolutely always glad about that. But then most days I just feel the pressure of like, well, if you want to keep doing it, you better fucking put up some results today. Goes back to the thing I was talking about with the movie falling apart earlier in the beginning of the show, where I was like, I have nobody to be mad at but myself. Like, if I wanted to be able to do exactly what I wanted to do, I could have done so with my own money, and I would have had more money to do the things I wanted to do, make any movie I wanted to make, if I had been more successful, and if I put my nose to the grindstone and done the kind of stuff that people wanted to see and pay to see, rather than the things that I thought I can bring to the table and stuff. So it's I know who I am, believe me, but at the same time, I know who I'm not. And the internet, Adam, as I'm sure you're well aware, will remind you all the time who you're not. In the course of the show, like, in the fucking chat, there's a bunch of cats telling me like who I'm not and stuff. And a lot of people think that's like an attack and shit, but it's like, well, in a world where I've never tried to be anybody but me, that's a compliment. Thank you.
Wow.
In the chat, Brian is going, Adam Richman is so bored right now. Now
No,
I took over. Now I
not
was
at all. Not at all. I'm like, no, I'm like, I guess it's sort of baffling. So I have this show that I do with, you know, First We Feast. They do Hot Ones.
Yeah, yeah.
So I have a show on First We Feast's network as well called Pro Moves, and we just finished our second season. And it's about like what are the pro moves to get the most out of any given eating experience, right? So I did a steakhouse episode with Bryan Cranston, and it was Bryan Cranston and I at Gallagher's. And again, it was the same sort of thing, right? Like, and I made a firm commitment. Like, I wasn't going to make any Breaking Bad or Heisenberg references,
Right.
but I'm also not going to like bring up something like he laughed because I brought up his performance in an episode of Airwolf where he met his lovely lady wife.
Wow.
Love.
Yeah, and he started, Mark, see, thank you. And he was shitting on Airwolf. And I was like, A, don't bite the helicopter that feeds. Huh? What's that?
Don't shit on my Airwolf, buddy.
Don't shit on my Airwolf. Oh my God, what a great theme song. Shout out Jan Michael Vincent. But this moment of, because I did say something to him about, because I had seen him on Broadway in Network,
Mm.
and he played the Peter Finch role. And it was amazing because I don't know if you saw the production, because they'd film him and there were massive screens everywhere, but he'd also be on stage. And I said, it was more camera acting training than I ever got at Yale, simply because that was that first moment I truly could see how little he was doing in real life and how much it read on camera. And it was like this master that could really, he knew when to juice it for when he wasn't doing that. And I said to him, how do you not miss, right? Like Drive with Ryan Gosling and Argo and this and that and the third. and he said, I'm finally at a place where I can make what I want to make. I can get involved in the stuff I want. And he was talking about bringing a lot to it because you want to be there. And I think hearing you, I'm not bored at all. It's just like Mark's worked with Neil Gaiman. You've worked with Stan. I mean, once you touch that ephemera, that vermeil, right? And you're like, for us in basic cable, we're going, these guys feel artistic dissatisfaction.
Yeah.
It doesn't make sense to me. It's like if you get the Weather Channel, you get my entire catalog. I mean, I keep it a buck. I know myself. That's why
I don't
I
know.
find it helpful to take off my shirt immediately.
I tell you, there are times though, like with the amount of, and this is going to sound exactly as filthy as I mean it, with the amount of penetration that you have on TV, like believe me, I envy that fucking career, man. Like you are in everybody's fucking homes. I got to work hard to get into people's heads and hearts and shit. But when you're TV, man, when you're in every like think about how beloved you've become in this fucking house alone over the course of the last month and a half, 2 months. Like,
My mind.
that's the beauty. Like when we were making Good Will Hunting, Robin Williams referred to that at one point because we were going into the bar to shoot something, and in Toronto, we shot the movie up in. They shot the movie. I wasn't there. It was Gus Van Sant, but me and Scott Mosier were co-executive producers. So when we went to visit, like we're going into this bar to shoot the scene where Robin Williams is there and the bartender kind of, if you know the movie, the bartender's like Ted Kaczynski and stuff like that. This is a really good scene with Robin Williams. So Robin's walking in, people across the street, Canadians watching us like heading in, they're like Mork, they're screaming fucking Mork, man. And this was like long after Good Morning Vietnam and all that stuff. And I remember we were like, Mork, man, they still say Mork. And he goes, when you're on TV, it doesn't matter how many movies I've been in. He goes, no matter where I go, I'll always be Mork. Because when you're in their TVs, you're part of their family. Like that's you. That's where you are right now. I mean, you're part of everyone's fucking family. That's it.
I'm honored. It just, I guess it's grass is always greener kind of thing.
Truly.
When I lived in Ireland, there was this guy on a train who said, if you lived in paradise, you'd want to see what hell is like. And I think that there's something. Yeah, I mean, Israel Hicks was this brilliant director that worked at Actors Theater when I was there. I think he headed the program at SUNY Purchase. I don't know if he still does. And he was the one who, I don't know if it was his ethos or maybe it's an old expression that I hadn't heard, but he was like, oh, theater is art, film is life, and television is furniture.
Yeah.
For me, I think that it changes, right? It's like, oh, I could pay back my student loans. Oh, I could do right by my mom. Like my whole life is a love letter to my mom. That woman rubbed two nickels together to make $1 my whole fucking life. So the fact that I could do right by my mom and like spoil the shit out of my mom, especially with my dad gone, like that's success. But then there's that what Edwin Booth called the artist like that divine dissatisfaction that
I never
that
heard that.
when of course like I still give my manager shit that she sort of nudged me to turn down Final Destination 5. There was a little cameo role as a chef. And she's like, well, it's the fifth installation of a horror franchise, and I think you're a good enough actor. I saw you as an actor out of Yale. You've got chops. Because she ran a casting before she went into management, she was a casting director. And and I just said, but to see like to be on the big screen, to be on a set, to be on a movie set, even when I was a PA on movie sets, it's still like so the you hear the klaxon, you hear the horn, everybody settle, phones off. Like, I don't know, I just G's me up, man.
Yeah.
I remember there was a point at this point, it was now like 8 years ago, I think, when I was still a journalist trying to break into TV.
Mhm.
I remember, I don't think we did it on mic. If we did, I can't remember this, but I was lamenting to Kevin, it's like, why can't I just be happy doing this job that I have? Like, I have a pretty good job. Like, I was the film editor for the LA Times. Like, I got paid like decent money. I was able to write in a paper of record. I was able to help tell people tell stories, able to help tell the story of this town. Like, that's a pretty good fucking job. So why can't I just be happy doing this job? I was like, my dad was an accountant. I bet you he didn't want to be an accountant, but that's the job that he took because it let him feed his family. It moved him out of poverty. It moved him to America. Like, numbers were his thing. I don't know if he loved it, but he did it because that's what people did in the 70s. They did the job that was in front of them. And Kevin was like, because you wouldn't be happy doing that. Like, you're an artist. Like, and you got to tell your story. You got to chase that muse. You got to follow that dream. You got to reach for that fucking brass ring. And like, maybe you'll fall down. Maybe you'll fall down again and again and again. But like, maybe you're just not the person who could be happy doing that. I never forgot that because it was incredibly hard to break in, and it's really easy to break out. But they will happily show you the door when they're ready. But like, we could not be happy doing anything else. You know, it's just not possible. And so you'll find a way. And for me, that way was figuring out what story I wanted to tell and how I wanted to tell it and what made sense for me to talk about. And so everything that has led to me finding any modicum of success has been me finding a way to tell a story that is not just on the surface of it, right? Like, if I'm writing a Spider-Man book, it's not just gonna be about Spider-Man. If I'm writing a fucking Godzilla story, it's not gonna just be about Godzilla. It's gotta be about another thing. It's gotta be you gotta say something. Otherwise, why are we here? And like, it's the divine dissatisfaction, the fracture that's all of us are broken, and that break is going to manifest in the art. And the sooner you can figure out how your break works, the better you can figure out how to make the work.
So then what is your advice to the person who sits at the page with "the night was"? Because I'll write a log line and I'm like Larry David walks around with a book. Okay, I'll walk around with a book. And you write this and a log line and an idea, and it's literally, I have the thing, but I feel, oh, I have to learn 4 act structure better. I have to plant the MacGuffin, like all this shit, and it doesn't get you any closer to finished pages.
It,
So, what is, in your opinion, then,
you
that
gotta fail first. You gotta write like 5 or 6 shitty scripts before you write the right one. You know, you have to know how to fail and use all that failure as ammunition. Like, all right, here's what I learned out of that. That doesn't work. Here's what I learned. I don't like writing that way. You know, I mean, the screenwriters that I still love do not obey any of the sort of dogma, pardon the pun, that I read in Sid Field, or that I've never picked up Save the Cat. Like, I just watched the movies that I loved as a kid and bought those screenplays and would just A-B it. Like, I don't know, how does James Cameron do this in Terminator? How does, you know, Lawrence Kasdan do this in Raiders? What's on the page that then gets me that thing on the stage? And how do I learn from just watching that stuff? But like, and then what's the story you want to tell? What's a story that nobody else is telling that's yours? You know, like, you'll stumble for a bit before you find it. I think most people do, unless you're fucking Kevin, who writes it at 23 years old out of the gate, you son of a bitch.
I was writing. It wasn't writing. I was just stealing what I was doing in real life.
Yeah, but like, you found the story, right? Like, and for me, I didn't have it until like, and I had written stuff that had gotten sold, and I'd written stuff that, you know, had sort of gotten me a little bit of jobs, but it was hollow to a certain degree because I didn't know what the thing was yet. And honestly, it wasn't until I was driving with my son. He at the time was like 9 years old, maybe 8 years old, and we were in the car. And I had gotten a car that had the thing like CarPlay was on it for the first time, and you could see the track on the in big fucking Apple writing on the touchscreen. And Jay-Z and Kanye West's "Niggas in Paris" comes on. My son goes, "What does that word mean?" And I was like, "What word? Paris?"
Paris, capital city, capital France.
So I'm like, fuck it. All right, now I got to pull over and explain to him this word at like 8 years old, what it means, the context of it. Do I use it? Why? All of that stuff. He could honestly care less, but I had to have this conversation with him. And then I started thinking about it. I'm like, wow, wouldn't it be great if I didn't have to have that conversation with him? What's a world in which I don't have to explain this word? And then so I wrote a pilot that took place in an alternate history where there had not been a triangle trade, where there was no slavery as we knew it. And it came from a place of not wanting to have to explain this to a child. Maybe there's a world nobody has to explain this to a child. What does that world look like? And then what's the story in that world, and what's whatever. And then it just began to compound and build and become a thing. But that was the story. The story was not feeling shame about who you are and not having to pass down that shame to your children. And the thing that I wrote out of that got me my first real job, then got me staffed on a show, and has got me staffed on every show since. Like, it's the thing that told me that, okay, maybe I have a thing to say. And having a thing to say is the coin of the realm. Like, sure, the dialogue is fun and the structure's okay, but unless you got a thing to say, it doesn't matter. And if you have a thing to say, nobody will care.
There was a good enough story or a good enough. So a lot of the stuff that I lock in on as a story idea, maybe it's spending too much time drinking the company Kool-Aid with history, but I am a sucker for historical fiction. And I'm not saying it has to be alternative endings like Inglourious Bastards where they actually shoot Hitler or whatever. But does there have to be that 30,000 feet, a world where I don't have to explain this horrible epithet to my child, sort of, I guess I would say, not in a negative way, high-minded sort of thing, or is there just this really cool story that happened and a way I want to look at it?
I mean, I think it could be macro, it can be micro. You know, there was a great interview that I saw with I think it was fuck, I can't remember who it was. It was two guys who wrote Mission Impossible 3. Alex Kurtzman and Roberta Orsi. And they said that when JJ works story, he always wants you to explain it like it's a Sundance movie. So the story of Mission Impossible 3 is a husband is keeping a secret from his wife, and the wife discovers what the secret is in the worst possible way. Like, that could be any fucking,
True lie.
Yeah, it's True Lies, but it's also it could be some Spike Lee movie.
Yeah.
It could be a Linklater movie. It can be the tiniest movie with 3 actors in it, but it just happens to be Ethan Hunt has not told his fiance that he's a spy, and his fiance finds out when she's kidnapped by the bad guy. Like, but the story is just that. And so, like, yeah, you can tell a huge historical event, and be it fiction, be it real life or whatever, but what is that human story that's inside of it that tells me what it's like to love your mom, the single mom who raised a kid and was willing to do anything she had to do that thing? Is that story set in World War II Germany? Is that story set in 1968 Brooklyn? Is that story set in fucking ancient Egypt? But if that story is the thing that animates you, then that'll be the thing people respond to.
What great advice.
Give it up for Marc Bernardin, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, for real.
Good God, you got that for free. Toy Gallery in chat said this episode should be called The Podcast That Built America. I'm enthralled.
And Coca-Cola logo is the accountant's handwriting.
Yes. Okay. The what news? Or are we done with Daredevil? Yes, we're done with Daredevil.
We're done with Daredevil. So yeah, let's 3 hours.
I think we lost the audience because they all went to write, inspired by what you just talked about.
I was blown away.
They're like, that's the formula.
I'm off to go write my first shitty script, Ishtar 2.
The fish that saved Brooklyn.
I saw that in a movie theater.
Fish that saved Pittsburgh?
Fish that saved Pittsburgh, yeah.
I'm currently, one of the other things I like is I used to really go down the rabbit hole with Sneakers.
Sneakers the movie?
Huh?
With
no, I Robert Redford, River Phoenix.
Actual sneakers, you're a sneakerhead.
I was. Yes, was and am, and I took a class and I'm trying to customize a shoe based on the fish that saved Pittsburgh. This and other useless facts can be yours for $99.99. Saying, I beg your pardon.
Yeah, we can do a speed run through some news, and then
all right, let's hear the news, kids. Mark's going to give you the news. If you don't see us or hear us talking about the news in question, throw it into chat and we'll find it. But before you dive anywhere, man, did you hear anything about a Young Guns 3?
Uh,
I
who's
did.
who's
Isn't
gonna?
Emilio Estevez directing it?
That's happening? That's a new thing?
That's what I read.
I mean,
Check you out with Emilio Estevez directing. So is he going to be in it as well? Like playing old? No, he gets killed, doesn't he? Wasn't he killed? The spoilers in one of those Young Guns?
Well, technically, no, right? He's got that Ra's al Ghul energy, right? Because there's that one thing where they put that, like
Oh, that's right.
the
Yeah,
worst old age makeup since For the Boys, and he was like the old prospector. How about that for a deep cut?
That is a deep
And
cut.
he's like the old prospector who claims to be William Bonney,
That's
and
right.
then like
And so
the credits roll.
he sticks around.
The credits roll is he's like, leave me alone.
I mean, I
That
guess
is
they're making it. I don't see any report of who's in it other than I suppose Emilio Estevez. Lou
it's
Diamond
a
Phillips.
hazy wave in chat says Estevez wrote it. Lou Diamond Phillips says it's awesome and he's supposed to somehow return too.
Did Chavez make it?
Chavez. I can't remember, man. I mean, I remember, God, that movie was fucking huge when we were kids.
Oh my God.
First
met
and
Dermot
second. Second one
Mulroney
is John Bon Jovi, right? Shot down in a blaze of
Blaze of
glory.
That wasn't that not the first movie?
Was it the first?
I think they had that. Yeah, there was Jack because the first one was Jack because Bon Jovi was in the first one. He was a prisoner that escaped and he gets capped real fast.
Mm.
And right, that was Jack Palance and I when I saw Dermot Mulroney at NBC Upfront when I had my game show on NBC for 2 seasons. We talked about playing the cello and we talked about Virginia. Like my freshman year girlfriend went to his high school.
That's
And then
wild.
I was talking about Young Guns. Like maybe it's Dirty Steve. Is that the
Yeah.
character? You guys see the side of that chicken?
He was the one who's a Chavez, Chavez.
Yes. Mexican Indian.
Wow. So perhaps that's a thing. But Mark doesn't have that news. What news, Mark?
We had talked a few weeks ago about Luca Guadagnino. I'm sure I pronounced that great.
The director, the filmmaker.
The director, filmmaker who just made Queer. Wants to do a Sergeant Rock movie,
which was originally going to have Daniel Craig in
it. Daniel Craig was apparently circling it, but now it seems Colin Farrell wants to be Sergeant.
Oh, look, I'll fucking watch Colin Farrell do anything, especially after fucking The Penguin. Like he's always been a wonderful actor, but like he disappeared under that makeup, but disappeared even deeper into the performance.
Yes,
I honestly feel like you close your eyes, you'd never fucking know it was that guy. It was definitely the look, and I ain't taking anything away because that makeup is fucking insanely stellar. Like some of the most believable makeup I've ever seen in TV or film. But it's his performance that drives that fucking show, and her performance. She is absolute fucking magic.
Krista Milioti.
Oh, she's fucking fantastic. She's in the commercial for the trailer for the new Black Mirror season. They're bringing that storyline back to Callister.
Yes.
But Colin Farrell doing fucking Sergeant Rock, I'll watch that shit.
Yeah, sign me up. It's dependent on many things. He's committed to do at least a second season of that Apple show that he did, Sugar. Did you ever see any of Sugar?
With him, I watched the first episode. It has a twist to it.
Yeah. I saw the first episode also, didn't watch any further, but not because
Private Eye series.
Yeah. Like felt somehow
on Apple. I think it's on Apple or something.
Yeah, Apple TV Plus.
But like Dashiell Hammett vibes, right?
Very strong, sort of,
Adrian Brody in Hollywoodland, that kind of character, right?
Yeah. I mean,
if I remember, like the hook was it felt like it was maybe presented period and then turned out it was in the modern era. I can't remember what it
was. I mean, he drives like, whatever, like a Ford Fairlane or something like that, or a Thunderbird. The Adventures of Ford Fairlane is an old-timey favorite of mine.
My hair.
Zuzu's pedals.
Andrew Dice Clay movie.
But yeah, like, listen, I'm here for Colin Farrell. He's a fantastic actor. I'm sure he would prefer to not be covered in mounds of latex And if he wants to be Sergeant Rock, I'm happy to watch him be Sergeant Rock.
Did we talk about the end of Paradise last week?
We did. We went hard on 7 and 8.
Fucking great, kids. If you're not watching it, check out Paradise. And I just watched Reacher episode 7 today. They're almost at the end of their 3rd season. Continues to be fucking great. Yes. Fucking Adam showed you, man. He's doing the Reacher.
Fucking flashing
goddamn shirt off to
Better
make
the
love.
Reacher than the reach around, I suppose.
You're not going to reach around, sir.
What else you got? Oh, somebody said in chat there was a sneak peek of the Toxic Avenger. Did you watch that teaser?
I did.
I think it's good.
You know, like they captured that like 1981 vibe from the OG Toxic Avenger. Like it feels like it's on videotape,
right?
Which I give it all kinds of respect for.
It's a huge movie for me. I got to
love Toxic.
Oh, dude, they did a musical of it at the Southwark Playhouse in London, and I produced a play at that. I was the playwright after the play I produced was the play right after it, and yeah, I got to see Toxie the musical. In fact, the actor who played the young Nucky Thompson, the young Steve Buscemi in Boardwalk Empire, was in it, and to meet Lloyd Kaufman, and he had the mask with him and everything, but to quote lines back and forth with the Trauma team creator, because I'm it's been a while, but I'm pretty sure I know that whole movie line by line. I mean, I know I can tell you, I will put all the money in the bank on that. I know the first line of that movie. Look at that fucking mop boy. Oh, dude, that was oh my God.
Trauma. I remember like watching Eyewitness News when I was a kid one night. My father watched the news every night and shit, so we all had to watch the news. And they were like, the first superhero from New Jersey, you know, that was captured my imagination. And then they talked about Trauma and how they made movies in our area. And that really captured my imagination. Like where I was like, what do you mean? They're making these movies right here? Like that's a thing? You could do that? So anytime I see Lloyd, it just reminds me of like, he's one of the first people that introduced the idea of democratized filmmaking to me. Like the idea of like, you don't have to be from Hollywood or be working for a studio to make a movie. Anybody can make a movie. We're going to make a movie right fucking here. Yes. We're doing an event with him coming up at Smodcastle Cinemas, I think I want to say June or August. I forget which it is, man. Yeah, he's the Trauma. We don't get James Gunn without Trauma, man. He started it too.
Surf Nazis Must Die, Class of Nukem High,
Sergeant Kabuki Man.
Oh my God. And the Ramones were in those movies.
Yeah.
That's a thing that people forget. Oh, this new Toxic Avenger. Okay, there's a reason to get up tomorrow.
What else we got, Mark?
In what seems to be the head of Warner Brothers' ongoing quest to take the good things away from us. The original Looney Tunes cartoons have officially been scrubbed from Max. You can't watch Duck and Muck. You can't watch What's Opera Doc. You can't watch, The Barber of Seville, The Rabbit of Seville. You can't, like, it's gone.
On Warner Brothers' own streaming network.
Yes.
Why? Did they say why?
They kind of never really say why, especially given that sometimes the newer stuff, they didn't want to pay residuals. They didn't want to, honestly, a lot of the children's programming, they just didn't want to pay, the writers and animators and cast residuals for hosting that stuff on the streaming service. I don't understand quite why, you'd have to worry about residuals that much for cartoons that were made in 1936. That would just seem to be an evergreen resource that should kind of be available as a universal good. But yeah, they're not. It seems as if the streamer has a plan to prioritize adult and family programming over children's programming. Like
that's the mistake here, is that they're qualifying the Looney Tunes as children's programming because it's cartoons. But who are those for if not people who would actually pay a max bill at the end of the month? Like, ain't no fucking 4-year-old watching fucking Bugs Bunny cartoons in the 50s. It's people our age.
Yeah.
So in a world where they're like, hey, we're trying to make the platform more adult, it's like adults like that shit, man. Like, but they would know more than us about streaming numbers. So maybe they were like, look, it sits there, nobody watches it. So what the fuck? We're moving it off. I think Tubi might be picking it up.
Somebody will, because again,
But it's mind bending, man. It's like the same thing like when you see Mark did an episode of Batman Caped Crusader. Is it on Max? No, it's on fucking Amazon Prime. Like,
yeah.
it's I don't know what's going on over at Warner Brothers, but like they don't seem to value the shit that got them there in the first place. And maybe that's me being an old timer because I grew up watching this stuff, but like they don't seem to care about their legacy characters. And these aren't like aging movie stars that like, oh, they don't look like they did when they were kids. They're fucking cartoons. So this shit can be primed and updated and turned into new things. They own these characters. They've made them hundreds of millions, if not billions of dollars over the course of their lives. Most recently, we had a brand new fully animated Looney Tunes movie. I think the first ever fully animated one story, which was what, the day the earth blew up or something like that. Warner Brothers didn't release it. Ketchup released it.
Yeah.
And now there's like a report that Ketchup Releasing may rescue Coyote versus Acme, the movie that Warner Brothers said that they were killing off of all their servers so they can get that tax break 2 years ago and stuff. A whole ass movie with Will Forte and John Cena in it. Nobody was going to see it because they were using it as a write-off. David Zaslav and their big move over at Max HBO, like what was that, a year and a half, 2 years ago?
Yeah.
Now there's talk that Ketchup may actually release the movie, and it comes around the same time as today, I think, on Twitter. Footage from Batgirl leaked, which is something that was supposedly never supposed to happen because all those drives were wiped. But I guess it was a stunt fight, so it was the stunt performers. But it's gone now. Although it's the internet, so nothing's ever gone. But you could see a piece of it. So maybe there's like, for years we've been talking about this point, and now you can't see Batgirl, and you'll never see Coyote versus Acme. But it looks like that may not be the case. It looks like if that works out, if Ketchup picks up Coyote versus, if Warner Brothers lets this happen, then at least there's a channel for these places to go to be seen. Could you imagine having worked on Coyote versus Acme for however long they did, and then somebody one day tells you like nobody's ever going to see it, we're writing it off, like, yes, they got paid, and I'm sure like the internet would be like, fuck them, they got paid. Of course they got paid, but like you don't do a thing just get paid. You want to fucking see your art celebrated. Will Forte, I'm sure, worked damn hard to be funny in it shit. So now we may get to see it, it sounds like.
I mean, I don't understand the legalities of whether or not you took a tax write down based on this movie being a loss, then being able to sell the movie even after the write down. I don't know how that works.
Me neither.
But like any world in which you get to see Coyote versus Acme, or my now new favorite version of it, Coyote versus Ugly, which is just two bars in the Lower East Side fighting over the hottest waitresses.
Right. With anvils, with giant anvils that drop from the ceiling.
The footage of Batgirl sounds like the Nicolas Cage with long hair and the Superman costume. those like rare images.
Where you're like,
you were in that documentary, right?
Yeah. John Schnepp's documentary, The Death of Superman Lives, What Happened. A wonderful doc. And we lost Schnepp, man. Big Schweddy. He's missed. Good guy. All right. Where do we go next?
Were you a fan of Paul Verhoeven's Starship Troopers?
I was. I mean, I remember when the movie came out, there were people going like, I heard he cast this with bad actors just to prove a point. And I'm like, no, man, this is a satire. Like, they're all acting like that on purpose. Like, there's a reason for this. I dig that flick, man. I just saw Casper Van Dien recently at a con somewhere, and I was telling him, man, I was like, bro, I know you must get this a lot, but fucking Starship Troopers is a dope flick.
Hell yeah. I did a thing with, Dean Norris, who was in it.
Yeah.
He has a sick restaurant in Temecula And again, like this people, these a lot of bikers up there talking to him. Oh, Hank, you're the fucking man, Hank. And of course, like I'm talking to him about the Total Recall trailer, like the commercial for Total Recall, because he had that walnut face.
Right.
Mhm.
And he turns to Schwarzenegger. Got a lot of nerve showing your face around here. No goes talking. But yeah, I talked to him about Starship Troopers, and he was like, "Why?" And we were laughing. I was saying how Neil Patrick Harris looked like Rommel.
Yes.
They
Yeah.
put him in the full Rommel gear.
Remember the end? He's they capture
It's
the French
afraid.
bug, and he's like, "It's afraid." That's the whole fucking like the whole third act. It's afraid. It was like, ah.
Service sequel. Well, how about the fact though? I apologize if this is my Judaica talking, right? But this like blonde, blue-eyed, like Tom of Finland kind of dude lives
Tom
in
of
Buenos Aires.
Yeah. It
So
was a different world in
what's
Starship Troopers.
Grandpa doing in 1940?
Yep.
Yes.
Well, Verhoeven had a perspective.
Yes, yes, yes. And Michael, anything with Michael. So, do you remember the TV show? This is also my buddy and I were saying it felt like it was on much longer. It was a special and then a series called V
Oh yeah.
with the
Michael-
lizard people.
Yeah, of course, V, man.
Michael Ironside in that was like the shit.
Tremendous. Yeah.
Oh, like
I still have flashback, like the PTSDs of the birthing scene where what's her face is giving birth to twins.
Diana. Oh my God, I haven't thought about
There's
it.
another baby.
Yeah.
What?
Oh my God.
Yeah, that fucked me up for real.
That show is huge, man.
I found some like random action figures that like it's funny how in the 80s and stuff like action figures were made just because the show was pop. So I have an Alan Alda Hawkeye Pierce action figure.
What was
I
the
have what's that?
what was the action that this action figure was supposed
Yeah,
to
I don't know. Like it had
Quippy.
sardonic repertoire.
He was quippy.
Yeah, he didn't like come with anything. He didn't like
A
come with a
scalpel.
flask or a scalpel. Yeah. I have a Mork. I have a Mork figure.
I saw one of those recently on Facebook Marketplace for $45, and I was like, I
Bro,
never had one.
I would give you mine just to say I gave you mine.
No, you hold on to yours, man. I'll buy one.
To what
That's what
end?
eBay is for, man. Buying your
Um,
childhood you never could afford.
But no,
remember
there
being
were
in New
those
York,
random sweat hog figures.
Mhm. The Mego
know?
dolls.
Yeah. What am I going to do with a Vinnie Barbarino? Like,
Brag. What you're doing right now. Fucking brag.
no, this isn't a flex. Oh, yeah, I'll trade you my Arnold Horseshack for your Vinnie Barbarino.
I remember being in New York when V was coming out, and it was the first time I'd ever encountered like legit fucking viral marketing,
Yeah.
where they would put up just black posters in the subway, and then later somebody would come by and spray paint the V on them. So you'd have like a week or 2 weeks of just the black posters, and you didn't know what they were, and then you'd see the V, and the V was like drippy and sweaty because they weren't doing like the great version of it. They were just fucking messy, too close to the it was awesome.
And you had the Beastmaster. I like Mark Singer was the Beastmaster to starve the Emirites, and all of a sudden he was like saving the world from lizard people.
Yeah.
And then right after that, Roddy Piper was it They Live?
They
Yeah.
live. I've come here to chew bubblegum and kick ass. And I'm all out of
Almost out of
bubblegum.
bubblegum. Oh yeah.
So wait, why did you bring up Starship Troopers? Are they doing it again?
They're doing it again. Neil Blomkamp, the guy who made District 9 and
Yeah.
Gran Turismo, is writing and directing an adaptation of back to the original source material, the 1959 novel.
Is it Heinlein who did that?
Robert Heinlein, yeah. Which I read when I was younger, and it's really, really great. It is also very kind of right wing is the wrong word.
Fascistic.
Conservative. It's a little fascistic. It's a little militaristic. It's a little. He had
The book?
The book, yeah. Heinlein definitely had feelings about the military and service and what it got you and what was required of you and the brutality of it and the dehumanization of being, sort of a young recruit. The mech suit stuff that they never quite even bothered with in the Verhoeven version, because they just in 1990 whatever, they just did not have the fucking tech to be able to give you mech suits. But it's very like Edge of Tomorrow. Like that's what that felt like in the books. They sort of drop ships and they'd come out in these like sort of mech suits and just take on the bugs with that shit. But yeah, man, there's going to be another version at some point.
They did a bunch of sequels, right? Like straight to video Starship Troopers.
They made like 2 or 3 straight to video Troopers with Casper Van Dien.
Yeah, he was in. I think he was in all of them.
And then they made a sort of kind of early CG series called Starship Troopers Roughnecks, I think it was called.
Yeah, you're absolutely right.
Did Joe Esterhazy write those too?
None of them.
Did he write the original?
Yeah.
So the same guy who Joe Esterhazy, for those who are young in the audience, was script king, who wrote Basic Instinct, the Sliver, Showgirls as well. I thought he wrote Starship Troopers.
Actually, Ed Neumeier wrote.
Am I wrong?
The RoboCop guy.
Yeah, the RoboCop guy.
Because of Paul
Esterhazy?
Yeah. Wasn't it? He wrote Basic Instinct and then Sliver.
I thought Joe Esterhazy wrote that one. Am I on crack?
No, just mistaken.
Yep.
Okay. There is a declension between wrong and taking illicit substance. Fair enough.
History Channel's going to pull you into their office and be like, "We saw your interview. Are you smoking crack?"
No. No, but it's very interesting to hear like your guys' perspective because you're closer to the actual movie industry of it. Like I was recently cast. I always wanted to be in an animated thing, and I got cast in a thing from Warner Brothers, and I was so excited, and especially because I love the source material and the writer, and I got recast because they said my voice didn't match the animatic.
Are you shitting me?
Yeah, they didn't give me a chance to do a retake or to alter. I was just told. So it's very interesting that you guys like hear you who, you both have seen your brain children, brought to life. And I was like right there and I gave a different voice at the audition and they said, no, just use a regular voice. And then I did. And yeah, it got recast. So it's this industry fucking has my head spinning.
And I tell you, I would never. It wasn't until I sat in on like casting sessions and watching audition tapes that I realized how arbitrary it must be to be an actor because the reasons you don't get chosen often have nothing to do with what you did in the room.
Because I got the role. I mean, I got it. My friend John DiMaggio, a fellow Jersey guy, John DiMaggio does the voice of Bender on Futurama. He bases it on our mutual friend Ralph Colombino, who has an acting school in Freehold that I teach at, and I stay with him in Red Bank. And that's what I'm telling you, we met. I was acting in West Long Branch. Anyway, whatever. He gave me advice. He's like, I need you to picture yourself, bowl of cereal on the couch. What's the voice you want to hear? And I booked it, and then we did 3 or 4 sessions, and then we were just told, sorry, we put his voice with the animatic, it doesn't match, and they just recast. And so it's so wild to like hear you guys who are so much further ahead than I in this industry, and like that you're able to go, oh well, this is a spec script, and they didn't put this, and they shelved that, and that it's really so commonplace. It upended my fucking world.
Yeah, man. Most things don't happen.
Yeah, isn't that crazy? And like the old joke around town used to be like if every development exec, like if they could get away with not greenlighting any movie, they wouldn't, because that means like if you greenlight a movie and it doesn't work out, you can lose your job. If you never greenlight anything, nothing ever turns out bad, then maybe you don't get fired.
Is that true?
Yeah.
It seemed to be the common practice back in the day and stuff.
I mean, I think it still is. I mean, no is the easiest answer because no doesn't require you to have to defend the no. But yes says you got to talk to your boss and say why you said yes. Who then has to go to his boss and say what said yes. Then has to go to her boss and say why she said yes. And then why did we spend $300 million on the Joker 2? Somebody has to answer.
Is that how much it was?
Yeah. It's been a lot of
Yeah, Warner Brothers really needs Superman to be huge, man. Like
I'm gonna be Mickey 17.
Mickey 17. Apparently, I saw a story today said Warner Brothers is going to lose $75 million on Mickey 17.
And they
So yeah,
spent like $180 million on Mickey 17, which is insane to me.
I haven't seen it, but friends of mine have seen it and love it. Josh loves it. Like, it's he's a wonderful filmmaker. This is a dude who did Parasite and
Yeah. And he did Snowpiercer. Like
Snowpiercer, which is
he's
fantastic.
made great movies.
Yeah.
I saw it. I didn't like it nearly as much as that, but
Mm.
like it's not that it's a bad movie. I just didn't dig it. But I don't
But
see
why did it have to be so expensive?
why do you like Robert Pattinson is an incredibly interesting actor who has been in three giant franchises, but nobody showed up because he was in those franchises. They showed up because they wanted to see Twilight, they want to see Batman, and they want to see Harry Potter, not because they wanted to see Robert Pattinson. So why you thought that that dude was going to pull in enough people to justify $180 million budget before advertising or marketing seems ridiculous to me.
It's also we talked about Colin Farrell too just earlier. He said something in an interview that that movie he did, Phone Booth,
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
Joel
that it was
Schumacher movie.
originally pitched to Hitchcock. That's
Yeah,
how long that had been bouncing around.
yeah. What was that guy's name? Dude who wrote It's Alive, Larry
Oh, Karaszewski?
Cohen, or no, Larry
Oh,
Cohen.
Larry Cohen, yeah.
Like that script had been around for a while. Like somebody years before they made Phone Booth had the idea of like, what if we shot a whole movie in a phone booth? It took a long time for it to happen. It is, yeah. If you live your life waiting for somebody else to let you make your art, you'll die waiting to make your art. Sometimes you got to make your own inroads and stuff like that. In terms of fucking not getting a cartoon though, that ain't you. That's not like, like you said, you had the gig, you did the scratch. Um, that's just somewhere along the line, somebody was like, I bet you we can get I bet you we could get Josh Gad or something like that. It's not that you
Love him.
did bad, it's that they probably found somebody more famous. You know what I'm saying?
Well, fortunately, there's a lot, they could be like, oh, we got the parrot from Beretta. Nice. And Bronson Pinchot as it's just for me, it's that I'm acutely aware of the fact that within a certain zeitgeist it will make a ripple just by its sheer announcement. I being cagey because I don't know if the project's been announced, but I know like I can in my mind's eye, the nerd in me can see the Comic-Con panel that I'm not on.
Oh my
Very
God.
nearly got I very nearly got a tattoo of the character. I had the sketch and I mean sacrilegious. Like I was this close, but Bourdain was there.
That is an excellent cautionary tale in and of itself. Kids, don't get the tattoo until after the movie comes out.
This season, the one that Henry Winkler is doing on History Channel, and you guys will remember this because you're from Baldwin, you're from Jersey. Do you remember that there was a diet product on television that was spelled AYDS?
Yeah. Yes.
Mhm.
Before the disease.
I lost 30 pounds with AIDS. I I got AIDS and that was the thing. We talk about that in this episode like
Show. What is the show called?
that one's right now called Hazardous History. So it's stuff like they sold like a junior radioactive or whatever scientist, and they actually sold a children's toy that had uranium and radium and yeah.
No, I believe it.
There was a product called Lash Lure that used like wow, fucking full circle. Remember how Richard Pryor didn't know what the mistaken thing was in the kryptonite and he used tar
Yeah.
as he was smoking a pack of cigarettes? They used coal tar and in this women's makeup because movies had just become to the fore and Garbo and Theda Bara and all these like women with these Marlena Dietrich, these dark eyes, and they created an affordable sort of makeup for women and they used coal tar. Women were going blind. And if you type in lash lure, I don't do it on a full stomach. It's rough. Um, But yeah, that's what. But yeah, so that, you're right. Cautionary tale. Don't careful what you name your product, and careful what tattoos you get.
So good.
But no, Bourdain told me a long time ago, if you continue to let other people define the happiness with your career, you run the risk of getting nibbled to death by ducks. I remember that very well because I was dissatisfied that I was the happy, fun eating machine. And it sucks because when he passed, he had a show called The Layover with ZPZ with zero point 0. And he had planned to give me the show. And we had just had a meal at the Spotted Pig in New York. And he was like, "We're gonna shoot the episode." He's like, "What I want to do is meet you on the layover. And then I'll do a speech, and then you take the back half of the show. And then that's your show."
Oh man.
Ain't that a bitch? Anyway, I'm sorry. News.
News. So one more quick bit, and then we'll bounce out of news. But they're finally going to make Ted Lasso season 4.
I saw that.
Women's team.
Women's team.
Is that what it is? So they're doing
Yeah.
the thing that they set up for now. But when you say Ted Lasso, is it everyone but Ted, or is it Ted?
It is. It's Sudeikis is coming back. They've already been in the writing room. I feel like the coaching staff is probably coming back. So, you'll get
UK or here, you think?
I think
It starts in Kansas.
it starts in Kansas and then they go back to
Yeah,
AFC.
it opens in Kansas with them recruiting him back.
That show was absolutely fucking wonderful. Such heart, such humanity. Made you feel proud to be a human fucking being. Like, boy, they really captured the joy and the struggle of being a person. Just so well done. And funny as fuck, legit funny, not just like, that's amusing. Like, they said shit made me laugh out loud. Excellent writing, excellent performances.
Brett Goldstein is like incredible. The fact that he was a writer, put himself on tape arbitrarily. Did you hear his story of how he got Harrison Ford in Shrinking?
No.
So he sent the script and he was like, "I am talking to you now." Like, "Okay, I'm gonna talk to Harrison Ford." And he went over and Harrison Ford was like, "One of the best scripts I ever read." And Brett Goldstein was like, "What, you mean Shrinking?" He's like, "Yeah." "Want to do it?" "Yeah." "Is this business done?" "Yeah." "Want to eat?" That was it. Fucking it. But yeah, he was a writer, Brett Goldstein.
Yeah.
I was on his podcast when I was doing press for Jane Silent Bob Reboot, and I was over in the UK. I sat down with him on his podcast, and this is before Ted Lasso. So then, like, I was talking about, I didn't. I mean, it was just he was a great podcaster. I thought what a great fun podcast it was. And then when I was watching the show season 1, I was like, God, this guy's fucking great. Somebody online told me, like, you've been on his podcast, bro. And I was like, what? And I looked, and I he's absolutely wonderful. Oh, I'm here for it. I'm glad that show is coming back.
So he's coming back. Hannah Waddingham, and Jeremy Swift, who played the football director, all side options back in 24. They're now in negotiations with Juno Temple to return as Keely, and Brendan Hunt, who co-created as executive producers, close to coming back for Beard. But I don't think that any of the soccer players are coming back because it's not about that team anymore. I mean, there might be cameos, there might be, guest stars, but it is fundamentally about Lasso coaching a women's team. So
I'm here for it. I love that show.
Is Goldstein getting his own MCU movie? Didn't he have that cameo at the very end?
Yeah, he played Hercules at the end of the Thor movie.
I would not put money on it. It seems like many of the things that we saw out of sort of that wave of Marvel movies is kind of going to be left a little bit on the side of the road as they sprint towards Fantastic Four and Avengers Doomsday and Avengers Secret Wars. I don't, will we ever see a Shang-Chi 2? I don't know. Is there ever going to be?
You will definitely get another Shang-Chi. It's just going to take a minute. But that movie made $1 billion.
Yeah.
Did it?
Yeah.
It did incredibly well. Most Marvel movies do.
But that was one of the last one, and it was post-COVID, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I think it was just like only just like we had just begun to claw out of our shells. And
So
then,
for it to get to $1 billion is pretty like that's fucking impressive.
yeah, it was that, and then No Way Home and Doctor Strange 2 were all part of that. Like we all got to leave our houses again. Let's go see whatever is in movie theaters, and it was the beneficiary of that.
They are making Secret Wars. That's a definite.
Yeah, that's
I
the
love those
the
comics.
Russos are doing Doomsday and then into Secret Wars, which is probably based on Jonathan Hickman's Secret Wars and not the Jim Shooter Secret Wars from
Not
the
the
80s.
war we're familiar with.
Much as I'd love a Beyonder, I don't think we're getting a Beyonder.
I mean, the OG Black Superman costume,
Oh
Spidey.
yes.
Yeah,
that
yeah,
little
yeah.
black marble.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God. That,
Um,
that, mm.
the news this week from the Russo brothers, I guess some interview they did somewhere where they talked about the death of Tony Stark in Endgame, spoilers, is tying directly to Doctor Doom's story in Doomsday and Secret Wars. And that whet everybody's appetite on the internet, who are like, oh yeah, RDJ party.
Yeah. I think production begins in London, I think relatively soon. Maybe the next couple of weeks they start shooting.
As Adam said earlier, something to live for.
Indeed.
At last.
Speaking of Marvel and Spider-Man and Fantastic Four,
somebody had some news break today.
I didn't even know that news was going to break, man. Banff, man, if you're not asleep back there, throw up that little piece. Look at that. Look at that piece of artwork, man. They're doing a giant size The Amazing Spider-Man. And so it's me and a couple other creators doing stories. I got a 15-pager that I had a blast working on. Very old Marvel, 60s swinging Marvel, but not set in that period. But that's the vibe of it, man. It was. I haven't worked at Marvel in a red hot minute. I think Spider-Man, Black Cat is probably, or Daredevil Target would be the last time. So I had a good time doing it, and they announced it. I didn't know that they were announcing it. That comes out in June. I got a big summer end of year coming up, all comics, man. June is this Amazing Spider-Man giant size. July is Archie meets Jay and Silent Bob, which the good folks at Archie have been furnishing me with all the different covers that they're doing, because not just they'll do multiples at the Archie at Archie Comics, but then retailers across the country can choose to do a custom cover. So I'm seeing all sorts of wonderful Archie covers with Jay and Bob and the characters and stuff.
Is Victor Gorlick still at Archie?
I don't know. I've been working with this dude Jesse, who's absolutely wonderful. He's my guy, but perhaps he is. I don't know. I'll ask him. What's the name?
Victor Gorlick. I took a cartooning class when I was a kid. He was an editor of Archie Comics.
Seriously.
And a kid that I went to drama school with has now become like the comic movie guy. A guy named Roberto Aguirre Sacasa.
Yeah, he did Sabrina, right?
Yeah, he was my neighbor in grad school. It's crazy to see how like the people from my grad school like have exploded and like
that you come up with.
Yeah.
They look at you the same way. They're like fucking Richmond.
They go, look at this bitch eating.
You turn on TV, you can't
bitch. What are you doing?
You can't escape Adam. Then in what is it? June, July, August, Quick Stops Volume 3 begins with my Secret Stash press imprint with Dark Horse Comics. And those issues take us all the way to the holidays. So it's like August, September, October, November and stuff. So if you like comics written by this fucking old hack, oh my God, you're gonna get a chance to read 6 of them this year. Plus maybe more to come. We'll see.
Maybe more.
I dropped the ball when CB Sobolski was messaging me during the Man versus Food days, because I did have an idea. He was like, "I'll give you an 8-page, whatever." And analysis
I'll introduce you to some cats, man. Trust me. I'm sure they'd be happy to have you.
Analysis, and I just, and now I'm looking at you, and now I'm thinking I gotta go vegan to get my closer to superhero physique.
Not a physique, trust me. There's a reason I don't reach my shirt off before I make love. There's still a lot of skin that just hangs. I never got it removed or anything like that. So But somebody in the chat was just like earlier said something about like Kevin has the Ozempic shakes or something like that.
What?
But I wish I had a heart attack 7 years ago, went vegan afterwards, and that it just falls off because you don't get to eat anything fun and cool anymore. So you be happy now.
Aren't you in LA?
I am in LA, and they got wonderful vegan restaurants.
Amazing vegan restaurants.
Yeah, absolutely. And to be honest with you, the more I travel all the time, do shows and shit. When I'm in the world, I use this app, Happy Cow, that tells where the nearest vegan restaurant is. Fucking, I'm in like, of all places, Salt Lake City, Utah, and I'm like, there ain't gonna be nothing here. The Mormons ain't figured out this. Some of the most, the largest number of vegan restaurants, like more so than most big cities that I've gone to. One of them was a satanic vegan restaurant called Mark of the Bistro.
That's fucking killer.
They had Hail Satan sandwiches. Like it was just
Hail Satan.
I love a good pun. Here for
But like I miss it, like dropping because I went vegan for the celebrity soccer match I played in with like Jeremy Renner and James Mack, people that were actually famous. But come on, like that was my Tony Stark. Like I was kind of fit.
Look at your fucking Tony Stark, man.
man.
Like not bad.
Man versus suit right there. Fuck.
Yeah, well, because I had dropped the blubber. I was like, oh, that's what the top of my dick looks like. Got it.
Hello, old friend.
Eddie Murphy and Nutty Professor. But
dick.
Yes, but no, it's I applauded the way like you just like had that physical mastery though. Where do you like to eat? What are your vegan restaurants in LA, if I might take us on?
I'm a big Crossroads guy, as anybody who's ever been there. They've got a secret menu as well, and they've recently been doing it was so funny because after I watched the Franco-American episode, SpaghettiOs episode, we went to Crossroads the next day because on their secret menu they do vegan SpaghettiOs with meatballs.
Fuck off.
Yes, and it's pretty. You of course you could tell it's not like, boy, it tastes exactly like SpaghettiOs because they're a high-end fucking fancy restaurant and shit. But it's pretty wonderful and it tastes like a happy childhood. So I love going there.
Gracias Madre.
Gracias Madre, but that's more like they are legit vegetables, and I'm a dirty vegan. I'm like, ew, take that
I want a burger
and turn it into a meatball and stuff like that. But they are a wonderful restaurant. Which one?
Sage, like that kind of food. Sage is Molly, Chef Molly. I think Woody Harrelson and Jason Mraz invested. There's one in Culver and there's one in Los Feliz. Say they do like nachos and burgers and tacos,
like vegan comfort food and stuff.
Yeah. Is that your vibe?
Yeah, very much so. All the way comfort food. There's a place out here in the valley called Donna Jean, which is pretty good. And they do like a breakfast and bread, it's called, like a Saturday, Sunday brunch that's just like all fucking bread. It's pretty wonderful. In New York, there's a place I love called PS Kitchen.
Sick.
It's a great place, man. It's so funny fucking talking food to a food guy. Like you probably
no, but I'm talking film to a film two film guys. Jesus Christ! Like, there's a place on Wilshire and 10th, I think, called Golden Mean, MEAN, and I only know it because I used to live on Arizona in 10th. That had like one of the dopest burgers, like could stand on its own, and the window. Even though they're known for these like unbelievable smash burgers, the window does a vegan or a vegetarian version, I think.
Really?
Yeah, I love one. If you're into Thai, I don't know if you are. Sadta, it's called SADTH. I found it on Happy Cow on Lincoln, south of Olympic, and that was also really, really good. Like there was some I couldn't get down with, like Cafe Gratitude. I wasn't feeling it, but. But Gracias Madre and Sage, I believe that's the brother and sister team.
Seriously?
Yeah, I think someone told me it's like their dad's farm. Those are pretty decent, but like, yeah, I mean, look, I go to Alamo and I think I'm healthy because I'm like watching Nosferatu face fucking a giant order of buffalo cauliflower. Healthy because it's cauliflower.
Oh, fucking! I keep leaning on this. And I keep meaning to say, if you're out in Los Angeles, man, at the Van Eaton Gallery, they're doing a Bob Clampett show.
Oh, ooh.
So this is the catalog from the art show where it's all his own personal stuff. Bob Clampett, for those that don't follow animation that closely, worked for all of them. Worked for Disney, worked for Warner Brothers, then worked for himself when he created Beanie and Cecil. But at Warner Brothers, he did shit like, remember that cartoon, I Love to Sing about the moon and the June and the spring? That was his. Some of the very funnier, like fat Elmer Fuds were his back in the day. An absolute animation master. But aside from like this show at Van Eaton, aside from having just like pieces of artwork, original cells and shit, this dude was a massive collector of his genre. So right now, and I saw it in display, you can go there and see everything on display. And then at the auction is this weekend, I think Saturday and Sunday. And you can either be there, you can jump in online and shit. But they had a baton, like a conductor's baton. Carl Stallings, the guy responsible for all the Looney Tunes music, this was his baton. So this baton created decades of fucking joy that until recently used to be on Max, and now they just got rid of it. But all of that music came from this baton, and I think he's got it, like the starting bid is like $2,000, obviously out of my price league. But like, could you imagine? Like, if you're somebody who loves music or animated music particularly, like what a treasure that would be to have. And Bob Clampett collected it just because he was like, well, I know Carl and I love his stuff and I love cartoons. So he collected it like a fan. A master of the genre was a fan of the genre and collected it as well. And now his collection is up for sale. They have the Beanie and Cecil puppets that you could get. It's crazy, man. Now, you know, there are a lot of people out there, what the fuck's Beanie and Cecil? Believe me, that shit was old when I was a kid. It was in reruns and shit. Cartoon history, like on display. I was walking through, looking at everything, and it's just fucking spellbinding. So even if you're not in LA, the auction is March 22nd to the 23rd. You can jump online at the Van Eaton Gallery and see what some of this stuff goes for. But I was talking to them, and I was like, oh my God. Like, they had frames from I Love to Sing about the moon. And, you know, we were like, what's that going to go for? Like $20,000? And he's like, the whole lot starts at 600 or something. We were like, what? And he's like, how many people know this cartoon? And that's coming from people who are experts in the field and stuff. So, you know, if you hear auction, you're like, I can't afford any of that shit. You might be surprised, man. If you're into this, if you're into old Warner Brothers cartoons, his aunt, I found this fascinating. And even if you're not buying shit, if you're in the LA area, just go through the setup and you can look at shit and read it. They got it laid out all nicely. His aunt was the one who sewed the original Mickey Mouse dolls, stuffed animals. Like they would hand make them. This is long before he got into like merchandising deal and fucking like, you know, went to China and made zillions. This was a lady who would be like, and that was his aunt, Bob Clampett's aunt. So he was around Disney a lot because of his aunt, and then gravitated into the field and stuff. Fucking fascinating. And a man without whom we wouldn't have had like some of the most wonderful cartoons we ever enjoyed. So if you love Bob Clampett, if you love Bugs Bunny, Beanie and Cecil, check it out.
Check it out. We're all done with news, sir.
That's all the news.
Remake Courageous Cat and Minute Mouse.
Right, man. Dun, dun, dun. You know who created that? Bob Kane.
Really?
Batman, yeah. That's why, I mean, basically it's just Batman and Robin. Courageous Cat, Minute Mouse. The car looks the fucking same.
They had a special gun to do every specific job.
They had their own Joker, the Frog Mash. Hey.
Yes, yeah. Edward G. Robinson Frog. Yeah.
I feel like there should be some kind of mouse cinematic universe so that you could have, I mean, granted, Mickey's the big get, but, you know, Courageous Cat, Minute Mouse, Danger Mouse, you know, fucking Jerry. Like, why were mice?
Jerry. He never gets credit by himself. Jerry. Like,
this
it's
is
true.
Bisbee from Secret of Nim.
Yeah.
Seriously, why were there so many fucking mice in animated shit? The Rescuers Down Under? Like, why?
Wow, deep cut.
All of the
Mouskowitz.
Five-O
Mouskowitz. Do you remember Jerry's nephew, the little mouse?
Oh, yeah.
And remember, they like did the
Not
three.
the French one, not the Bonjour.
They did the
Monsieur
Three
Pussycat.
Musketeers cartoon. Touche, Monsieur
The
Pussycat.
Pussycat, yes. Oh
Um,
my goodness gracious. Incidentally, by the way, there was an Auntie Anne. I feel it's been weighing on my heart. Her name was Ann Byler. And
so she was the aunt in question. That's right. You're right. My bad. She like they show her and they're saying her name throughout the show, but then at a certain point when she has to pick a name, they're like Campbell Scott's like she chooses the name that her niece, refers to her,
the
and stuff like
location's
that.
still open. It's still at the same mall. Again, not a plug, just a fact. It's in Adam Meets the 80s. We went there. We went to the first Panda Express in the Glendale Galleria. It's still there. So they had the Panda Inn,
Yeah, yeah.
and then they were building the Glendale Galleria, and the Chung family. Andrew Chung was a fucking visionary. And in fact, the cat that created Orange Chicken is still alive. He made me a few versions. His daughter's a USC student, and he was telling me they call her the Orange Chicken Princess.
Ah!
Um, but it was based on like flavors he had created in Hawaii. That was why that sweet and spicy shit was going down. But Ann Byler, incidentally, the dude who runs the mall in Lancaster, PA, where she opened the first Auntie Anne's, he didn't believe in the concept and he didn't want to give a woman a stand. She wanted to be in the food court. Malls were new. She knew about the food court. Incidentally, sidebar, I don't know what culture produces bourbon chicken. I don't know. I've had that shit offered to me on a toothpick in every state. I don't know what the fuck that is. But anyway, um, Auntie Anne, he said, I'm not going to give you the food court. You could have a spot by the parking lot. And so she was crestfallen. So she got volunteers to walk around with samples and she gunned the fan in her spot so that the smell of the pretzels would carry through the mall. And there is a pretzel, like, I don't know, inlay in the formica, and it's a pretzel she made, and that's the template. It's a silhouette of the pretzel she made. So they'll quite literally make the pretzels and lay it on this little pretzel thing on the counter so it matches. And then they dip it in her secret solution. It's crazy. And the fact that they're both still there, that the first Auntie Anne's is still where it was, the first Panda Express still where it is. And the Panda Express, incidentally, no franchises, all family owned, like White Castle.
What do you mean? Everyone across
It's
the
owned by the Chung family. Absolutely. They'll find operators, but there's no franchisees. White Castle, because I'm big with the fucking castle.
Dude,
Big time. Like
I
White
they
that
do
would be like,
impossible sliders, man.
Huh?
They do impossible sliders now.
Yes, yes, yes. Fuck yes. Absolutely they
White
do.
Castle was my like, hey, it's 3 o'clock in the morning and I'm still in Manhattan and I'm gonna hit this one that's right on the way to the fucking Lincoln Tunnel and it's gonna be riding shotgun in my car with me and it's gonna pain me by the time I get home, but I don't care because I love it so much.
And they have a great secret menu. I would highly recommend ordering your sliders bottoms up, where they just use two bottom buns. You
Ooh,
order with extra steam. And for those of us that are still rocking somewhat omnivorous, the double jalapeno cheese bottoms up extra steam is like umami bomb. It is just
shit.
put it in a spoon with you and Gregor and tie me off. It's the goods.
I wish
But
we
yeah,
had one in fucking
that's
LA.
I'm so impressed though that you're able to recall so many of the facts. That's I think the greatest thing to know that people have, like, not just you, that people like go, I didn't realize that Doritos had their root in Disney World. That, Disney World gave us the Dorito, and I'm like, yeah,
When I was doing the interview with them, they referred to the term of art as wow facts. And
I
I
like
was like,
that.
that makes sense because every time you hear something, you're like, wow. And it's something you want to pass on to somebody else, man, where you're like, get this shit. Like
I still
like,
do it.
I was fucking regaling my kid for 20 minutes, her eyes glazed over. I'm like, the chocolate chip cookie was invented after the Oreo. How did that happen? What timeline are we in? That just blew my mind, man.
Or the fact that there actually was a guy named Duncan Hines, but there was no
That too. I was
Benny
literally just
Crocker.
saying that to somebody the other day. I was like, do you know there was actually a man named Duncan Hines?
He was the
Was he a
OG
Scottish
food
lord
influencer.
of some kind?
He was the OG food influencer. He began writing his food journals. He was a critic, and then his name carried such weight that he was like, and that was the idea of adding an egg. The simple idea of adding an egg made housewives feel like they were cooking.
That was
The
part of the
idea of just
process.
eggs and oil, these things that were relatively, it's also so fascinating. And I love that you keyed in on this, the very first clip that I saw, because you talk about like the history of it. You know, Andrew Zimmern is the other sort of mentor who took me under his wing, and he's right. Like in every good dish, you can taste warfare and slavery and infighting and conflict. Like there's no Cheetos without fucking World War II.
Right.
That Herman Lay bought powdered cheese from the army for pennies on the dollar. It was like, sprinkle this shit on them.
Yeah, but oftentimes the innovation isn't like this is a better version. It's often just like, I don't know, try this.
Yeah,
Got a bunch of this.
Yeah.
yeah, yeah. But I like the human stories. That's the thing. My mom is one of the smartest. I mean, I'm mama's boy to the fucking fullest here. I'll stop just shy of Oedipal, um, but like we were talking about like how Heinz, you know, he had that iconic bottle, and people started making knockoff ketchup in that shaped bottle. So he bought all the bottles, put them on a boat, and sank that fucker in the Allegheny. And those bottles are still washing up like to this day. Like they're still findable, still in the silt, because it's right, you know, Pittsburgh sits where the three rivers meet, the Allegheny, the Monongahela, and the but whatever. It was just those things, or when I hear like the humanity of it, I go, oh, like I didn't know I was called Hydrox, and now I could be like, I fucking
I know. Oh my God. You must be awesome at parties. Like, there's never a dead party if you're there. They're like, Adam, tell them about Hydrax. And you're like, well,
and then that wears off really quickly, and they're like, I'm gonna go in the other room and do anything.
yeah. Have you heard that guy talking about
No, no,
Hydrax?
no, but wait, guys, let me tell you about Jimmy Dean's sausage.
All right. We're out of news. That means we turn to Banff Man. Banff Man, you got some questions for us?
Banff.
Look at Banff
Hey.
Man. Fresh dad right there.
Yeah.
Dad.
Mazel
I
tov.
want a nap.
Okay, what do we have? Gloose asked in the chat, which member of the Justice League is most likely to get in trouble for something stupid they said online?
What a great question. All right, which member of the Guy Gardner, hands down. Guy Gardner gets canceled once a week minimum. He seems like that guy. Most JSA folks, maybe Wally, you know, but most JLA, JSA folks treat the job very seriously. But I can see those two catching shit so easily. Boys?
I think honestly, I go either Barry Allen, or fucking Wonder Woman. Like, I just don't think she understands how the internet works. So we'll just like say shit you should keep private, but it's like I'm telling the internet what, like, she's a little Draxy, maybe, like doesn't quite understand sort of levels of context.
Right.
I think Zan from the Wonder Twins. I think that he carries around a lot of shame that like his sister could be like a Bengal tiger and he could be like steam. Form of a bucket of water. And she's like shape of a fucking pterodactyl with laser eyes. I think he's got like a lot of pent up incel.
He's just like, am I the
Twin
asshole because I
aggression.
hate my sister because she does shit?
Yeah, asshole.
totally. Make Wonder Twins great again.
Yeah.
I was just reading
Bitch
this.
has always got claws.
Yeah,
I was reading this. Am I the asshole? And I'm pretty sure it's one of the Wonder Twins. Great question. If only we had things to give out, that person would have got something. What's next?
Another DC question from Orange 2591. What DC character would you want to do a food tour with in their fictional city?
Oh.
Let's lead off with our food guy.
I actually did like a cooking demo. Someone did something with like comics and cooking a while back. Maybe because I'm partial to good old Norin Rad. But we said DC though, right?
Mm-hmm.
That counts.
Oh, is wait, was Surfer? Marvel though, because he had that had the crackle in the background, right?
Yeah, yeah,
Kirby Crackle.
So it's not DC.
yeah. My bad. Yes, you're absolutely right.
Oh, maybe because I feel, ooh, fuck. You know what? I'll say Green Lantern because I bet like whatever condiment I'm missing, he could like generate some kind of. And I
Not
like the green.
mustard. Not mustard. You can't
No,
do yellow.
no, fair
Stop
enough.
it.
But he could do like that green Tabasco. And I'm kind of down with that these days, using an inordinate amount of it.
What is as a food person, what is something that you know about that the rest of the world is not hip to that we're on the verge of? Like, like,
Flavor?
yeah, something.
Oh my word. Like an ingredient people aren't using or something?
Yeah, or a food that nobody's eaten that's about to break huge. A salsa before it becomes salsa.
I mean,
Like, you guys, fucking
selfishly, I think the sauces I'm developing with, you know, that guy, Cousine, take care, brush your hair on social media. My friend Danny, he and I are creating some sauces. But no, I think, um, oh wow. I mean, the things that I think I would love to see people use more because they're more versatile than you think, and they are vegan actually. A good chunk of them are like things, and people are using like gochujang, like Korean fermented pepper paste, or doenjang, which is fermented soybean paste. But it sounds like funky and gross, but it actually can add like depth to barbecue sauce or to baked chicken or something as simple as that. Really good olive oil. And I know you said Grass is a partner of yours, but I think like you could poach in olive oil. You know, that was the big thing that Thomas Keller did with like poaching lobster in a nice rich fat like that. Tahini or tahina, whatever you want to call it. My wings, if you want like a solid fucking wing recipe that's baked, sorry, Kev, I apologize, but it works super well on vegan wings too. Tahini, Calabrian chili, and like lime marmalade or like any kind of marmalade. But tahini sesame, I think, is like a really underrated thing. Like it's not just the peel and stick thing on top of the bun. Like it's a pretty solid flavor.
Yeah,
Back,
when I make my hummus, like
Mhm.
it's all about this very specific tahini.
What kind do you use?
It's I wish I knew the name, but it's white bottle with a orange label and writing. I mean, it comes straight out of Israel. I found it online. I went looking for the most expensive tahini one day, and I found this brand, and they weren't crazy expensive, but fuck, the quality was good. I
Is it
wish
Hamalka?
I don't know the
There's
name.
one called Malka, which means queen in Hebrew. That one's pretty bomb. But I think the world tends to turn. I don't know how you guys feel. Don't you think like everyone turns to a region? Like, I was just speaking about this with a Korean chef I know that, like, with Squid Games, the rise of K-pop, that like white kids are learning K-pop phonetically and going to Madison Square Garden in droves to sing along with Blackpink or BTS or whatever. That suddenly you start finding Korean fried chicken in more places, Korean wings, spicy, soy and whatever wings. Um, how many places on 32nd Street now have the what is it with the game with the hit the scratch the sugar in Squid
In
Games.
oh
Squid
yeah,
Game.
yeah, yeah. I remember the
Uh,
name of it, but yeah.
I'm drawing a blank because white Jew. But yes. So I think that there's something there. I also think what I know what I'd like to see, but it's um I I don't like I said, I have been on unemployment and stuff, so I always have an issue, and I gave a talk at the Brooklyn Botanic Garden about this not too long ago. I always get fucked up about farm to table when the people who work on the farm can seldom afford to eat at that table. And that I think now, especially now we're watching the price of eggs go up, and we're beginning to realize like the disconnect we have with the marketplace. And I felt it better when I was vegan. Like I could go to a farmer's market in Santa Monica, get vegetables, and turn that into a meal that I'd love to see. And I think people now are getting that connection back. It started with the pandemic. Everyone was making sourdough and banana bread and pickling and shit. I think it's going to turn. I think the next thing is going to be people like raising their own, growing their own. I think that we're going to see a greater amount of that with this egg shortage.
I mean, honestly, I was not, I mean, I've been vegan for a few years now, but I had no idea people loved eggs as much as they fucking do. Like, boy, oh boy, everyone got really mad when the eggs started disappearing or becoming expensive and stuff. And then somebody told me, like, yeah, asshole, it's like one of the cheapest forms of fucking protein on the planet, or it used to be.
Yeah, it used to be. There's a thing in England that it's called the carpetbagger steak, and it's hard to believe that there was a time when oysters were dirt cheap. Beef was what was expensive. So they make a steak and they cut a pocket in it and they make a farce of the a filling of just oysters. And it was a way to bolster a small amount of meat with more protein. And then you can find like these parallels in all these cultures with like oysters and oyster beef with oyster sauce at every Chinese restaurant, or bolsam, which is like pork and oysters. But like it do you think though that people are kind of making eggs a little bit of cause celeb? It's a little bit of a political football that's being kicked back and forth. No, like
It feels like it. Although I have been in a grocery store where like they had a sign on empty shelves going like 1 carton of eggs, ask at the counter and shit like that. Like,
what?
yeah, it was at, where did I go? I went to a Sprouts and the fucking all the eggs
Oh,
were gone. And they said you had to ask about them and shit. Hey,
There
I
are
want to hit you
bodegas
guys.
in New York that sell like Lucy's.
Lucy's, loose eggs.
Yeah, just like here's 3 eggs.
Lucy's like cigarettes. You can go
Yeah,
in and buy
yeah.
like 1 or 2 eggs.
In like a shitty sandwich bag.
Yeah.
The place I bought my first ever do-rag, JB Smoove was having a watch party for the new season of Curb, and it said do-rags not required but encouraged. And that bodega is now selling fucking Lucy eggs.
I was chatting, texting with my friend Malcolm today. Malcolm Ingram, he's Canadian, and he told me about a thing which, like, I want to see if you guys had heard about this. We used to talk about. He found an app called Swimply, which is like you go and rent somebody's pool and swim in it for an hour, 2 hours. Let's say you got no access to a pool, you jump on Swimply and you enter your address and like, hey, there's 9 pools in the area, and they'll let you rent it for like 2 hours, 3 hours, and shit. So he goes like to pools. He loves swimming. He goes to Swimply, finds a pool, goes and hangs out. So he wrote me this thing today where he goes, I found a new app to replace the glorious Swimply, which I haven't used in a year. It's called Too Good to Go.
Love it. I have
You
it.
know it?
I have it.
It is
I have it.
end of day restaurant and grocery past due date for cheap. He says he hasn't grocery shopped in 6 months. You vouch for this?
I think it's brilliant.
Tell us about it. What does it do?
Exactly what you said. So I used to work at Sushi Samba on 7th Avenue South. Super bougie, Sex in the City vibes, whatever. It used to break my fucking heart because I would see perfectly intact sushi rolls being thrown in a bus tub. And I'm not saying like they were lowered in, they were just dumped in. And I remember I said something to one of my managers. I was like, yo, I'll take it. He's like, we can't do that. I said, I'll pay for it. He's like, we can't do that. It's leftover food from the day. And Bourdain actually did a movie about this at Tribeca Film Festival called Wasted, about food
Yeah.
waste.
About
So the thing is, essentially, let's say I'm a bakery, FDA and whatever public health and safety says I can't sell my muffins from today tomorrow. So they have to get rid of everything. And so sometimes it's like Peter Griffin in the mystery box, and you don't necessarily know what you're going to get. But yeah, it's literally, it says right here, let's get started saving food. So different restaurants in your area, and they'll give you a rough idea of what you might get. So there's like delis that have a bunch of those like chicken Caesar wraps, barbecue chicken wraps, whatever. So you may get 6 or 7 different kinds of wrap, fresh sandwiches, but it's just the stuff at the end of the day. Oh, I vouch for it wholeheartedly. Wholeheartedly.
what
I
is it
mean,
called? Good to go?
too good to go.
Too good to go.
Yeah.
A bunch of cats in chat seem to know it as well. This one cat was like, Bob Perlitz, who I know, said too good to go is so dangerous.
Why?
I guess he's because there's like, you just like, I'll take that. I'll take that.
Quantity, I
Products of
suppose,
food.
is becomes the problem.
I mean, I find that because the prices are so good too.
I think that's what he's talking about. And what? So wait, but you'd mentioned before, like it used to be like restaurants and shit that got to throw it out. You always see that footage of food in a dumpster outside of
Yeah.
a food store. Is this related to that? Like where they're like, now you don't
Instead of
have to.
throwing it away, they get a customer, and people get a good deal. So here, like I just opened it here in Nashville, well, outside of Nashville, and there's Kitchen Way Euro and Deli, and it says this bag may include assorted items from their Greek menu, such as rice, gyro, salads, sides, etc. And then lets you know what the allergen is, but and it's listed as surprise bag, 7.99 for like a bag of a bunch of different things, fresh. It's not leftover. It's not this. There's another one. I mean, fuck, Circle K is on here. Strange things are afoot at the Circle K. And again, bag will be filled with delicious, ready-to-eat goods that may include sandwiches, wraps, salads, snacks, pastries, chips, or fresh produce. 3.99.
Bob Perlitz here in chat said I've gotten two whole pizzas for like $7.
And at the end of the day, right, it's not just that you're not wasting food. So, like, remember how you just said someone had to work on Coyote versus Acme,
Yeah,
bust their ass and deliver a performance and not be
yeah,
with their family? Well, these people like made pizzas. They
yeah.
busted their ass. They
That's
maybe
their art.
Yeah.
right. They could have burnt their hands on the oven. Like at least their hard work's not getting tossed. And
Like
I
when I
think
was in high
that's
school, like I had a
yeah,
buddy who worked in a pizza joint, and like
yeah.
we would all just drive by at the end of the day, and they'd have all of the fucking house pies that would become slices that had to go somewhere, and like a bunch of fucking fat dudes in fucking hatchbacks will gladly relieve you of your leftover pizza at the end of the day.
Wait, I have a food question for both of you. For Mark,
Yes.
you're a Long Island guy. Where was your diner and what was your diner order? And for Kev, Taylor Hammer pork roll.
Pork roll, hands
Okay,
down.
pork roll.
We would go to the Baldwin Coach Diner on Sunrise Highway.
Okay.
I
Oh,
would
well.
I would get either um, a tuna melt on English muffins. Um, I know I was. I mean, it was, we were a coastal town, so at least I knew that the tuna was coming from a can near the water. Um, and or I would get fries covered in mozzarella cheese and gravy.
Which, incidentally, Chef Esther Troy and I were talking about how disco fries is American poutine.
Oh yeah.
It is. Essentially, it is. First time I went to Canada and somebody was like, "You want to try poutine?" I was like, "These are disco fries."
Thank you.
What do you do?
Incidentally, I just shot a New Jersey episode of Pro Moves. We did a New Jersey hot dog episode. So anyone who's
Did you
listening,
go? Where'd you go?
a few places.
Did you go
Jersey,
to the
no,
Windmill?
no, where's Windmill?
Windmill's down in Long Branch. Like their hot dogs are
Oh,
pretty
oh,
famous.
oh, oh, wait. Not far from the water, right?
Yeah, right next to the water. It looks like a windmill.
Place called Max is also down there.
That's
Also,
right. Max's as well.
We did Rutt's Hut
Nice.
in
I've heard of
Clifton.
them.
Um, we did a great one in is it in Jersey City? Boulevard Drinks. Superb. And then we went, I know people know Jimmy Buffs, but we went to Dickie D's for the Italian dog.
Hmm.
Oh, superb, superb. And incidentally, at Dickie D's, you could just get it without the dog, and it's still like delicious. It's like their peppers and onions and their potatoes and what they call pizza bread. Superb.
Hey,
But
I,
people
I got a
know Jersey's like a stronghold. Everyone knows about Harold's and Edison or White
I've
Man
been to Harold's a
and
lot.
Hackensack.
I've been to Harold's. Fucking chicken salad comes the size of your face. The cakes
Yes.
your
You
size.
ever fuck with that, Kev?
no.
Harold's is known for these Willy Wonka sandwiches. So basically, if you were still eating meat, the three of us would go and order one sandwich, and then you go to a bar that has slices of bread, and you can take this one sandwich and you can make it into My
No,
that's
100%. It's like a $30 sandwich that you could split by five people and still have half of it left over to go home.
in fact, I think one of the first photos, because that's when I had a little bit of Man versus Food money. I got, an iPhone, and I'm almost positive one of the first photos I took, they had a Napoleon that's the size of a cooler. And I said, wow, that looks like a cooler. He said, oh, that's interesting. That's exactly what we used to build it. Your cakes, I said, that's the size of a compound bucket. He said, again, we lay it out in a compound bucket. And they're wonderful. Like the quality doesn't suffer, but like your arteries go, what the fuck was that? Follow a rope and floss your body. I have, wait, this is I have a picture of one of their eclairs. And I know you think I'm like zooming in on it or something like that. It's just absurd. It's like, yeah, it's like the size of a dachshund. It's I don't know, and I still haven't been to White Manna. That's one of my biggest glaring holes in my food resume. Did you ever go to the Grease Trucks by Rutgers, Kev?
Mm-mm.
Really? You have, Mark? No?
I
The
did.
Fat Tony, the Fat Daryl.
After watching Man versus Food, I was like, find me a fucking grease truck. And yeah. And then they opened Fat Sal's out here in LA.
Yes.
That is very
Yes.
reminiscent of the grease truck experience.
Yes, exactly right. And there's a Stromboli restaurant in New Brunswick, right outside of Rutgers, um, called Stuff Your Face Strombolis. And that was Mario Batali's first ever restaurant job. Was it
That
Stuff Your
place?
Face? Huh?
That place?
Yeah, Stuff Your Face Stromboli. He's a Jersey guy. Batali is Jersey to the core.
Um, who's the chef? Really nice guy. Um, God, he bought the Dixie Lee Bakery out by us in Keensburg.
The Duff?
No, but he's a nice guy too. I met
Stuff's
him.
the best. Do you know him?
Yeah, I was on his show like a couple years back. He was super sweet.
What a wonderful person he is.
Oh my God, the guy's name's escaping me. He's a Jersey legend.
Uh,
But I was talking to him, and he came to the Secret Stash and did a pop-up cupcake thing. Dixie Lee Bakery is this big.
oh, do you mean my friend Buddy Velastro from Cake Boss?
Yeah, no, not
He's
that's not,
Jersey.
he is Jersey, but this isn't him. God, I gotta look up his name.
Um,
But he
a
took
baker?
over what used to be the fromagerie in Rumson and turned it into something that's very popular and everyone knows it. He's a fuck. God damn it, his name is
Let's
escaping.
see. Jersey. So you have Esther Choi, who has Mock Bar and Mrs. U, and she's on Food Network now with that whole 24-hour chef thing.
Uh-huh. I'm
Brilliant,
gonna look up
brilliant.
Keensburg Dixie Lee Bakery.
Incidentally, this is one sandwich from Harold's. That's one part of one sandwich.
David Burke.
Oh, I know Dave.
David Burke. I'm sitting around talking to David, and David goes, because he's also very Jersey and grew up in the area and worked in the area. And he was talking about like, oh, one of my first jobs, I worked at the Ground Round in Hazlitt. I was like, I ate at that fucking Ground Round.
The ground round.
Where you threw the peanut shells on the floor, they
Mhm.
give you a basket of peanuts and popcorn. You could crack the shells, you throw the peanuts on the floor. So I was like, what year did you work there? And he was like, he gave me the years. I was like, I fucking ate there then. He goes, I probably made you a hamburger at one point. Then he went even further back. There was this fucking crepe place in the mall called La Crepe at the Monmouth Mall. He worked there when I was a kid. The dude's like been around forever and shit. And it's nuts when somebody who achieves national acclaim for their art form started in a restaurant that you ate at as a kid and not like in a franchise, like at that location. Yeah. Nuts.
That's fucking killer. I didn't, and I know that he's the best. Like I got a chance to fly to Hawaii Food and Wine, sitting next to him, and he just had stories to burn. Like he used to say that when he was at River Cafe, and somebody that they were firing when they came to get their last check, um, they'd have to park with the valet. They would take out the spare tire, and they would take a full fish and they'd put a fish inside the guy's tire and then put it back in the trunk and they'd leave. And he's like, oh, fucking take months to get that fucking smell.
Oh my God, that's an excellent David Burke. Sounds just like him.
Oh yeah, he was so funny. He told me like how his dad had said, I want you to pull weeds. If you do, I'll give you $20 to like go out on this date or whatever you had. And he's like, did you pull the weeds? And Burke is like, yeah, Dad, I did. And his dad's like, you're full of shit. And his dad had already pulled the weeds and had put $20 in change under each of the weeds. And he was like, but to hear Burke, the way he tells a story, but his mentor at CIA, oh yeah, my favorite David Burke story from his mouth. He had I want to say it was like a pacer that only started if you started it downhill and you had to pop the clutch and push in the second. He was running late to school and he had a mentor named Roland Hennin who trained Thomas Keller and whatever. And he tells me this story. He's in New Hyde Park at CIA. He's trying to get to school. The car dies. So he gets to school and he said, what happened? He said, I pushed it down the thing. The thing wouldn't fucking start. I had to run here, whatever else. And then he said, that's the best. He's like, that's the best excuse you got. And Burke's like, well, no, I could say I had an 8-ball and 2 hookers, but I'm telling you the truth.
I've never been so disappointed as when I turned on, I want to say it was the History Channel, maybe A&E, and the show was called Cooking Secrets of the CIA. And I expected it to be a spy show. Like literally, we're teaching agents who are going to go overseas how to cook and how to like go undercover as chefs who travel the fucking world.
That sounds like a great fucking show, actually.
And then I'm now upset that I told everybody my new show.
Yeah, you just fucking gave away a great show, goddamn.
Buried the lead.
I did it again. Son of a bitch.
What is it? Culinary Institute of America or something?
Yeah. It's in New Hyde Park, and it's where Bourdain trained, and yeah, I mean Kwame Onwuachi, just brilliant mind after brilliant mind. It's just one of the absolute best. But Julia Child started in the military, and the only thing that really got her started cooking, they needed her to create something to keep sharks from triggering underwater mines. And that's when she started like learning about the way things mixed, how oils mixed with heavier things. But that was the very first, she talks about that rather openly, or talked, I should say, that her military service. She was a savage. She had a rough car accident right before her wedding. She got married with a bandage on. And she's like,
wasn't she was a member of Churchill's Ministry of Ungentlemanly Warfare.
Oh, I didn't know that. But you want to know something very cool, though? Oh my God.
Yeah.
There is a pop-up that you can find, just, Redditize or whatever. A disappearing dining club. It happens a lot in England. There's a market in Bermondsey in London called the Rope Walk Market or Maltby Street Market, whatever. But there's a place where they do like reclaimed furniture, like brass fittings, wood. You can buy an old door, whatever. This chef, this Swedish chef, he does these sick pop-ups. Everything's family style, and you eat in essentially the showroom. So while you're eating, someone can come by and like look at the tag on the lamp on your table. The reason I mention it, there's a thing called the Churchill Room, and I remember the Churchill Room, the wall panels are the exact panels from the room on Grosvenor Place where they planned the D-Day invasion. The exact walls, like the room a dining room. Like you can buy the walls. Fucking nuts.
He was a drinker, that Churchill.
Right. JC, as we head into hour 5 of the show, what's our last question?
Last question from Bearded Azhole, AZ-hole. Book lawyer. Which TV, movie, or comic book lawyer would you want to defend you? And what would be the worst crime you think you would be able to commit and still get off?
I'm going to pick Stormy Weathers from
Judd Nelson?
Judd Nelson's Stormy Weathers from the David E. Kelly written and Bob Clark directed. Yes, the man who directed A Christmas Story and Porky's directed From the Hip. One of my absolutely favorite law movies. I mean, it's comedy and stuff like that. But he plays a young attorney, hotshot attorney, who gets involved in this like case that they turn into a freedom of speech case and allows the firm to make a bunch of money. And because of that, he's high profile. And then he gets assigned like a murder trial with what's his name? John
Hurt.
playing the perpetrator.
With the hammer, right?
What is it?
He killed someone with a hammer.
He did. He killed.
I don't want to spoiler alert, but that he didn't turn around.
Yes.
Is Daryl Hannah in that?
No.
And that's where I was gonna go. Was Legal Eagles.
That's Legal Eagles. It is who is Elizabeth Perkins from About Last Night, and many other things and stuff. And who else? David Alan Grier, a young David Alan Grier.
That's who
Nancy Toussaint, was that her name? Tony Soprano's mom.
Oh yeah.
Playing a completely different Nancy Marchand, playing a completely different like version of a character you've never seen her do. She's like all dressed up. She's the head of the law firm and stuff like that. You know, you always see her as Mrs. Mother Soprano, and she's like, "Oh, go on." But here she's playing the opposite, like lady, all classy and shit like that. Oh, I love that movie, and I would let Stormy Weathers defend me. What would be my crime? Cinema. Many crimes against cinema. Finally, they pull me up on trial for yoga hosers and shit. And Jersey Girl. They get me for a bunch at once. Stormy Weathers would get me off.
Yeah, she would.
What about you guys?
I want to hear Mark's answer. He's got this compendium of knowledge. He's going to be out here with like Atticus Finch.
No, I'm not going Atticus Finch. I am going Rip Torn as Bob Diamond in Defending Your Life.
Wow.
Big Bear.
I love that. Well done, Kev.
Remember when he's like, "You're curious. I like that."
Yeah. I'm going to help, but I liked it. I mean, Rip Torn is just one of our great fucking character actors, and he's never been better than in fucking Defending Your Life. It's, you know, he's lawyer-ish in that he wants to believe in his client, even if he fundamentally kind of doesn't. But he never gives up on him. And that's kind of what I want out of a lawyer, who even faced with insurmountable evidence that you're an asshole, still won't fucking give up on. What is my crime? Being too damn handsome.
Wow.
Nice.
I don't remember the name of his character. I feel I need to like take something as wonderfully obscure as you guys are going. Can I take Harry Hamlin from LA Law?
Fuck yeah. Of course you can.
Good one.
And I don't remember. I would say it's a deadlock tie between him and Sam Waterston.
Oh, come on. That's an excellent answer. Fucking hang 'em high, McCoy.
Right? And fellow Yale and a lovely human being, I'd have to say. And then I would hope the judge would be Martin Landau in Rounders.
Oh, wow. What a great poll, man. Oh, he had such heart when he gives Matt that little speech and shit.
And for that, I owe.
Yes. Well done, Adam. Like, not just an excellent poll, but fucking pretty damn good fucking performance right there.
Thank you.
Evocative as fuck.
Strong Landau.
Yeah, strong Landau.
That was a Landau ballet if I've ever seen one.
Wow.
I know this much is true.
Whoa.
Ooh.
If you're gonna give me the alley, I'll come with the
One game is not nearly as strong.
Crime talking too long. Well, someone told me, you ever heard of Pip's Comedy Club? It's where Andrew Dice Clay started. It's an iconic comedy club in Sheepshead Bay, Brooklyn. And someone was saying, "Oh, you got a lot of charisma, but you talk too much. You should go to Overtalkers Anonymous." On and on and on.
On and on and on.
It was a very Brooklyn comedian joke, to be fair.
Strong
That's
joke.
awesome.
Yeah, it was the same guy who was like saying, he goes, my wife tells me that a bull can have sex 333 times. Da, 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 da. Why can't you do that? He goes, yeah, ask the bull if he's fucking the same cow the whole time.
I would
Shit.
do Harvey Dent, but
Which one?
Billy D. Williams Harvey Dent.
Ooh.
And the crime would be betraying my best friend.
He could get you off.
Yeah. I mean, he was a general in the Rebel Alliance after he betrayed his best friend. He could get me off for that.
Look at that, man. You're crossing the streams, and I like that.
Incidentally, don't you think that they should have shown, like, I would love to have seen Han in basic training. I was hoping that when they had, was it Alden Ehrenreich? Is that how you pronounce
Yeah,
it?
Mhm.
I think that was his name. Yeah, the solo.
When he was, yeah, when he was entering the service, I thought, see, I talk about Colin Farrell. So to me, his performance in Tigerland is like the apotheosis of male cool. Like to me, that's like Cool Hand Luke, Yossarian in Catch 22, and like I saw like Roland Boz was the character that Colin Farrell played in Tigerland. Like I wanted to see like Solo, like he gets
That
his,
version.
well, yeah, I'd love to see that story.
I have an Alden Ehrenreich story, which is it's a Saturday night and I'm hanging out at my bar, Scum and Villainy, and the door guy texts me and says, Alden Ehrenreich I just scanned Alden Ehrenreich's ID. He walks through the front door, it goes like this. Nope. And walks right back out. Like he didn't know where he was at or what he was doing. And he just walked in and he's like, this is just going to be a world of trouble for me.
Truly. Truly. He's like, oh no, every camera's going to come out. Fuck it.
All right, saddle up.
Everyone, just take a picture with me over here.
Let's
No,
move.
no, just run over here.
What would it be like? What if I was Greedo and you were Han? Let's stage that photo.
Oh my God.
Oh God, that poor guy. Oh
I'll
my
let you shoot
God.
first, buddy.
That happens, I'm sure, every time he walks into a place that looks like Star Wars. He must be like, nope, gotta go.
By now, have you guys heard like every Star Wars joke there is?
No, because honestly, like with the advent of the internet, like there's always new people like coming up with new Star Wars shit, man. Like
There is the best Star Wars jokes. I was at we were finishing Logic's movie up at the ranch, and we went into the store, and there's a book of, it's just called Star Wars Dad Jokes, and it is the greatest terrible Star Wars jokes you can imagine. Like just the best. Like,
Remember any?
I mean, I know a bunch because I used to warm up the audience by telling Star Wars like terrible Star Wars jokes before we'd do live Fat Man Beyond. So I'd start and I'd be like, "You guys want to hear a bad Star Wars joke?" And they'd be like, "Yeah." I'd be like, "Two Jawas walk under a bar."
Oh,
Like bad, terrible, right? Then the classic though is, what's the inside temperature of a tauntaun?
Lukewarm.
Lukewarm.
Yeah, it says outside. If outside of Tauntaun is freezing. I just heard once there was a guy at a supermarket, and I could tell he was maybe a little touched, and he was a very sweet kid. And I said, "Oh, is that a rebel tattoo?" And he said, "Yeah." And we talked, and I told him that joke, and he said, "I got one for you. If R2 is short for R2D2, and 3PO is short for C3PO, what is Luke short for? A stormtrooper."
Oh, that's adorable.
Or like, did you hear Yoda outlawed email at the Jedi Temple? Because attachments are forbidden.
Deep cut.
That is
Deep cut. My friend wanted to start like a Goodfellas fan podcast called Legitimately Bronchial. And I was like, what? And then he sends me a clip of like the agent talking to Lorraine Bracco when she's like, my brother's asthmatic. And they're like, well, if he's legitimately bronchial, we can move him. And I was like, why is that the line you remember? What the one thing that I filmed that thing with Bryan Cranston, we were laughing about trying to shoot people keep trying to shoehorn in the title of whatever they're in. And we were laughing about that Peter Griffin joke when they're like, these cartels prove, to be a clear and present danger to the United States. So he and I started doing that at one point. I was like, I'll tell you what, those girls really were in a league of their own.
Using movie names. That's
I
awesome.
still can't believe he shit on Airwolf, Mark.
I mean, listen, some people just do. We do not tolerate Airwolf slander in this house.
Thank you.
It is.
Incidentally, I'd like to say, because I like that we could all have these deep cuts together, I would like to recommend, or just absentmindedly, go through the MASH IMDb. There's not one great character actor that I grew up with that doesn't have an appearance on MASH. I was blessed. I did a show with Larry Pressman, who played Doogie's mentor and Doogie Howser. Norman Fell. I mean,
Can't get away from him.
Larry Hagman. There,
I mean, MASH was the
Mako,
Law and
great
Order of its
Mako.
day, right?
What's that?
MASH was the Law and Order of its day, which is like if you lived in LA, you were probably going to be on MASH. In the same way, like if you're an actor in New York, you're probably going to be on a Law and Order at some point.
Accurate. Officer Marty Cataldo. The episode was called Eros in the Upper 80s on the one franchise that didn't go very long called Law and Order Trial by Jury.
Oh,
that one.
Yes, with BB Newirth.
Yeah.
The great Kirk Acevedo from Oz.
Oh, hell yeah.
And I'm trying to remember who the other cop was, but I was Officer Marty Cataldo. I think that's what solidified my card.
That's
Because
what
I
got
had
you your
done
SAG
Joan of
card?
Arcadia right out of school, and I did All My Children pretty soon. But yeah, and that was the sickest, gave me my rubber gun.
Kabuki Kid in chat said MASH was Love Boat, but in war. Meaning like Love Boat also had everybody you could ever imagine in the 70s pop up in their cast. I think I talked about it here. I did a fucking like on YouTube, somebody did every Love Boat guest star ever. So they just took the opening credits of The Circle and the people's faces, and it runs about 18 minutes long. So the song will end and then just start again. And they do literally everybody who was ever on the show. And, when you see something like that, you're like, oh, I should watch that one day. It took me about a week, but I watched it. And like I would sit there and watch for a long time, and then I'd pause and go do other shit and come back. It's crazy how many people were on. They had almost every one of the cast of Batman and Gilligan's Island show up on the Love Boat.
But Love Boat was on for what, like 12 fucking years? And if the conceit of the show is look who's aboard this week, and there were always like 3 stories, there was always like, or every 15th episode would have like the black soul singer for Isaac to romance. It's like, is that Lola Falana? I bet you I know her story.
Letterman had a list just thinking about Love Boat, and it was, I forget which school it was in the 80s, but one of the many like Big Ten schools that was just putting through dumb athletes, like literally like not even trying to invest in their education. And it was like top 10 term papers from University of whatever athletes. And one of them was First Love to Looker, a survey of the films in which Susan Day appears naked.
Fucking Looker, dude. Nobody talks about that.
Albert Finney,
the Looker gun, which
and Tony Roberts.
Who?
Tony Roberts from Annie Hall.
Yes, that's right. He's Tony Roberts, the actor.
So my very first.
Do you remember the song? She's a looker with the beautiful face.
Oh my God. And the Looker gun, the only thing that could compete with the Looker gun. Do you remember that Tom Selleck movie Runaway with Gene Simmons?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And what was such a bait and switch, and my dad and I fucking hated it. The cover is him, chainmail suit with this gun. However, the gun is used by the enemy, and he wears that suit once in the beginning of the movie, and there's no correlation with any of this shit. I was like, God, Looker was solid.
Looker was one of the in the early days of cable where I lived. Like Looker and Beastmaster ran constantly.
Did you have WHT?
We could never afford it, but I remember Wilmecco Home Theater.
Metco Home Television as well as
Yes.
the box office.
Yeah, before cable, before home box office, they were the first.
Oh, I had to show a girlfriend that was younger than myself. Do you remember on HBO, they once had that beautiful commercial? They even it was so ornate, they did a making of that commercial.
It was the opening.
Miniatures,
Yeah,
Like the purple
When they
they
go
would
through
fly
the
down the
city.
street. Yes. And then they go into the O at the
Yeah.
end.
Mhm.
And they used to have those great little interest when they back when HBO was showing Brain Games and um Dream On was like their big series and First and 10
Yeah.
Mhm.
with OJ and Delta Burke.
When they first started their original series.
Yeah, I remember Dream On with Brian Benben
Yep.
and yeah, Delta Burke and OJ Simpson in First and 10.
And then
I mean,
Arliss, not long after that.
yes, when I met Robert Wall at LAX. Um, um, so the play I did in LA that gave me any kind of ability to get better agents, I did a play that do you know who Peter Bonners is? He played Jerry the dentist on Newhart. He directed
I mean,
like
I know
more
who
than
that guy,
half of
what
Murphy
he looks like.
Brown and he did a bunch of movies, but like when his friends showed up to so the lead in the play I was in was the son of Richard Benjamin and Paula Prentice. And so their friends, so it was like Howard Hessman showed up and Doris Rich. And for me, like seeing Johnny Fever in person, like I just yeah, dude. I kept thinking of that WKRP when they dropping the turkeys out.
He lived up the street from here. He passed away sadly a few years ago. But when I moved into this house 22, 23 years ago, one day I was out walking the dog and there was fucking Johnny Fever. He just lived up the street. So I would see him periodically. And, I don't think he knew who I was, but I passed enough that after a while, he was just like, hi. He was kind of quiet dude, but I'd be like, hello, and he'd be like, hi. But it was crazy because this is somebody, I grew up on TV. This dude was on TV, legit bona fide television star. 2 doors down from him, Penny Marshall.
Fuck off.
So like my childhood lived across the street. Like I never got Howard Hessman over, but Penny Marshall came over and did a podcast and stuff.
Really?
On the street, apparently, like because I was walking one day and some of the neighbors were like, oh, there's a lot of history on the street. This is the street where Jack LaLanne lived, like throughout his entire career as Jack LaLanne, as people knew him and shit like that.
Your childhood street.
No, this one where I live now.
Oh, you live now
in Los Angeles. So it's like all the names of my childhood, not all of them, but a bunch of them lived down the street when I moved here or had connection to it. It was kind of crazy. But yeah, Howard Hessman, man, was just right up the street.
Growing up in Brooklyn, what we had was Jay Silverheels. He played Tonto in the Black and White Lone Ranger. And that was it. He was up the street from my pediatrician. It's like, ooh. Because Shel Silverstein, like, he wasn't going to interact with like me and my family.
Right.
David Lindsay Abair, like, just moved back to Brooklyn, but like, no one knew, no one gave a shit. You know what I'm saying? That's the other thing too. It's why I always loved that in Esquire, they interviewed Jack Nicholson once, and he said, the bigger the star, the nicer the guy. And you actually work with bona fide stars, so I don't know if that holds water, but I do know this, that having been a PA that stars were shitty to and some stars were nice to, it's like, okay, I now know how I want to be treated, and that's what I'm gonna fucking pay forward.
Yeah. It's funny because the in this industry also has a different effect on people where they're like, oh man, I got shit on. Now it's my time. I can't wait to shit on others. Like I I prefer the school of thought that you put forward, which is like, well, I didn't like that feeling, so I'm going to do it differently if I ever get into that position. Some people just, come at it so fucking entitled and
Wow.
it's something I've like said for years. Nobody should ever be screaming on a movie set unless it's like, look out, the camera's about to fall, or you're acting. Other than that, there's no reason to be shitty with people when you're making pretend. Like, never quite understood that. Kids, the chat is telling us that we might have a new record. JC, did we beat the
Yeah, I think
yet?
so. I think we're 10 minutes past the longest.
Well
Listen
done,
to his
Adam.
voice.
So, Toy Gallery in chat said, I went to the store and came back thinking I'd have to rewind to catch the end of the show. Is James Cameron directing this?
This is the end of Return of the King that has 19.
Have you seen this boy?
It's 1 a.m. Do you know where your children are?
It's true. It's a fucking 20-1, kids, on the West Coast PST time, which means that it's like almost 4 a.m. back in New York. Some people I've been hearing from people overseas going like, I just woke up. I can't believe you're still on. That's because you could only do a show like this when you got guests that gives good content, man. Give it up for fucking Adam Richman.
Thank you, brother. It means the world. Like, the things that you both said to me today, I'm never ever going to forget. Like, both lessons learned, but also the very kind things for people that have made impacts on my life. To think that I remotely had anything that like pinged off the windshield means a lot, for sure.
And not only that, but like, now you've also fucking deeply affected the crowd and the show. But like a lot of people in chat, like, best episode that you guys have ever done. So now, fuck, I don't know how we top this.
I'm just glad that we have a recording of you actually saying there's an outside chance I might be able to walk the boards on your movie.
Done and done, dude. I mean, to be fair,
I'll just do Martin Landau impression.
There you go. Oh my God. We'll just recreate that scene from Rounders. To be fair, being in a Kevin Smith movie is a matter of proximity. You just have to be there while it happens. So we'll make sure that you're there, man, and let you fucking act.
Thoughtful.
And just discover where they're shooting and roll up.
Folks, have you had a good time, ladies and gentlemen? If you do, that's because we had a great guest. Give it up for Adam Richman. Don't forget to watch this Sunday, every Sunday, The Food That Built America. You can watch it on History Channel. You can watch it on Disney Plus. You can watch it on Hulu as well. You heard us blow it earlier, man. It's a fantastic show. If you're not watching it, you're missing out. Give it a fucking roll. We can't do the show without Banff, man, who's should be fucking nursing a child who I'm sure is awake and screaming at this hour of the night, but instead he's dealing with babies right here.
Also, I might give a shout out. I am producing another podcast currently.
That's right.
That was the #1 rated film and TV podcast last week on iTunes, which is a Star Wars Rebels, the cartoon rewatch podcast with the cast of the show. And I pop on at the end for like 5 minutes and I fact check everything. So they're like, we went to Kessel. This is the first time we see Kessel. And then I was like, well, you mentioned Kessel in the episode, so let me tell you a thing or two about Kessel. And then we take a 5-minute tour to the history of the planet Kessel. So it's fun if you like Star Wars and you like hearing me talk about Star Wars. Check that out. It's called Pod of Rebellion.
Pod of Rebellion.
Pod of Rebellion.
You like the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy Far, Far Away, then.
If you like this show at all, kids, it ain't fucking me. It's the smart one. It's the smart half of the show. He rocked you about 3 hours ago with a fucking wonderful piece about finding what it is your story that you want to tell. Go back and listen to it if you haven't heard it, man. Mark always gives gold. Give it up for Marc Bernardin.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for hanging out with us, kids. You made it a wonderful Thursday / into Friday. Good times, man. It's rough out there in the world, all over the place, not just talking about here, but when we get to come together every once in a while and talk about shit that don't matter, that somehow matters more than anything else in the world, well, we are healed and remember our humanity. So thank you for hanging out with us tonight, being human, talking about fucking triumphs and defeats and the good things and the bad things and the happy things and the sad things, man. We went a lot of different places tonight. And
Hell yeah.
Valuable
This is
stuff.
Terrence Malick's favorite episode.
Yes. We shot it at Magic Hour, the whole fucking thing, over the course of many years. Kids, there's your Fat Man Beyond for this week, man. For Fat Man Beyond, I'm Kevin Smith.
I am Marc Bernardin.
I guess I'm Adam Richman too.
He is. Tune in next time, kids. Same fat time. Same fat channel. Smodcast.com or
youtube.com/Kevin Smith.
the Jeff's Kiss, everybody. This is the cat. Greetings, everybody, and welcome to the AKA Ask Kev Anything.
Every saga has a 10-year anniversary, ladies and gentlemen, and this is what happens when Jay and Silent Bob get old. I'm Kevin Smith. Kiss if you